Memories of Fire 3 The Century of the Wind. Eduardo Galeano. Memories of Fire 3 The Century of the Wind. This book is dedicated to Mariana Loftly. 1900. San Jose de Gracia. The world goes on. There were those who spent the savings of several generations in a single straight party. Many insulted who they couldn't and kissed who they shouldn't, but no one wanted to end without a confession. The village priest gave preference to pregnant women and those who have just given birth. The self-sacrificing priest spent 3 days and 3 nights nailed to the confessional, until he fainted from indigestion of sins. When midnight arrived on the last day of the century, all the inhabitants of the town of San Jose de Gracia prepared to die well. God had accumulated much wrath since the foundation of the world, and no one doubted that the moment of the final bursting had arrived. Without breathing, eyes closed, teeth clenched, the people listened to the 12 bells of the church, one after another, very convinced that there would be no after. But there was. The 20th century has been on its way for a long time and continues as if nothing had happened. The inhabitants of San Jose de Gracia continue in the same houses, living or surviving among the same mountains in central Mexico, to the disappointment of the pious, who expected paradise, and to the relief of the sinners, who find that this little town is not so bad, after all, if you compare. 1900. Orange, New Jersey. Edison. Through his inventions light and music receive the century that is born. Everyday life bears the stamp of Thomas Alva Edison. His electric lamp illuminates the nights and his phonograph stores and broadcasts the voices of the world, which will never be lost again. People talk on the phone thanks to the microphone that Edison added to Graham Bell's apparatus and watch movies through the projector with which he completed the invention of the Lumiere brothers. In the patent office they grab their heads every time they see him appear. Edison doesn't let a minute go by without creating something. This has been the case since he was a boy selling newspapers on trains, and one fine day he decided that he could make them as well as sell them, and he got to work. 1900. Montevideo. Rolled. The master, a speaking statue, launches his sermon to the youth of America. Jose Enrique Rodo vindicates the ethereal Ariel, pure spirit, against the savage Caliban, the brute who wants to eat. The century that is born is the time of anyone. The people want democracy and unions, and Rodo warns that the barbarian multitude can trample on the summits of the kingdom of the spirit, where superior beings have their dwelling. The intellectual chosen by the gods, a great immortal man, fights in defense of the private property of culture. Rodo also attacks North American civilization, founded on vulgarity and utilitarianism. He is opposed by the Spanish aristocratic tradition, which despises practicality, manual work, technique, and other mediocrities. 1901. New York. This is America, and to the south nothing. Andrew Carnegie sells the steel monopoly for $250 million. It is bought by the banker John Pierpont Morgan, owner of General Electric, and thus founds the United States Steel Corporation. Fever of consumption, vertigo of money cascading from the top of the skyscrapers, the United States belongs to the monopolies, and the monopolies to a handful of men, but multitudes of workers flock from Europe, year after year, called by the sirens of the factories, and sleeping on the decks, they dream that they will become millionaires as soon as they jump on the docks of New York. In the industrial age, El Dorado is in the United States, and the United States is America. To the south, the other America no longer even manages to stammer its own name. A recently published report reveals that all the countries of this sub-America have trade agreements with the United States, England, France, and Germany, but none have them with their neighbors. Latin America is an archipelago of foolish homelands, organized to disengage and trained to fall out of love. 1901. In all Latin America, the processions greet the century that is being born. In the villages and cities south of the Rio Grande, Jesus Christ lurches about, a dying beast lustrous with blood, and behind him the crowd raises torches and songs. sore, broken, a people afflicted by 1,000 ills that no doctor or handyman would be able to cure, but deserving of fortunes that no prophet or luck seller would be able to announce. 1901. Amiens. Verne. 20 years ago, Alberto Santos Dumont had read Jules Verne. Reading it, he had fled his home and Brazil and the world and had traveled through the skies, from cloud to cloud, and had decided to live in the air. Now, Santos Dumont defeats the wind and the law of gravity. The Brazilian aeronaut invents a dirigible balloon, master of its course, that does not drift and will not get lost on the high seas, nor in the Russian steppe, nor in the North Pole. Equipped with an engine, propeller, and rudder, Santos Dumont rises into the air, makes a complete turn around the Eiffel Tower and lands against the wind in the chosen place, before the cheering crowd. He then travels to Amiens, to shake the hand of the man who taught him to fly. Swinging in his rocking chair, Jules Verne smooths down his long white beard. He likes this boy badly disguised as a man, who calls him my captain and looks at him without blinking. 1902. Quetzaltenango. The government decides that reality does not exist. Drums and bugles clamor at full blast, in the main square of Quetzaltenango, summoning the citizens, but no one can hear anything other than the terrifying roar of the Santa Maria volcano in full eruption. The town crier reads out loud the side of the superior government. More than 100 towns in this region of Guatemala are being devastated by the avalanche of lava and mud and the incessant rain of ash, while the town crier, covering himself as best he can, fulfills his duty. The Santa Maria volcano makes the earth tremble under his feet and bombards his head with stones. In the middle of the day it is total night, and in the enclosure you can only see the vomit of fire from the volcano. The town crier screams desperately, reading the edict with great difficulty, between the jolts of light from the lantern. The proclamation, signed by President Manuel Estrada Cabrera, informs the population that the Santa Maria volcano is calm and that all the other volcanoes in Guatemala remain calm, that the earthquake occurs far from here, in some part of Mexico, and that, the situation being normal, nothing prevents the festival of the goddess Minerva from being celebrated today, which will take place in the capital despite the malevolent rumors of the enemies of order. 1902. Guatemala City. Cabrera Road. In the city of Quetzaltenango, Manuel Estrada Cabrera had exercised, for many years, the august priesthood of the law in the majestic temple of justice on the immovable rock of truth. When he finished fleecing the province, the doctor came to the capital, where he brought his political career to a happy culmination by storming, revolver in hand, the presidency of Guatemala. Since then, the use of the stocks, the whip, and the gallows has been re-established throughout the country. Thus the Indians collect the coffee for free on the plantations and the Masons build prisons and barracks free of charge. Every other day, in a solemn ceremony, President Estrada Cabrera places the first stone of a new school that will never be built. He has granted himself the title of educator of peoples and protector of the scholarly youth, and in his own homage he celebrates every year the colossal feast of the goddess Minerva. In the Parthenon here, which reproduces the Hellenic Parthenon in life-size, the poets play their lyres. They announce that Guatemala City, Athens of the New World, has a Pericles. 1902. Saint Pierre. Only the condemned is saved. Also on the island of Martinique a volcano erupts. There is a noise as of the world splitting in two, and the Peely mountain spits out an immense red cloud, which covers the sky and falls, incandescent, on the earth. In no time at all the city of Saint Pierre is annihilated. Its 34,000 inhabitants disappear -1. The one who survives is Ludger Silberus, the only prisoner in the city. The jail walls had been made escape-proof. 1903. City of Panama. The Panama Canal. The passage between the seas had been an obsession of the Spanish conquerors. They searched furiously for him, and they found it too far to the south, there in the remote and frozen Tierra del Fuego. And when someone had the idea of opening the narrow waste of Central America, King Felipe II ordered a stop. He prohibited the excavation of the canal, under penalty of death, because man should not separate what God united. 3 centuries later, a French company, the Universal Interoceanic Canal Company, began work in Panama. The company advanced 33 kilometers and crashed into bankruptcy. Since then, the United States has decided to complete the canal and keep it. There is a drawback: Colombia does not agree and Panama is a province of Colombia. In Washington, Senator Hanna advises waiting, due to the nature of the animals we're dealing with, but President Teddy Roosevelt doesn't believe in patience. Roosevelt sends a few Marines and makes the independence of Panama. And so this province becomes a separate country, by the work and grace of the United States and its warships. 1903. City of Panama. In this war a Chinese and a donkey die. Victims of the broadsides of a Colombian gunboat, but there are no more misfortunes to regret. Manuel Amador, the new president of Panama, parades among the flags of the United States, seated in an armchair that the crowd carries on a litter. Amador is cheering for his colleague Roosevelt. 2 weeks later, in Washington, in the Blue Room of the White House, the treaty that hands over to the United States, in perpetuity, the half-built canal and more than 1,400 square kilometers of Panamanian territory is signed. Representing the newborn republic, Philippe Bunau, Rod, business magician, political acrobat, French citizen, acts on the occasion. 1905. Peace. Huica. The Bolivian liberals have won the war against the conservatives. Rather, it was won for them by the Indian army of Pablo Zarate Huica. Were made by the Indiada the feats that mustachioed soldiers attribute to themselves. Colonel José Manuel Pando, the liberal leader, had promised the Huica soldiers the emancipation of all slavery and the recovery of the land. From battle to battle, Huica was implanting Indian power. As he passed through the towns, he returned the usurped lands to the communities and slit the throat of anyone who wore pants. Defeated the conservatives, Colonel Pando becomes general and president. Then it declares, with all the letters, Indians are inferior beings. Its removal is not a crime. And it proceeds. Shoot many. Huica, his indispensable ally from the day before, is killed several times, by bullet, edge and rope. But on rainy nights, Huica waits for President Pando outside the government palace and stares at him, without saying a word, until Pando looks away. 1904. Rio de Janeiro. The vaccine. By killing rats and mosquitoes, he has defeated the bubonic plague and yellow fever. Now Oswaldo Cruz declares war on smallpox. Thousands die of smallpox, Brazilians. More and more are dying, while doctors bleed the dying to death and healers scare away the plague with smoke from cow dung. Oswaldo Cruz, responsible for public hygiene, implants the mandatory vaccine. Senator Rui Barbosa, an orator with a swollen chest and learned lip, delivers speeches that attack the vaccine with legal weapons flowery with adjectives. In the name of freedom, Rui Barbosa defends the right of each individual to be contaminated if they want. Torrential applause and cheers interrupt him from sentence to sentence. Politicians oppose the vaccine. And the doctors. And the journalists. There is no newspaper that does not publish angry editorials and ruthless caricatures that have Oswaldo Cruz as their victim. He cannot appear on the street without suffering insults and stones. Against the vaccine, the entire country closes ranks. Everywhere you hear "die to the vaccine." Against the vaccine, the students of the military school rise up in arms, who almost knocked down the president. 1905. Montevideo. The car. Roaring beast, hits its first blow of death in Montevideo. A defenseless walker falls crushed when crossing a corner of the center. Few cars have reached these streets, but the old ladies cross themselves and the crowd flees, seeking refuge in the hallways. Until not long ago, the man who thought he was a tram was still trotting through the city without motors. On the slopes he unleashed his invisible whip, and on the descents he pulled the reins that no one saw. An air horn blew at the intersections, just as the horses and passengers boarding at the stops were made of air, as were the tickets he sold and the coins he received. When the tramman stopped passing, and never happened again, the city of Montevideo discovered that it needed that crazy person. 1905. Montevideo. Decadent poets. Roberto de las Carreras climbs onto the balcony. Crushed against his chest is a bouquet of roses and an incandescent sonnet. But instead of the beautiful odalisque, a bad-tempered man awaits him who shoots him 5 times. 2 hit the mark. Roberto closes his eyelids and mumbles. Tonight I will dine with the gods. He does not dine with the gods but with the nurses, in the hospital. And after a few days, this beautiful Satan who has sworn to corrupt all married and unmarried Montevideans, returns to walk his bizarre image down Sarandi Street. Very plump he wears his red vest, decorated with 2 holes. And on the cover of his new book, Funeral Diadema, he stamps a blood stain. Another son of Byron and Aphrodita is Julio Herrera y Riasig, who calls the infected loft where he writes and recites the Tower of Panoramas. Julio and Roberto have distanced themselves, because of the theft of a metaphor. But the two continue waging the same war against the prudish tanto video tolderia, which in terms of aphrodisiacs has not gone beyond egg yolk with Garnet Cha wine, and in terms of belles lettres, let's not even talk. 1905. Ilopango. Michael a week. Miss Santos Marmol, impregnated badly, refuses to give the name of the author of her dishonor. The mother, Mrs. Tomasa, kicks her out. Dona Tomasa, widow of a poor but white man, suspects the worst. When the child is born, the disowned Miss Santos brings him in her arms. "This is your grandson, Mom." Dona Tomasa squeals in fright when she sees the newborn, a blue spider, a big-mouthed Indian, so ugly it's more angry than pitying, and she slams the door in his face. Before the door slams, Miss Santos falls round to the ground. Beneath its passed-out mother, the newborn appears dead. But when the neighbors get rid of her, the little crush makes a tremendous howl. And so the second birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, almost at the beginning of his age. 1906. Paris. Santos Dumont. 5 years after creating the dirigible balloon, the Brazilian Santos Dumont invents the airplane. Santos Dumont has spent these 5 years stuck in hangars, assembling and disassembling enormous iron and bamboo bugs that at all hours, and at full speed, were born and unborn. At night they fell asleep equipped with gull wings and fish fins and woke up at dawn, turned into dragonflies or wild ducks. In these bugs Santos Dumont wanted to leave the earth and was held by it, collided and exploded, suffered fires, tumbles and shipwrecks. He survived stubbornly. And so he fought and fought until he finally managed to make one of the bugs a plane or a magic carpet sailing through the high skies. Everyone wants to meet the hero of the immense feat, the king of the air, the lord of the winds, who is 5 feet tall, speaks in a whisper, and weighs no more than a fly. 1907. Sagua La Grande. The M. In the first heat of this hot morning, wake up the child and see. The world is upside down and spinning, and in the vertigo of the world a desperate bat flies in circles chasing its own shadow. The black shadow flees along the wall and the bat, wanting to hunt it down, only manages to whip it with its wing. The boy jumps up, covering his head with his hands, and crashes into a large mirror. In the mirror, he sees no one or another. And when he turns around, he sees, in the open closet, the beheaded suits of his Chinese father and his black grandfather. Somewhere in the morning, a blank piece of paper awaits you. But this child, Cuban, this panic called Wilfredo Lamb, still cannot draw the lost shadow that spins madly in the hallucinating world, because he has not yet discovered his dazzling way of conjuring fear. 1907. Iquique. Flags of various countries. They lead the march of the saltpeter workers through the gravelly desert of northern Chile. Thousands of workers on strike and thousands of women and children walk towards the port of Iquique, chanting slogans and songs. When the workers occupy Iquique, the Minister of the Interior issues an order to kill. The workers, in continuous assembly, decide to stand firm and without throwing a stone. Jose Briggs, leader of the strike, is the son of an American, but he refuses to ask the United States consul for protection. The consul of Peru tries to take away the Peruvian workers. Peruvian workers do not abandon their Chilean comrades. The Bolivian consul wants to save the Bolivian workers. Bolivian workers say, "With the Chileans we live, with the Chileans we die." The machine guns and rifles of General Roberto Silva Renard sweep away the unarmed strikers and leave the shop. Minister Rafael Sotomayor justifies the slaughter in the name of the most sacred things, which are, in order of importance, property, public order, and life. 1907. Batalha River. Nemu Endiju. Kurt Uncle did not swim Indian, but it was made, or found to be. Years ago he came from Germany to Brazil, and in Brazil, in the depths of Brazil, he recognized his people. Since then, he has accompanied the Guarani Indians who make a pilgrimage through the jungle in search of paradise. With them he shares food and shares the joy of sharing food. High rise the chants. Night inside a sacred ceremony is performed. The Indians are piercing Kurt's bottom lip uncle, which is renamed Nemu Endiju, that is, the one who creates his house. 1908. Assumption. Barrett. Perhaps he had lived in Paraguay before, centuries or millennia before, who knows when, and had forgotten. The truth is that 4 years ago, when by chance or curiosity Rafael Barrett landed in this country, he felt that he had arrived at a place that was waiting for him, because this unfortunate place was his place in the world. Since then, he harangues the people on street corners, mounted on a drawer, and in newspapers and pamphlets he publishes furious revelations and denunciations. Barrett gets into this reality, delirious with it, and burns in it. The government kicks him out. The bayonets push the young anarchist to the border, deported for being a foreign agitator. The most Paraguayan of Paraguayans, the most yo-yo of this land, the most saliva of this mouth, was born in Asturias, of a Spanish mother and an English father, and was educated in Paris. 1908. Alto Piranha. The herbs. One of the sins that Barrett has committed, an unforgivable violation of taboo, is the denunciation of slavery in the yerba mate plantations. When the war of extermination against Paraguay ended 40 years ago, the victorious countries legalized, in the name of civilization and freedom, the slavery of the survivors and the children of the survivors. Since then, Argentine and Brazilian landowners have counted their Paraguayan peons by head, as if they were cows. 1908. San Andrés de Sotavento. The government decides that the Indians do not exist. The governor, General Miguel Merino Torralvo, issues the certificate required by the oil companies that operate on the Colombian coast. Indians don't. They exist, certifies the governor, before a notary public and with witnesses. 3 years ago Law No. 1905/55, approved in Bogotá by the National Congress, established that the Indians did not exist in San Andrés de Sotavento and other Indian communities where sudden jets of oil had erupted. Now the governor does nothing more than confirm the law. If Indians existed, they would be illegal. That is why they have been sent to the cemetery or into exile. 1908. San Andrés de Sotavento. Portrait of a Lord of Lives and Estates. General Miguel Merino Torralvo, tramper of Indians and women, glutton for land, governs these regions of the Colombian coast from horseback. With the handle of the whip he hits faces and doors and points out destinations. Those who come across him kiss his hand. On horseback he goes through the roads, in his impeccable white suit, always followed by a page on a donkey. The page brings him the brandy, the boiled water, the shaving case, and the notebook where the general writes down the names of the maidens he eats. His properties are growing as he goes. He started with a cattle farm and now has 6. A supporter of progress without forgetting tradition, he uses barbed wire to limit the land and the stocks to limit the people. 1908. Guanapi. Portrait of another Lord of Lives and Estates. Order. Tell him to load his shroud on the horse's rump now. He punishes with 5 bullets, for not complying with the obligation, the servant who delays in paying the bushel of corn that he owes, or the one who goes around in circles when it comes to giving up a daughter or land. Little by little, he orders. And that only the last shot is of death. Not even the family itself is spared from the wrath of Deogracias Itriago, boss of the Venezuelan valley of Guanapi. One night, a relative mounted his best horse for him to show off at the dance. The next morning, Don Deogracias had him tied upside down to 4 stakes, and with the yucca grater he flayed his feet and buttocks, to remove the desire to dance and show off on someone else's horse. When at last they kill him, in an oversight, some peons condemned by him, for 9 nights the family prays the novena for the dead and 9 nights of corrido dancing celebrates the town of Guanapi. Nobody gets tired of being happy and no musician charges for playing so often. 1908. Yucatan Merida. Curtain and after. The train is leaving, the President of Mexico is leaving. Porfirio Diaz has examined the henequen plantations in Yucatan and is getting the most pleasant impression. A beautiful spectacle, he said, as he dined with the bishop and the owners of millions of acres and thousands of Indians who produce cheap fiber for the International Harvester Company. Here there is an atmosphere of general happiness. The smoke from the locomotive is already lost in the air. And then they fall, knocked over with a slap, the painted cardboard houses, with their elegant windows, garlands and flags become rubbish, swept rubbish, burnt rubbish, and the wind blows away the arches of flowers that covered the paths. After the fleeting visit, the merchants of Merida recover the sewing machines, the North American furniture and the brand new clothes that the slaves have worn while the show lasted. The slaves are Mayan Indians, of those who until recently lived free in the kingdom of the Little Cross that spoke, and also Yaqui Indians from the northern plains, bought for 400 pesos a head. They sleep huddled in stone fortresses and work to the rhythm of the wet whip. When someone gets surly, they bury him up to his ears and throw him the horses. 1908. Juarez City. Wanted. A couple of years ago, North American Rangers crossed the border into Mexico, at the request of Porfirio Diaz, to crush the strike of the copper miners in Sonora. Later, the strike in the Veracruz textile workshops ended with prisoners and those shot. This year strikes have broken out in Coahuila, Chihuahua, and Yucatan. The strike, which disturbs the order, is a crime. Whoever commits it commits a crime. The Flores Magón brothers, agitators for the working class, are the most dangerous criminals. Their faces are displayed on the wall of the railway station, in Ciudad Juarez and at all stations on both sides of the border. For each of the brothers, the Furlong Detective Agency is offering a $40,000 reward. The Flores Magón have been making fun of the eternal Porfirio Diaz for a few years. From their newspapers and pamphlets they have taught the people to lose track of. I respect. After losing respect for him, the town begins to lose fear of him. 1908. Caracas. Castro. Say hello by giving the index finger, because no one is worthy of the other 4. Cipriano Castro reigns in Venezuela, and as a crown he wears a cap with a hanging tassel. The shrill trumpeting, the thunder of applause and the creaking of bowing backs announce their passing. He is followed by a caravan of modisietes and court clowns. Castro is short, courageous, a dancer and a womanizer, like Bolivar, and he puts on a Bolivar face when he poses for immortality, but Bolivar lost some battles and Castro, the always undefeated, never. His dungeons are full of people. He trusts no one, except Juan Vicente Gomez, his right arm in the war and the government, who calls Castro the greatest man of modern times. Less than anyone, Castro trusts the local doctors, who cure leprosy and madness with boiled vulture broth, so he decides to put his ailments in the hands of high German scholars. In the port of La Guaira, embarked to Europe. As soon as the ship leaves the docks, Gomez steals its power. 1908. Caracas. Dolls. Each Venezuelan man is the Cipriano Castro of the women who touch him. A young lady properly serves her father and brothers as she will serve her husband, and does or says nothing without asking permission. If he has money or a good berth, he attends mass at 7 and spends the day learning to give orders to the black servants, cooks, maids, nurses, nannies, laundresses, and doing needle or bobbin work. Sometimes he receives friends, and even dares to recommend some crazy novel, whispering, "If you could see how it made me cry." Twice a week, in the afternoon, she spends a few hours listening to her boyfriend without looking at him or allowing him to get close to her, both sitting on the sofa under the watchful eye of her aunt. Every night, before going to bed, she says the Hail Marys of the Rosary and applies an infusion of jasmine petals macerated in rainwater to her skin by moonlight. If the boyfriend abandons her, she suddenly becomes an aunt and is consequently condemned to dress saints and the deceased and newborns, to watch over boyfriends, to care for the sick, to teach catechism and to sigh at night, in the solitude of the bed, contemplating the portrait of the disdainful. 1909. Paris. Theory of national impotence. The Bolivian Alcides Arguedas, who received a scholarship in Paris from Simon Patino, publishes a new book, called Pueblo Enfermo. The Tin King feeds him so that Arguedas can say that the people of Bolivia are not sick, they are sick. Some time ago, another Bolivian thinker, Gabriel René Moreno, discovered that the indigenous brain and the mestizo brain are cellularly incapable and that they weigh between 5, 7, and 10 ounces less than the brain of the white race. Now Arguedas says that the mestizos inherit the worst defects of their lineages, and that is why the Bolivian people do not want to bathe or educate themselves. They do not know how to read, but they know how to get drunk. They have two faces and are selfish, lazy, and sad. The 1,001 miseries of the Bolivian people come, then, from their own nature. They have nothing to do with the voracity of their lords. Here is a people condemned by biology and reduced to zoology. Bestial doom of the ox, unable to make his story, he can only fulfill his destiny. And that destiny, that irremediable failure, is not written in the stars but in the blood. 1909. New York. Charlotte. What would happen if a woman woke up one morning changed into a man? What if the family were not the training ground where the boy learns to command and the girl to obey? What if there were nurseries? What if the husband shared the cleaning and cooking? And if innocence became dignity? What if reason and emotion went hand in hand? What if the preachers and the newspapers told the truth? What if no one was owned by no one? Charlotte Gilman raves. The North American press attacks her by calling her a denatured mother, and the ghosts that inhabit her soul attack her more ferociously and bite her from the inside. It is they, the fearsome enemies that Charlotte contains, who sometimes manage to knock her down. But she falls and gets up and falls and gets up again and throws herself back on the road. This tenacious treadmill tirelessly travels across the United States, announcing a world turned upside down in writing and speech. 1909. Managua. Inter-American relations and its most common methods. Philander Knox was a lawyer and is a shareholder in the Rosario and Light Mines Company. In addition, he is Secretary of State of the United States government. The President of Nicaragua, José Santos Zelaya, does not treat the company the Rosario and Light Mines with due respect. Zelaya wants the company to pay the taxes it never paid. The President also does not treat the church with due respect. The Holy Mother has it in for her since Zelaya expropriated land from her and abolished tithes and first fruits and desecrated the sacrament of marriage with a divorce law. So the Church applauds when the United States breaks relations with Nicaragua and Secretary of State Philander Knox sends a few Marines to overthrow President Zelaya and put in his place the accountant for the Rosario and Light Mines Company. 1910. Amazonas jungle. People eat them. In a jiffy the price of rubber collapses, falling by a third, and the dream of prosperity of the Amazonian cities comes to an end in a bad way. The world market awakens with a sudden slap in the face. The sleeping beauties, lying in the jungle in the shade of the gum tree, Belém do Pará, Manaus, Iquitos. From one day to the next, the so-called land of tomorrow becomes in the land of never, or at most of yesterday, abandoned by the merchants who have taken the juice out of it. The big rubber money is fleeing from the Amazon jungle to the new Asian plantations, which produce better and cheaper. This has been a cannibal business. People eaters were called by the Indians the slave hunters, who walked the rivers in search of labor. From dense towns they have left nothing but leftovers. The people eaters sent the Indians, tied up, to the rubber companies. They dispatched them in the ships' holds, along with the other merchandise, with their corresponding invoice for sales commission and freight costs. 1910. Rio de Janeiro. The Black Admiral. On board, touch of silence. An officer reads the sentence. The drums resound, furious, while a sailor is whipped for any indiscipline. On his knees, tied to the deck balustrade, the condemned man receives his punishment in full view of the entire crew. The last lashes, 248, 249, 250, hit a body raw, bathed in blood, unconscious or dead. And the riot breaks out. In the waters of Guanabara Bay, the sailors rise up. 3 officers fall, put to the knife. Warships shine red flag. A private sailor is the new leader of the squadron. João Candido, the Black Admiral, rises to the wind, in the command tower of the flagship, and the outcasts in rebellion present him with weapons. At dawn, 2 cannon shots awaken Rio de Janeiro. The Black Admiral warns, he has the city at his mercy, and if the whipping is not prohibited, which is the custom of the Brazilian Navy, he will devastate Rio without leaving one stone upon another. He also demands an amnesty. The muzzles of the cannons of the battleships point to the most important buildings. We want an answer now and now. The city, in a panic, complies. The government declares corporal punishment in the navy abolished and orders the pardon of the rebels. João Candido removes the red scarf from around his neck and submits the sword. The admiral is a sailor again. 1910. Rio de Janeiro. Portrait of the most expensive lawyer in Brazil. 6 years ago, he opposed the smallpox vaccine in the name of liberty. The epidermis of the individual is as inviolable as his conscience, said Rui Barbosa. The state has no right to violate the thought or the body, not even in the name of public hygiene. Now, it severely condemns the violence and barbarity of the sailors' rebellion. The enlightened jurist and distinguished legislator opposes the whipping but repudiates the methods of the whipped. The sailors, he says, have not raised their just demand properly, civilly, by constitutional means, using the competent channels within the framework of the legal norms in force. Rui Barbosa believes in the law, and bases his faith with scholarly quotes from imperial Romans and English liberals. In reality, however, he does not believe. The doctor only shows a certain degree of realism when, at the end of the month, he receives his lawyer's salary from the foreign company Light and Power, which in Brazil commands more than God. 1910. Rio de Janeiro. Reality and law rarely meet. In this country of legally free slaves, and when they meet they don't greet each other. The ink is still fresh on the laws that have put an end to the revolt of the sailors, when the officers treacherously return to the lash and murder the recently amnestied rebels. Many sailors are shot at sea. Many more, buried alive in the catacombs of Isla das Cobras, called Isla de Desesperación, where they throw water with lime when they complain of thirst. The Black Admiral ends up in an asylum. 1910. Mauritius colony. Tolstoy. Banished for being poor and Jewish, Isaac Zimmerman ended up in Argentina. The first time he saw a mate, he thought it was an inkwell, and the pen burned his hand. In this pampa he built his ranch, not far from the ranches of other pilgrims who also came from the valleys of the Dniester River, and here he made children and crops. Isaac and his wife have very little, almost nothing, and what little they do have they do with grace. Some vegetable boxes serve as a table, but the tablecloth always looks starchy, always very white, and on the tablecloth the flowers give color and the apples, aroma. One night, the children find Isaac sitting at that table, his head in his hands, collapsed. In the light of the candle they reveal her wet face. And he tells them. He tells them that by pure chance he has just found out that far away, on the other side of the world, Leo Tolstoy has died. And he explains to them who that old friend of the peasants was, who so grandly knew how to portray his time and herald another. 1910. Havana. The cinema. Little ladder on the shoulder walks the lamplighter. With his long pole he lights the wicks, so that people can walk smoothly through the streets of Havana. The messenger rides a bicycle. He carries rolls of film under his arm, in a cinema to the other, so that people can walk smoothly through other worlds and other times and float in the high sky next to a girl sitting on a star. This city has 2 rooms dedicated to the greatest wonder of modern life. Both offer the same movies. When the messenger is late with the rolls, the pianist entertains the crowd with waltzes and danzons, or the usher recites selected excerpts from Don Juan Tenorio. But the public bites their nails waiting for the femme fatale to shine in the dark with her bedroom circles under her eyes, or the knights in chain mail to gallop, at the pace of epilepsy, towards the castle shrouded in mist. The cinema steals the audience from the circus. The crowd no longer queues to see the mustachioed lion tamer, nor the beautiful Geraldine sheathed in sequins, shining standing on the percheron with enormous rumps. The puppeteers also leave Havana and wander the beaches and towns, and the gypsies who read the fortunes flee, the melancholic bear that dances to the sound of the tambourine, the goat that spins on the stool, and the scrawny mountebanks dressed in chess. They all leave Havana because people no longer throw coins out of admiration but out of pity. There is no one who can against the cinema. The cinema is more miraculous than the water of Lourdes. Ceylon cinnamon cures stomach colds, rheumatism with parsley, and everything else with cinema. 1910. Mexico City. The Centennial and Love. For the 100th anniversary of the independence of Mexico, all the brothels in the capital display the portrait of President Porfirio Diaz. In Mexico City, 2 out of 10 young women work as prostitutes. Peace and order, and progress, the law regulates this office so numerous. The brothel law, promulgated by Don Porfirio, prohibits practicing carnal commerce without due concealment or in the vicinity of schools and churches. It also prohibits the mixing of social classes in the brothels. There will only be women of the class to which the clients belong, at the same time that it imposes sanitary controls and taxes and obliges the midwives to prevent their pupils from going out into the street together in attention-grabbing groups. Not being in groups, they can go out, condemned to live badly between the bed, the hospital, and the jail. The whores have at least the right to one or another walk around the city. In this sense, they are more fortunate than the Indians. By order of the President, an almost pure Mixtec Indian, the Indians cannot walk along the main avenues or sit in public squares. 1910. Mexico City. The Centennial and the food. The centenary is inaugurated with a French haute cuisine banquet in the halls of the National Palace. 350 waiters serve the dishes prepared by the 40 cooks and 60 assistants who work under the orders of the eminent Sylvain Daumont. Elegant Mexicans eat in French. They prefer the crepe to the corn tortilla, a poor relative born here, and the oeufs cocotte with huevos rancheros. They find bechamel sauce much more dignified than guacamole, since guacamole is a delicious but very indigenous mixture of avocado with tomato and chili. Given the choice between foreign pepper and Mexican chili or chili, the señoritos renounce chili, even if they later sneak into the kitchen at home to eat it in secret, ground or whole, accompanied, stuffed or alone, naked or unpeeled. 1910. Mexico City. The Centennial and Art. Mexico does not celebrate its national holiday with a sample of national plastic arts, but with a great exhibition of Spanish art, brought from Madrid. So that Spanish artists shine as they deserve, Don Porfirio has built a special pavilion for them in the center. In Mexico, even the stones of the post office building have come from Europe, like everything here that is considered worth looking at. From Italy, France, Spain, or England come the construction materials and also the architects, and when the money is not enough to import architects, the native architects are in charge of building houses similar to those in Rome, Paris, Madrid, or London. Meanwhile, Mexican painters paint virgins in ecstasy, plump cupids, and ladies of high society in the European manner of half a century ago, and sculptors titled in French, Malgertout, Despoir, Après l'orgie, their monumental marbles and bronzes. Apart from official art and far from its figures, the engraver José Guadalupe Posada is the brilliant stripper of his country and his time. No reviewer takes it seriously. He doesn't have any students, although there are a couple of young Mexican artists who have followed him since they were children. José Clemente Orozco and Diego Rivera go to Posada's small workshop and watch him work devoutly, as if at mass, while the metal shavings fall to the ground as the burin passes over the plates. 1910. Mexico City. The Centennial and the Dictator. At the height of the centennial celebrations, Don Porfirio inaugurates an asylum. Shortly after, he lays the first stone of a new jail. Decorated to the belly, his feathered head reigns there atop a cloud of top hats and imperial helmets. His courtiers, rheumatic old men in frock coats and leggings and a flower in their buttonhole, dance to the rhythm of Viva Mi Misfortune, the fashionable waltz. An orchestra of 150 musicians plays under 30,000 electric stars in the Great Hall of the National Palace. The festivities last a whole month. Don Porfirio, 8 times re-elected by himself, takes advantage of one of these historic dances to announce that his 9th presidential term is coming up. At the same time, it confirms the concession of copper, oil, and land to Morgan, Guggenheim, Rockefeller and Hearst for 99 years. The dictator, immobile, deaf, has been administering the vastest tropical territory of the United States for more than 30 years. One of these nights, in the middle of a patriotic party, Halley's Comet breaks into the sky. Panic spreads. The press announces that the comet will put its tail in Mexico and that the general fire is coming. 1911. Ananiquilco. Shoe. He was born a horseman, muleteer, and tamer. He rides gliding, navigating the prairies on horseback, careful not to disturb the deep sleep of the earth. Emiliano Zapata is a man of silences. He says silent. The peasants of Ananiquilco, his village, small houses of adobe and palm dotted on the hill, have made Zapata chief and have given him the papers from the time of the viceroys, so that he knows how to guard and defend them. This handful of documents proves that this community, rooted here forever, is not an intruder on their land. The community of Ananiquilco is strangled, like all the other communities in the Mexican region of Morelos. There are fewer and fewer islands of corn in the ocean of sugar. Of the village of Tequesquitengo, condemned to die because its free Indians refuse to become gang laborers, all that remains is the cross on the church tower. The immense plantations attack swallowing lands, waters, and forests. They leave no place even to bury the dead. If you want to plant, plant in pots. Thugs and lawyers deal with the plunder, while community devourers listen to concerts in their gardens and breed polo ponies and show dogs. Zapata, leader of the subjugated locals, buries the vice-regal titles under the floor of the Ananiquilco church and launches into the fight. His troop of Indians, well planted, well mounted, poorly armed, and grows as they go. 1911. Mexico City. Log. While Zapata unleashes the insurrection in the south, the entire north of Mexico rises up around Francisco Madero. After more than 30 years of continuous throne, Porfirio Diaz collapsed in a couple of months. Madero, the new president, is a virtuous son of the liberal constitution. He wants to save Mexico by way of legal reform. Zapata demands agrarian reform. Faced with the clamor of the peasants, the new deputies promise to study their misery. 1911. Chihuahuan Fields. Pancho Villa. Of all the northern chiefs who have led Madero to the presidency of Mexico, Pancho Villa is the most beloved and beloved. He likes to get married and does it all the time. With a gun to the back of the neck, there is no priest who refuses or girl who resists. He also likes to dance the tapatio to the sound of the marimba and get into the shooting. Bullets bounce off his hat like rain. He had thrown himself into the desert very early. For me the war began when I was born. He was almost a child when he avenged his sister. Of the many deaths he owed, the first was that of a boss, and he had to become a rustler. He was born with the name of Doroteo Arango. Pancho Villa was someone else, a bandmate, a friend, the most beloved. When the rural guards killed Pancho Villa, Doroteo Arango took his name and kept it. He changed his name to Pancho Villa against death and oblivion, so that his friend would continue to be. 1911. Machu Picchu. The last sanctuary of the Incas. He had not died, but he was asleep. The foaming, roaring Urubamba River had been blowing its powerful breath over the sacred stones for centuries, and those vapors had covered them with a mantle of thick jungle that kept them asleep. Thus the final stronghold of the Incas, the last home of the Indian kings of Peru, had remained secret. Among mountains of snow that do not appear on the maps, an American archaeologist, Hiram Bingham, finds Machu Picchu. A boy here leads him by the hand along the crags to the high throne masked by clouds and vegetation. Bingham discovers the white living stones under the greenery and reveals them, awake, to the world. 1912. Quit. Alfaro. A tall woman, all dressed in black, curses President Alfaro as she plunges the dagger into his corpse. Then he raises on the tip of a stick, a flaming flag, the bloody shred of his shirt. After the woman in black, march the avengers of Holy Mother Church. With ropes they are dragging, by the feet, the naked dead man. Flowers rain down from the windows. The old diners, host swallowers, gossip tellers scream alive at religion. The cobbled streets are covered with blood, which the dogs and the rains will never be able to wash away completely. In the fire the carnage culminates. A large bonfire is lit and what is left of old Alfaro is thrown into it. Then thugs and thugs in the pay of gentlemen trample on their ashes. Eloy Alfaro had dared to expropriate the lands of the church, owner of much of Ecuador, and with his rents he had created schools and hospitals. A friend of God but not of the Pope, he had instituted divorce and freed the Indians imprisoned for debt. Those in the cassock hated no one so much, nor did those in the frock coat fear so much. The night falls. The air of Quito smells of burnt meat. The military band plays waltzes and pasillos in the Plaza Grande outhouse, like every Sunday. Sad couplets from the Ecuadorian songbook. No one comes near me. Step aside, I have a contagious disease, I am miserable. I was only born. Only my mother gave birth to me. And alone I stay like the feather in the air. Why does the blind man want a painted house? Nor to the street balconies, if you don't see anything? 1912. Santa Ana Canton. Chronicle of Customs of Manabí. Eloy Alfaro was born on the coast of Ecuador, in the province of Manabí. In this hot land, a region of insolence and violence, no one has paid the slightest attention to the divorce law that Alfaro pushed through against all odds. Here it is easier to become a widow than to get entangled in paperwork. In the bed where two fall asleep, sometimes one wakes up. The Monabitas have gained a reputation for having few fleas, no money, and a lot of heart. Martin Vera was a stranger in Manabi. His knife had rusted from keeping it still in its sheath for so long. When the neighbor's pig got into his little land and ate the yuccas, Martin went to talk to them, to the Rosados, and politely asked them to lock him up. On the second escapade, Martin offered to repair, free of charge, the dilapidated walls of the pigsty. But on the third run, while the pig was frolicking in the crops, Martin shot it with a shotgun. The pernicious man fell how round he was. The Rosados dragged him to their land, to give him a porcine burial. The Veras and the Rosados stopped greeting each other. A few days later, the pig's executioner was going down the El Calvo cliff, clinging to the mane of his mule, when a bullet left him hanging from the stirrup. The mule dragged Martin Vera, but no prayer woman could help him die well. The Rosados fled. When Martin's sons hunted them down in an empty convent near Colimas, they built a good fire around them. The Rosados, 30 in all, had to choose death. Some ended up by fire, made into pork rinds, and others by bullets, made into a strainer. It happened a year ago. The jungle has already devoured the plantations of the two families, land with no one. 1912. Pajeo de Flores. Family wars. In the deserts of northeastern Brazil, those who rule inherit the land and the hate, sad land, land dead of thirst, and hate that kin perpetuate from generation to generation, from revenge to revenge, forever and ever. In Ceará there is an eternal war of the Cunha family against the Pataca family, and the Montes and the Fitoses practice mutual extermination. In Parabá, the Tapers and the Nobrigas kill each other. In Pernambuco, in the region of the Pajeo River, each newborn Pereira receives from his relatives and godparents the order to hunt his Carvalho, and each Carvalho that is born comes into the world to liquidate the Pereira that is his turn. Pereira's side, against the Carvalhos, Virgiliano da Silva Ferreira, called Lampião, shoots his first shots. Almost still a child, he becomes a cangaceiro. Life is not worth much in these places, where there is no hospital other than the cemetery. If Lampião were the son of the rich, he would not kill on behalf of others, he would order the killing. 1912. Daiquiri. Daily life in the Caribbean Sea, an invasion. The Platt Amendment, the work of Senator Platt of Connecticut, is the key that the United States uses to enter Cuba at any time they want. The amendment, which is part of the Cuban Constitution, authorizes the United States to invade and stay and gives them the power to decide the right president for Cuba. Cuba's proper president, Mario Garcia Menocal, who also heads the Cuban American Sugar Company, enforces the Platt Amendment by calling on the Marines to riot the riot. There are plenty of blacks in revolt, and none of them have much of an opinion about private property. So two warships arrive and the Marines land on the beach of Daiquiri and rush to protect the iron and copper mines of the Spanish American and Cuban copper companies, threatened by black anger, and the sugar mills along of the tracks of the Guantanamo and Western Railroad. 1912. Nicanor Homo. Daily life in Central America, another invasion. Nicaragua pays the United States a colossal compensation for moral damages. Those damages have been inflicted by the fallen President Zelaya, who seriously offended U.S. companies when he tried to tax them. Since Nicaragua lacks funds, the bankers of the United States lend him the money to pay the indemnity. And since in addition to lacking funds, Nicaragua lacks guarantees, the Secretary of State of the United States, Philander Knox, again sends the Marines, who take over the customs, the national banks and the railroad. Benjamin Zeledin leads the resistance. The head of the Patriots has a new face and eyes of astonishment. The invaders can't bring him down for bribery, because Zeledin spits on money, but they bring him down for treason. Augusto Cesar Sandino, an ordinary laborer from an ordinary town, sees the corpse of Zeledin dragged by the dust, tied hand and foot to the saddle of a drunken invader. 1912. Mexico City. Vegetable garden. He has the face of an evil dead man. The flashing black glasses are the only thing alive on his face. Veteran bodyguard of Porfirio Diaz, Victoriano Huerta suddenly converted to democracy the day the dictatorship fell. Now he is the right hand of President Madero, and he has launched himself on the hunt for revolutionaries. To the north, he catches Pancho Villa, and to the south, Gildardo Magana, Zapata's lieutenant, and already has them shot. The platoon is already stroking the triggers, when the president's pardon interrupts the ceremony. Death came to look for me, Villa sighs, but at the wrong time. The two revived end up in the same cell in the Tlatelolco prison. Talking days and months go by. Magana talks about Zapata and his agrarian reform plan, and President Madero, who turns a deaf ear because he wants to look good with the peasants and landowners, riding two horses at the same time. A small blackboard and a couple of books arrive in the cell. Pancho Villa knows how to read people, but not letters. Magana teaches him, and together they enter, word by word, thrust after thrust, into the castles of the Three Musketeers. Then they embark on a journey through Don Quixote de la Mancha, crazy roads of old Spain, and Pancho Villa, the fierce warrior of the desert, caresses the pages with the hand of a lover. Magana tells him, "This book, you know? It was written by a prisoner. One like us. 194 and 206. 1913. Mexico City. An 18-cent rope. President Madero applies a tax, a little tax, to those never touched. Oil companies, and the U.S. ambassador, Henry Lane Wilson, threatens to invade. The ambassador announces that several warships are advancing on the ports of Mexico, while General Huerta revolts and attacks the National Palace with cannon fire. Madero's fate is discussed in the smoking room of the U.S. Embassy. It is resolved to apply the law of leaks. They put him in a car, and after a while they ordered him to get out and shot him in the street. General Huerta, the new president, attends a banquet at the Jockey Club. There he announces that he has a good remedy, an 18-cent rope, to put an end to Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa and the other enemies of order. 1913. Jonacatepec. Southern Mexico thrives on punishment. Huerta's officers, veterans in the trade of massacring rebellious Indians, intend to cleanse the southern regions by burning towns and hunting down peasants. Everyone they find falls dead or imprisoned, because who in the south is not from Zapata? Zapata's army is hungry and sick, ragged, but the chief of the landless knows what he wants and his people believe in what he is doing, and neither the burning nor the levies can against that. While the capital's newspapers report that the Zapatista hordes have been completely destroyed, Zapata blows up trains, surprises and annihilates garrisons, occupies towns, assaults cities and wanders at will through mountains and ravines, fighting and loving as if nothing had happened. Zapata sleeps where he wants and with whom he wants, but among all he prefers two who are one. Zapata and them. We were twins. We were both Lucies, from the day we were baptized, and the two Gregorias from the day we were born. They called her Luz and I called Gregoria, and the two young ladies were already there in the house when the Zapatistas arrived. And then Chief Zapata began to convince my sister to go with him. Look, come on. And a mere September 15th he passed there and took her with him. Later, while walking, my sister died, in Huautla, of a disease that they call her, what do they call her, San Vito's disease. Chief Zapata was there for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking anything. We were finishing burning the little candles for my sister, and oh, he takes me by force. He said that I belonged to him because we were one, my sister and I. 1913. Chihuahuan Fields. Northern Mexico celebrates war and party. The roosters crow at the time they want. This crazy and burning land has become, and everyone stands up. We're leaving now, woman, we're going to war. And why me? Do you want me to starve to death in the war? Who is going to make me the tortillas? Flocks of vultures chase armed peons through plains and mountains. If life is worth nothing, how much is death worth? Like dice the men start to roll, the riot has come, and rolling in the shooting they find revenge or they find oblivion, little land of food or blanket. Pancho Villa is coming. The pawns celebrate. Pancho Villa is coming. The elders cross themselves. Where is it? Asks General Huerta the usurper. In the north, south, east and west, and also nowhere, the commander of the Chihuahua garrison checks. In the face of the enemy, Pancho Villa is always the first to attack, galloping until he enters the smoking mouths of the cannons. In full battle, horse laughs. Like a fish out of water, her heart gasps. The general is not bad. He's excited, his officers explain. Out of excitement, and out of sheer joy, he sometimes shoots the messenger who arrives at full gallop bringing good news from the front. 1913. Culiacan. The bullets. There are bullets with imagination, who have fun afflicting meat, discovers Martín Luis Guzmán. He knew about the serious bullets that serve human fury, but he did not know about the bullets that play with human pain. Due to poor aim and goodwill, the young novelist Guzmán becomes director of one of Pancho Villa's hospitals. The wounded huddle in the muck with no choice but to clench their teeth, if they have any. Touring the packed rooms, Guzmán checks the improbable trajectory of the fantasizing bullets, capable of emptying an eye, leaving the body alive, or putting a piece of the ear in the back of the neck and a piece of the neck in the foot, and witnesses the sinister enjoyment of the bullets that, having received an order to kill a soldier, they are condemned to never sleep or sit or never eat with their mouths. 1913. Chihuahuan Fields. One of these mornings I murdered myself. On some dusty road in Mexico, and the fact made a deep impression on me. This was not the first crime I have committed. From the time I was born in Ohio and given the name Ambrose Bierce 71 years ago until my recent passing, I have eviscerated my parents and various family members, friends, and colleagues. These moving episodes have spattered my days or my stories with blood. It doesn't matter to me. The difference between the life I lived and the life I wrote is a matter of the fakers who in the world execute human law, literary criticism, and the God's will. To put an end to my days, I joined Pancho Villa's troops and chose one of the many stray bullets that are buzzing over Mexican soil these days. This method was more practical than hanging, cheaper than poison, more convenient than shooting with my own finger, and more dignified than waiting for disease or old age to take over. 1914. Montevideo. Battle. He writes articles slandering the saints and makes speeches attacking the land-selling business in the afterlife. When he assumed the presidency of Uruguay, he had no choice but to swear by God and by the Holy Gospels, but he immediately made it clear that he did not believe in any of that. José Batlle y Ordóñez governs, challenging the powerful of heaven and earth. The church has promised him a good place in hell, the companies nationalized by him or forced by him to respect the labor unions, and the 8-hour workday will be fanned, and the devil will be the male avenger of the offenses inflicted by him on the male guild. He's legalizing debauchery, say his enemies, when Batlle approves the law that allows women to divorce of their own free will. He's dissolving the family, they say, when he extends the right of inheritance to natural children. Women's brains are inferior, they say, when he creates the women's university and when he announces that soon women will vote, so that Uruguayan democracy does not walk with one leg and so that they are not the eternal underage women of their father. Pass into the hands of the husband. 1914. San Ignacio. Quiroga. From the jungle of the Parana River, where he lives in voluntary exile, Horacio Quiroga applauds Battle's reforms and that burning conviction in beautiful things. But Quiroga is definitely far from Uruguay. He left the country a few years ago, to flee the shadow of death. A curse covers the sky since he killed his best friend wanting to defend him, or perhaps from before, perhaps from always. In the jungle, one step away from the ruins of the Jesuit missions, Quiroga lives surrounded by bugs and palm trees. He writes stories without detours, in the same way that he opens paths with machetes in the mountains, and works the word with the same rough love with which he works the earth, wood, and iron. What Quiroga is looking for could never be found outside of here. Here, yes, even if it is very occasionally. In this house that his hands have raised over the river, Quiroga sometimes has the happiness of hearing voices more powerful than the call of death, rare and fleeting certainties of life, which while they last are as undoubted as the sun. 1914. Montevideo. Dulmara. In this rental room, she was quoted by the man who had been her husband, and wanting to have her, wanting to keep her, he loved her and killed himself. The Uruguayan newspapers publish the photo of the body lying next to the bed, Dulmara shot dead by 2 shots from a revolver, naked as her poems, her stockings fallen, all undressed in red. Let's go further into the night, let's. Dulmara Agustini wrote in a trance. She had sung to the fevers of love without modest dissimulations, and had been condemned by those who punish in women what they applaud in men, because chastity is a feminine duty and desire, like reason, a masculine privilege. In Uruguay, the laws march ahead of the people, who still separate the soul from the body as if they were Beauty and the Beast. So that before Dulmara's corpse, tears and phrases are shed about such a sensitive loss of national letters, but deep down the mourners sigh with relief, the dead woman is dead, and it was better that way. But is she dead? Will not all the lovers who burn in the nights of the world be the shadow of her voice and the echo of her body? Won't they make him a little place in the nights of the world so that his unleashed mouth sing and his resplendent feet dance? 1914. Jimenez City. The chronicler of towns in fury. From scare to scare, from wonder to wonder, John Reed walks the roads of northern Mexico. He goes in search of Pancho Villa and finds him, in others, in everyone, at every step. Reed, chronicler of the revolution, sleeps wherever the night surprises him. Nobody ever steals anything from him, nor does anyone ever let him pay for anything that isn't dance music, and there is never a lack of someone who offers him a piece of tortilla or a place on the horse. Where do you come from? From New York. I don't know New York. But I bet you don't see cows over there as good as the ones that pass through the streets of Ciudad Jimenez. A woman carries a pitcher on her head. Another, squatting, breastfeeds a child. Another, on her knees, grinds corn. Wrapped in faded serapes, the men drink and smoke in circles. Hey, Juanito. Why don't your people like us Mexicans? Why do they call us greasy? Everyone has something to ask this skinny blonde, with glasses, with the face of someone who came by mistake. Hey, Juanito. How do you say mule in English? In English, mule is said, stubborn, daughter of a bitch. 1914. Salt Lake City. The singer of towns in fury. They condemn him for singing red ballads that tease God, wake up the worker and curse money. The sentence does not say that Joe Hill is a proletarian troubadour, and to make matters worse, a foreigner, who violates the good order of business. The sentence speaks of jumping and crime. There is no evidence, the witnesses change their stories every time they testify, and the lawyers act as if they were prosecutors, but these details are irrelevant to judges and to all decision makers in Salt Lake City. Joe Hill will be tied to a chair and a cardboard circle will be taped over his heart to target the firing squad. Joe Hill came from Sweden. In the United States he walked the roads. He cleaned spittoons and built walls in the cities, in the fields he piled wheat and gathered fruit, he dug copper in the mines, he loaded bales on the docks, he slept under the bridges and in the barns, and he sang all the time and everywhere, and he never stopped singing. Singing, he bids farewell to his comrades, and tells them that he is going to Mars to disturb social peace. 1914. Keep. On rails they march to the shooting. In the red car, which bears his name in large gold letters, General Pancho Villa receives John Reed. He receives him in his underpants, treats him to coffee and studies him for a long time. When he decides that this gringo deserves the truth, he begins to speak. Chocolate politicians want to succeed without getting their hands dirty. These scented. Then he takes him to visit a field hospital, a train with an operating room and doctors to treat his own and others, and shows him the wagons that take corn, sugar, coffee, and tobacco to the war fronts. He also shows him the platform where traitors are shot. The railways had been the work of Porfirio Diaz, the key to peace and order, the master key to the progress of a country without rivers or roads. They were not born to transport armed people, but rather cheap raw materials, docile workers, and executioners of rebellions. But General Villa wages war by train. From Camargo he launched a locomotive at full speed and blew up a railway full of soldiers. Villa's men crouched in innocent coal wagons entered Ciudad Juarez and occupied it after a few shots fired more out of joy than necessity. Villista troops march by train towards the outposts of the war. The locomotive gasps as it struggles to climb the flayed hills of the north, and behind the plume of black smoke the wagons full of soldiers and horses come creaking with much wiggle. You can see the roofs of the train covered with rifles and hats and stoves. Up there, among the soldiers who sing morning songs and shoot the air, the children are bellowing and the women are cooking, the women, the soldaderas, wearing wedding dresses and silk shoes from the latest plunder. 1914. Fields of Morelos. It is time to walk and fight. And the echoes of thunder and gunshots sound like mountain collapses. Zapata's army, farms below, towns above, makes its way towards Mexico City. Next to Chief Zapata, General Genovevo de la O ponders and cleans his rifle, face. With a mustache, while Odilio Montano, an anarchist, discusses a manifesto with the socialist Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama. Among Zapata's officers and advisors, there is only one woman. Colonel Rosa Bobadilla, who earned her rank in battle, commands a troop of cavalrymen and is forbidden to drink even a drop of tequila. They obey her, mysteriously, although they remain convinced that women are only used to decorate the world or make children and cook corn, chili, beans, and whatever God helps and gives permission. 1914. Mexico City. Orchard flees. On the same ship that had taken Porfirio Diaz from Mexico. The rags win the war against the lace. The peasant tide beats on the capital from the north and from the south. Zapata, the Attila de Morelos, and Pancho Villa, the orangutan, the one who eats raw meat and gnaws on bones, attack to avenge offenses. On Christmas Eve, the newspapers in Mexico City display a black border on the front page. Morning announces the arrival of the outlaws, the barbarian violators of young ladies and locks. Turbulent years. You no longer know who is who. The city trembles with panic and sighs with nostalgia. Until just yesterday, the masters were at the axis of the world, in their houses with 30 footmen and pianos and chandeliers and Carrara marble bathrooms, and around the servants, the poor of the neighborhoods, stunned by the pulque, sunk in the garbage, condemned to the salary or the tip that barely suffices to eat, very occasionally, a little watered-down milk or coffee with beans or beef. Donkey. 1915. Mexico City. The almost power. A knock on the knocker, between wanting and not wanting to, and a door that opens a little, someone uncovers his head and with his huge hat clenched in his hands asks, for God's sake, water or tortillas. Zapata's men, Indians in white pants and cartridge belts across their chests, prowl the streets of the city that despises and fears them. They are not invited in at any house. 2 by 3 they come across Villa's men, also foreigners, lost, blind. Soft clicking of sandals, chas-ches, on the marble steps, feet that are afraid of the pleasure of the carpet, faces looking at each other strangely in the mirror of the polished floors. The men of Zapata and Villa enter the National Palace and walk through it as if apologizing, from room to room. Pancho Villa sits in the golden chair that was Porfirio Diaz's throne, to see what it feels like, and next to him Zapata, heavily embroidered suit, face not being there, answers the journalists' questions with murmurs. The peasant generals have triumphed, but they don't know what to make of the victory. This ranch is too big for us. Power is a matter for doctors, a threatening mystery that can only be deciphered by the enlightened, those connoisseurs of high politics, those who sleep on soft pillows. When night falls, Zapata goes to a small hotel, one step away from the railroad that leads to his land, and Villa to his military train. After a few days, they say goodbye to Mexico City. The laborers of the haciendas, the Indians of the communities, the outcasts of the countryside, have discovered the center of power and for a while have occupied it, as if visiting, on tiptoe, eager to finish this excursion to the moon as soon as possible. Oblivious to the glory of triumph, they finally return to the lands where they know how to walk without getting lost. Huertas Air, General Venustiano Carranza, whose battered troops are recovering with the help of the United States, could not imagine better news. 1915. Tlaltizapan. Agrarian reform. In an old mill in the town of Tlaltizapan, Zapata set up his headquarters. Entrenched in his region, far from the whiskered lords and feathered ladies, far from the big showy and tricky city, the caudillo of Morelos liquidates the latifundia. Nationalize sugar mills and distilleries, without paying a penny, and return land stolen over the centuries to communities. Free peoples, consciousness and memory of Indian traditions, are reborn, and with them local democracy is reborn. Here neither the bureaucrats nor the generals decide, the community decides by discussing in assembly. It is prohibited to sell land or rent it. Greed is prohibited. In the shade of the laurels, in the town square, not only talks about roosters, horses, and rain. Zapata's army, a league of armed communities, watches over the recovered land and oils the weapons and reloads old Mauser and 30-30 cartridges. Young technicians are arriving in Morelos with their tripods and other rare instruments, to help the agrarian reform. The peasants receive the engineers from Cuernavaca with showers of flowers, but the dogs bark at the messenger horsemen who gallop from the north bringing the dire news that the Pancho Villa's army is being annihilated. 1915. Step. Ads. In Texas, in exile, a doctor from Pancho Villa's army tells of the Mexican Revolution as useless fury. According to the novel Los de Abajo, by Mariano Eshuela, this is a story of drunken blind men who fire shots without knowing why or against whom and lash out like beasts looking for things to steal or women to wallow in a country that smells of gunpowder and deep frying. 1916. Tlaltizapan. Carranza. Some riders from Villa are still sounding their spurs in the mountains, but they are no longer an army. They have been defeated in 4 long battles. From trenches defended by barbed wire, machine guns have swept Villa's fiery cavalry, which has been turned to dust in repeated suicidal charges with blind obstinacy. Venustiano Carranza, president despite Villa and Zapata, becomes strong in Mexico City and starts the war in the south. This dividing up land is crazy, he says. A decree announces that the lands distributed by Zapata will be returned to their former masters. Another decree promises to shoot everyone who is or appears to be a Zapatista. Shooting and burning, rifles and torches, the government pounced on the flowery fields of Morelos. 500 are killed in Tlaltizapan, and many more everywhere. The prisoners are sold in Yucatan, slave labor for the henequen plantations, as in the days of Porfirio Diaz, and the crops and herds, spoils of war, are sold in the markets of the capital. In the mountains, the worthy Zapata resists. When the rains are about to arrive, the revolution is suspended by sowing, but then, stubborn, unbelievable, she continues. 1916. Buenos Aires. Isadora. Barefoot, naked, barely wrapped in the Argentine flag, Isadora Duncan dances the national anthem. One night she commits this audacity, in a student cafe in Buenos Aires, and the next morning everyone knows it, the businessman breaks the contract, the good families return their tickets to the Teatro Colón and the press demands the immediate expulsion of the sinner. American who has come to Argentina to sully the national symbols. Isadora doesn't understand anything. No French protested when she danced the Marseillaise in a red shawl over her entire dress. If you can dance to an emotion, if you can dance to an idea, why can't you dance to a hymn? Freedom offends. A bright-eyed woman, Isadora is a declared enemy of school, marriage, classical dance, and everything that cages the wind. She dances because she enjoys dancing, and she dances what she wants, when she wants and how she wants, and the orchestras are silent before the music that is born from her body. 1916. New Orleans. The jazz. From slaves comes the freest of music. Jazz, which flies without permission, has for grandparents the blacks who work singing on their masters' plantations in the southern United States, and for parents the musicians in the black brothels of New Orleans. Brothel gangs play non-stop all night, on balconies that keep them safe from beatings and stabbings when all hell breaks loose. From their improvisations the crazy new music is born. With what he saved from delivering newspapers, milk, and coal, a short, shy boy has just bought his own bugle for $10. He blows and the music stretches long, long, greeting the day. Louis Armstrong is the grandson of slaves, like jazz, and has been raised, like jazz, on whorehouses. 1916. Columbus. Latin America invades the United States. It rains up. The hen bites the fox and the hare shoots the hunter. For the first and only time in history, Mexican soldiers invade the United States. With his remaining ragged troops, 500 men out of the many thousands he had, Pancho Villa crossed the border shouting "Long live Mexico!" Assaults the city of Columbus with bullets. 1916. Lion. Darius. In Nicaragua, occupied land, humiliated land, Ruben Dario dies. The doctor kills him, with an accurate puncture to the liver. The embalmer, the hairdresser, the makeup artist and the tailor haunt the remains. Sumptuous funerals are inflicted on him. The hot February air in the city of Leon smells of incense and myrrh. The most distinguished young ladies, wrapped in lilies and heron's down, are the Cainforas and the virgins of Minerva who are watering flowers as the chapel passes by. Surrounded by candles and admirers, Dario's corpse wears a Greek tunic and laurel wreath during the day and at night a black dress suit, frock coat, and matching gloves. For a whole week, day after night, night after day, he is whipped with corny verses, in never-ending recitals, and he is given speeches that proclaim him the immortal swan, messiah of the Spanish lyre, and Samson of the metaphor. The cannons roar, the government contributes to the martyrdom by looting honors as minister of war to the poet who preached peace. The bishops raise crosses, the bells tinkle, at the culminating moment of the scourging, the poet who believed in divorce and in secular teaching falls into the hole converted into the prince of the church. 1917. Fields of Chihuahua and Durango. The needle in the haystack. A punitive expedition, 10,000 soldiers and a lot of artillery, enters Mexico to charge Pancho Villa with the insolent attack on the North American city of Columbus. In an iron cage we are going to take that murderer away, proclaims General John Pershing, echoed by the thunder of his cannons. Through the immense drylands of the north, General Pershing finds several tombs. Here lies Pancho Villa without Villa inside. He finds snakes and lizards and dumb stones and peasants who mumble false leads when they are beaten, threatened, or offered all the gold in the world as a reward. After a few months, almost a year, Pershing returned to the United States. He takes his hosts, a long caravan of soldiers fed up with breathing dust and receiving stones, and lies in every little town in the gravelly desert. 2 young lieutenants march at the head of the procession of the humiliated. Both have done their baptism of fire in Mexico. Dwight Eisenhower, fresh out of West Point, is getting off to a bad start on the road to military glory. George Patton spits as he leaves this ignorant, half-wild country. From the crest of a hill, Pancho Villa contemplates and comments. They came like eagles and are leaving like wet chickens. 1918. Córdoba. The learned Córdoba and her moldy doctors. The Argentine University of Córdoba no longer denies the degree to those who cannot prove their white lineage, as was the case until a few years ago, but still in philosophy of law the subject duties towards servants is studied and medicine students are received without having never seen a sick person. The professors, venerable specters, copy Europe several centuries behind, lost world of knights and pious, sinister beauty of the colonial past, and with borders and tassels they reward the merits of the parrot and the virtues of the monkey. The Cordovan students, fed up, explode. They go on strike against the jailers of the spirit and call on students and workers from all over Latin America to fight together for their own culture. Powerful echoes answer them, from Mexico to Chile. 1918. Córdoba. The pains that remain are the freedoms that are missing, proclaims the Student Manifesto. We have resolved to call all things by the name they have. Córdoba redeems itself. From today we count for the country one less shame and one more freedom. The pains that remain are the missing freedoms. We believe we are not mistaken, the resonances of the heart warn us, we are stepping on the revolution, we are living an American hour. Until now, universities have been the secular refuge of the mediocre, the income of the ignorant, the safe hospitalization of the disabled and what is even worse the place where all forms of tyrannizing and numbing found the chair that dictated them. Universities have thus become a faithful reflection of those decadent societies that insist on offering the sad spectacle of senile immobility. That is why science, in front of these silent and closed houses, passes silently or enters the bureaucratic service mutilated and grotesque. 1918. Ilopango. Miguel at 13. He arrived at the Ilopango barracks driven by hunger, which had hidden his eyes deep in the back of his face. In the barracks, in exchange for food, Miguel began running errands and shining lieutenant boots. He quickly learned to split coconuts with a single machete, as if they were necks, and to shoot the carbine without wasting cartridges. That's how he became a soldier. After a year of life in the barracks, the poor boy can't give more. After enduring so much drunk officers who club him for no reason, Miguel escapes. And tonight, the night of his escape, the earthquake breaks out in Ilopango. Miguel listens to him from afar. One day and another the earth in El Salvador trembles, a little country of hot people, and between tremors and tremors some real earthquake, a gentleman earthquake like this one, erupts and breaks. Tonight the earthquake collapses the barracks, now without Miguel, down to the last stone, and all the officers and all the soldiers are crushed to death by the collapse. And so the third birth of Miguel Marmol takes place, 13 years after his birth. Age: 1918. Morelos Mountains. Scorched earth, living earth. The pigs, the cows, the chickens, are they Zapatistas? And the jugs and pots and pans. The government troops have exterminated half the population of Morelos, in these years of obstinate peasant war, and they have taken everything. Only charred stones and stalks are seen in the fields, some remains of the house, some woman pulling a plough. Of men, whoever is not dead or banished walks outside the law. But the war continues. The war will continue as long as the corn continues to sprout in secret corners of the mountains and as long as the eyes of Chief Zapata continue to twinkle. 1918. Mexico City. The new bourgeoisie is born lying. We fight for the land, says Zapata, and not for illusions that do not give. Eat. With or without elections, the people go around ruminating bitterness. While tearing the land from the peasants of Morelos and razing their villages, President Carranza talks about agrarian reform. While applying state terror against the poor, it gives them the right to vote for the rich and gives the illiterate freedom of the press. The new Mexican bourgeoisie, voracious daughter of war and looting, sings hymns of praise to the revolution while gobbles it up with a knife and fork on a table with an embroidered tablecloth. 1919. Coatla. This man taught them that life is not just afraid of suffering and waiting to die. Treason had to be. Lying friendship, a government official leads him into the trap. 1,000 soldiers are waiting for him, 1,000 rifles knock him off his horse. Then they bring it to Coatla. They show it face up. The peasants come from all the regions. The silent parade lasts several days. Arriving before the body, they stop, remove their hats, look carefully, and shake their heads. Nobody believes, he is missing a wart, he has a scar left over, this suit is not his, this swollen face from so many bullets could belong to anyone. The peasants secrete slowly, shelling words like corn. They say that he went with a compadre to Arabia. No, Chief Zapata won't back down. They have seen it on the peaks of Quilamula. I know that he sleeps in a cave on Cerro Prieto. Last night the horse was drinking in the river. The peasants of Morelos do not believe, nor will they ever believe, that Emiliano Zapata could have committed the infamy of dying and leaving them alone. Zapata death row. Little star that at night you cling to those peaks. Where is Chief Zapata who was a scourge of the rich? Trinidad from the fields of Las Vegas to Morelos, if they ask for Zapata, say that he has already gone to heaven. Unruly stream. What did that carnation tell you? He says that the boss hasn't died, that Zapata has to return. 19,190. Hollywood. Chaplin. In the beginning were the rags. From the waste of the Keystone Studios, Charlie Chaplin chose the most useless garments, whether too big or too small or too ugly, and united, like someone who collects garbage, a fat man's pants, a dwarf's jacket, a derby hat and some dilapidated shoes. When he had all of that, he added a prop mustache and a cane. And then this little heap of despised rags rose and saluted its author with a ridiculous bow and waddled away. Shortly after walking, he collided with a tree and apologized, taking off his hat. And so Carlitos the wanderer, outcast and poet, was thrown into life. 1919. Hollywood. Buster Keaton. It makes the man who never laughs laugh. Like Chaplin, Buster Keaton is a Hollywood magician. He has also created a hero of homelessness. Straw-hat, stone-faced, cat-bodied, Keaton's character is nothing like Carlitos the Tramp, but he's engaged in the same hilarious war against cops, thugs, and machines. Always impassive, frozen on the outside, burning on the inside, he walks with dignity along the wall or through the air or through the bottom of the sea. Keaton is not as popular as Chaplin. His movies are fun, but they have too much mystery and melancholy. 1919. Memphis. Thousands of people attend the show. Numerous women with children in their arms are seen. The healthy recreation reaches its climax when gasoline baptizes L persons, tied to a stake, and the flames start the first howls. Not long after, the audience leaves in order, complaining about how short these things last. Some rummage through the ashes looking for a keepsake bone. He persons is one of the 77 blacks who have been roasted alive or hanged by the white crowd, this year, in the North American states of the South, for having committed murder or rape, that is, for looking at a white woman with possible shine of lasciviousness, or for saying yes instead of yes, ma'am, or for not taking off his hat when speaking to her. Of all these lynched, some wore the military uniform of the United States of America and had chased Pancho Villa through the deserts of northern Mexico or had just arrived from the World War. 1921. Rio de Janeiro. Rice powder. President Epitácio Pessoa makes a recommendation to the leaders of Brazilian soccer. For reasons of national prestige, he suggests that they not send any dark-skinned player to the next South American Championship. However, Brazil was champion of the last South American thanks to the fact that the mulatto Arthur Friedenreich scored the winning goal, and her shoes, dirty with mud, have been on display ever since in a jewelry store window. Friedenreich, born German and black, is the best Brazilian player. He always arrives last on the field. It takes him at least half an hour to iron the dapples in the changing room, and later, during the game, he doesn't move a hair even when he heads the ball. Football, elegant after-service entertainment, is a white thing. Rice powder. Rice powder. The fans shout against Carlos Alberto, another mulatto player, the only mulatto in the Fluminense club, who whitens his face with rice powder. 1921. Rio de Janeiro. Pixinguinha. It is announced that the group Los Bachadas will perform in Paris and indignation spreads in the Brazilian press. What will the Europeans think of Brazil? Will they believe that this country is an African colony? In the repertoire of Los Bachadas there are no opera arias or waltzes, but machiches, lundas, cordajacas, batuques, caterettes, modinas and newborn sambas. This is an orchestra of blacks playing black stuff. Articles are published urging the government to avoid such disrepute. The Ministry of Foreign Relations immediately clarifies that the Bachadas do not carry an official or unofficial mission. Pixinguinha, one of the blacks in the group, is the best musician in Brazil. He does not know, nor is he interested in the subject. He is very busy looking on his flute, with devilish joy, the sounds stolen from the birds. 1921. Rio de Janeiro. The Brazilian fashion writer inaugurates the pool of a sports club. Coelho Neto's speech extolling the virtues of the swimming pool draws tears and applause. Coelho Neto summons the powers of the sea, the sky, and the earth for this solemnity of such magnitude that we cannot evaluate it except by tracing, through the shadows of time, its projection into the future. Dessert for the rich, denounces Lima Barreto. He is not a fashionable writer but a cursed writer, for being a mulatto and for being a rebel, and cursing, he is dying in some seedy hospital. Lima Barreto mocks the writers who glorify the pompous letters of ornamental culture. They sing the glories of a happy Brazil, without blacks, workers, or poor people, but with wise economists who invented a very original formula that consists of applying more taxes to the people, and with 262 generals who have the function of to design new uniforms for next year's parade. 1922. Toronto. This pardon saves millions of people sentenced to early death. It is not a king's pardon, nor even a president's. It was awarded by a Canadian doctor who last week was looking for a job with 7 cents in his pocket. From a hunch that made him lose sleep, and after much error and discouraged, Fred Banting discovers that insulin, secreted by the pancreas, lowers blood sugar, and thus annuls the many death sentences that diabetes had decreed. 1922. Leavenworth. For continuing to believe that everything belongs to everyone. Ricardo, the most talented and dangerous of the Flores Magón brothers, has been absent from the revolution that he helped unleash so much. While the fate of Mexico was played out on the battlefields, he was breaking stones, shackled, in an American jail. A court in the United States had sentenced him to 20 years of forced labor for having signed an anarchist manifesto against private property. Several times they offered him forgiveness, if he asked for it. He never asked for it. When I die, my friends may write on my grave, "Here lies a dreamer," and my enemies, "Here lies a madman." But there will be no one who dares to stamp this inscription, "Here lies a coward and traitor to his ideas." In his cell, far from his land, he is strangled. Cardiac arrest, says the medical report. 1922. Patagonian fields. The shot at the worker. 3 years ago, the young aristocrats of the Argentine Patriotic League went hunting through the neighborhoods of Buenos Aires. The safari was a success. The children either killed workers and Jews in quantity, for a whole week, and not one of them went to jail for doing it without permission. Now it is the army who practices target shooting with the workers, in the frozen lands of the south. The riders of the 10th Cavalry, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Hector Benigno Varela, tour the large estates of Patagonia shooting striking laborers. They are accompanied by fervent volunteers from the Argentine Patriotic League. No one is executed without trial. Each trial takes less time than smoking a cigarette. Ranchers and officials act as judges. They bury the condemned by the masses, in common graves they dug. President Hipólito Yrigoyen does not like these ways of ending the anarchists and the Reds in general, but he does not lift a finger against the murderers. 1923. Guayas River. Crosses float on the river. Hundreds of crosses crowned with flowers from the hill, a flowery squadron of tiny ships sailing to the sway of the waves and memory, each cross recalls a murdered worker. The people have thrown these floating crosses into the water, so that the workers who lie at the bottom of the river may rest in sacredness. It was a year ago, in the port of Guayaquil. Guayaquil had been in proletarian hands for hours. Not even those from the government could circulate without safe conduct from the unions. The workers, fed up with eating hungry, had declared the first general strike in the history of Ecuador. The women, laundresses, cigarette makers, cooks, street vendors, had formed the Rosa Luxemburg Committee, and they were the most gallant. Today the mob got up laughing. Tomorrow he will pick himself up crying, announced Carlos Arroyo, President of the Chamber of Deputies. And the President of the Republic, José Luis Tamayo, ordered General Enrique Barriga. Whatever it takes. The strikers had gathered, in an immense demonstration, when they advanced marking the steppe, through the surrounding streets, the military boots. At the first shots, many workers wanted to flee, like a kicked anthill, and they were the first to fall. Who knows how many they threw to the bottom of the Guayas River, with their bellies pierced with a bayonet. 1923. Acapulco. The role of law enforcement in the democratic process. When the Tom Mix movie ended, there was a speech. Standing before the screen of the only cinema in Acapulco, Juan Escudero surprised the public with a harangue against the blood-sucking merchants. When those in uniform jumped on him, the Partido Obrero de Acapulco, baptized by ovation, had already been born. In a short time, the Partido Obrero has grown and has won the elections and has nailed its red and black flag over the municipal palace. Juan Escudero, a tall figure, side-burned, with a pointed mustache, is the new mayor, the socialist mayor. In the twinkling of an eye he turns the palace into the headquarters of cooperatives and unions, undertakes the literacy campaign and challenges the power of the owners of everything, the three companies that own the water, the air, the soil, and the dirt of this filthy Mexican port abandoned by God and the federal government. So the owners of everything organize new elections, so that the people correct their mistake, but the Partido Obrero of Acapulco wins again. So there is no choice but to summon the army, which immediately proceeds to normalize the situation. The victorious Juan Escudero received 2 shots, one in the arm and the other in the forehead, a coup de grace from very close range, while the soldiers set fire to the municipal palace. 1923. Acapulco. Squire. He is resurrected and continues to win elections. In a wheelchair, mutilated, almost mute, he makes his triumphant campaign as deputy, dictating speeches to a boy who deciphers his murmurs and repeats them loudly from the stands. The owners of Acapulco decide to pay 30,000 pesos to the military patrol, so that this time they shoot as they should. In the accounting ledgers of the companies, the outflow of funds is recorded, but not the destination. And finally Juan Escudero falls by firing squad, dead to death, so that it goes unsaid. 1923. Ozangaro. Urviola. The family wanted him a doctor, and instead of a doctor he became an Indian, as if his 2-pronged hump and his dwarf stature weren't curse enough. Ezequiel Urviola abandoned his law degree in Puno and swore to follow in the footsteps of Tupac Amaru. Since then he speaks Quechua, wears flip-flops, chews coke and blows the quina. Day and night he comes and goes raising people up in the mountains of Peru, where the Indians have owners like mules and trees. The policemen dream of catching the misshapen Urviola and the landowners have it in for him, but the little tadpole turns into an eagle flying over the mountains. 1923. The Callao. Mariategui. After living in Europe for a few years, José Carlos Mariategui returns to Peru by boat. When he left, he was a bohemian of the Lima nightlife, a horse chronicler, a mystical poet who felt a lot and understood little. There in Europe he discovered America. Mariategui found Marxism and found Mariategui, and thus he knew how to see, from afar, in the distance, the Peru that he could not see up close. Mariategui believes that Marxism integrates human progress as indisputably as the smallpox vaccine or the theory of relativity, but to Peruvianize Peru one must begin by Peruvianizing Marxism, which is not a catechism or a carbon copy but a key to enter the country deep. And the keys to the deep country lie in the Indian communities, despoiled by sterile large estates but undefeated in their socialist traditions of work and life. 1923. Buenos Aires. Portrait of a worker hunter. He leers at firearms catalogs, as if they were collections of pornographic photos. The uniform of the Argentine army seems to him the most beautiful human skin. He likes to skin the foxes that fall into his traps alive and take aim at fleeing workers, especially if they are red, and much more if they are foreign reds. Jorge Escobedo Pérez Millan temporarily enlisted as a volunteer in the troops of Lieutenant Colonel Varela, and last year he went to Patagonia to cheerfully liquidate any striking pawn that came within range. And later, when the German anarchist Kurt Wilkins, a vigilante for the poor, threw the bomb that blew up Lieutenant Colonel Varela, this hunter of workers swore out loud that he would avenge his superior. And come it on behalf of the Argentine Patriotic League, Jorge Escobedo Pérez Millan temporarily fired a Mauser bullet into the chest of Wilkins, who was sleeping in the cell. He immediately has himself photographed, weapon in hand, the martial gesture of duty accomplished, for posterity. 1923. Tampico. Traven. A ghost ship, an old ship destined for shipwreck, reaches the shores of Mexico. Among his sailors, vagabonds without name or nation, comes a survivor of the annihilated revolution in Germany. This comrade of Rosa Luxemburg, a fugitive from hunger and the police, writes his first novel in Tampico. The Bruno Traven signature. With that name, he will become famous, but no one will ever know his face, or his voice, or his footprint. Traven decides to be a mystery, so that the bureaucracy does not label him, and to better mock a world where the marriage contract and the will matter more than love and death. 1923. Durango Fields. Pancho Villa reads The 1001 Nights. Spelling aloud by the light of the oil lamp, because that is the book that gives you the best dreams, and then he wakes up early to herd cattle with his old fighting companions. Villa is still the most popular man in the fields of northern Mexico, even if the government doesn't like him one bit. 3 years ago today, Villa turned the Canutillo farm into a cooperative, which already has a hospital and a school, and a world of people have come to celebrate. Villa is listening to his favorite corridos when Don Fernando, a pilgrim from Granada, tells that John Reed has died in Moscow. Pancho Villa orders the party to stop. Even the flies stop the flight. That Juanito died. My friend Juanito? The one and only. Villa remains between believing and not believing. I saw it, Don Fernando apologizes. He is buried with the heroes of the revolution there. People don't even breathe. Nobody bothers the silence. Don Fernando murmurs. It was from typhus, not from a bullet. And Villa nods. So Juanito died. And repeat. So Juanito died. And shut up. And looking away, he says. I had never heard the word socialism. He explained me. And immediately he stands up and opening his arms, rebukes the mute guitar players. And music? What about the music? Come along. 1923. Mexico City. A million deaths put the people in the Mexican Revolution. In 10 years of war, so that finally the military commanders seize the best lands and the best businesses. The officers of the revolution share power and glory with the Indian plucking doctors and the politicians for hire, brilliant banquet speakers, who call Obregon the Mexican Lenin. On the road to national reconciliation, any discrepancy is overcome through public works contracts, land grants, or favors out of pocket. Alvaro Obregon, the president, defines his style of government with a phrase that will become a school in Mexico. There is no general who can withstand a cannon shot of 50,000 pesos. 1923. Peril. They could never tame his pride. Obregon is wrong with General Villa. There is no choice but to kill Pancho Villa with bullets. He arrives in peril by car, early in the morning. Seeing him, someone rubs his face with a red handkerchief. 12 men receive the signal and pull the triggers. Peril was his favorite city. I like Peril so much, and the day that the women and children of Peril threw stones at the gringo invaders, Pancho Villa's heart leaped, the horses inside ran wild, and then he uttered a tremendous cry of joy. I like Peril to die for. 206 and 260. 1924. Yucatan Merida. Some more about the role of law enforcement in the democratic process. Felipe Carrillo Porto, also invulnerable to the cannon with which Obregon fires pesos, faces the firing squad one humid early morning in January. Do you want a confessor? I'm not Catholic. And a notary. I have nothing to leave. He had been a colonel in Zapata's army in Morelos before founding the Socialist Workers' Party in Yucatan. In Yucatecan lands, Carrillo Porto said his speeches in the Mayan language. In the Mayan language, he explained that Marx was the brother of Jacinto Canek and Cecilio Chi, and that socialism, heir to the community tradition, gave a future dimension to the glorious past of the Indians. He headed, until yesterday, the socialist government of Yucatan. Infinite frauds and arrogance had not been able to prevent the socialists from winning the elections by far, and then there was no way to prevent them from keeping their promises. The sacrilege against the sacred latifundio, the slave order and the imperial monopoly unleashed the anger of the masters of Henneken and the International Harvester Company. For his part, the archbishop suffered violent convulsions of rage at secular teaching, free love, and red baptisms, so called because the children received their names on a mattress of red flowers, and with their names they received the vows for a long militancy. Socialist. So the army had to be called in to put an end to so much scandal. The execution of Felipe Carrillo Porto repeats the story of Juan Escudero in Acapulco. The government of the humiliated in Yucatan has lasted a couple of years. The humiliated had the government and the weapons of reason. The humiliators did not have the government, but they had the reason for the weapons. And as in all of Mexico, luck is played to the death. 1924. Mexico City. The nationalization of the walls. Easel art invites confinement. The mural, on the other hand, is offered to the walking crowd. The people are illiterate, yes, but not blind. Rivera, Orozco, and Sequeiros launch the assault on the walls of Mexico. They paint what never before, on the damp lime a truly national art is born, the son of the Mexican Revolution and of these times of childbirth and funerals. Mexican muralism breaks out against the dwarf, castrated, cowardly art of a country trained to refuse. Suddenly still lives and defunct landscapes become madly alive realities, and the poor of the earth become subjects of art and history instead of objects of use, contempt, or compassion. The muralists are showered with grievances. Compliments, not one. But they continue, undaunted, on the scaffolding, their task. Rivera works 16 hours a day non-stop, eyes and crop of a toad, teeth of a fish. He wears a pistol on his belt. To guide the critic, he says. 1924. Mexico City. Diego Rivera. He paints Felipe Carrillo Porto, Redeemer of Yucatan, shot through the chest but raised before the world, resurrected or unaware of his own death, and he paints Emiliano Zapata revolting the people, and he paints the people, all the towns of Mexico, gathered in the epic of work and war and party, on 1,600 square meters of walls of the Ministry of Education. While the world is covered in colors, Diego has fun lying. To whoever wants to listen, he tells lies as colossal as his belly and his passion to create and his voracity as an insatiable woman-eater. He has barely been back from Europe for 3 years. Back in Paris, Diego was an avant-garde painter and he got fed up with isms, and when he was fading away, painting just out of boredom, he arrived in Mexico and received the lights of his land until his eyes caught fire. 1924. Mexico City. Orozco. Diego Rivera rounds off, José Clemente Orozco sharpens. Rivera paints sensualities, corn meat bodies, voluptuous fruits. Orozco paints despair, bony and flayed bodies, a mutilated maguey that bleeds. What in Rivera is joy, in Orozco is tragedy. In Rivera there is tenderness and radiant serenity, in Orozco, severity and tension. Orozco's Mexican Revolution has greatness, like Rivera's, but where Rivera speaks to us of hope, Orozco seems to tell us that whoever steals the sacred fire from the gods will deny it to men. 1924. Mexico City. Siqueiros. Orozco is sullen, hidden, turbulent inwards. Spectacular, bombastic, turbulent towards the outside is David Alfaro Siqueiros. Orozco practices painting as a ceremony of solitude. Siqueiros paints for solidarity militancy. There is no other route than ours, says Siqueiros. To European culture, which he considers puny, he opposes his own muscular energy. Orozco doubts, mistrusts what he does. Siqueiros charges, sure that his patriotic arrogance is not bad medicine for a country sick with an inferiority complex. The people are the hero of Mexican mural painting, says Diego Rivera. The true novelty of Mexican painting, in the sense that we started it with Orozco and Siqueiros, was making the people the hero of mural painting. Until then the heroes of the mural painting had been the gods, the angels, the archangels, the saints, the heroes of war, the kings and emperors and prelates, the great military and political leaders, the people appearing like the chorus around the stellar characters of the tragedy. 1924. Ruler. Lenin. The mayor of the Cuban town of Regla summons the crowd. From the neighboring city of Havana the news of the death of Lenin in the Soviet Union has arrived and the mayor issues a mourning decree. The decree says that the aforementioned Lenin won well-deserved sympathy among the proletarian and intellectual elements of this municipal term. For this reason, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon next Sunday, its inhabitants will observe 2 minutes of silence and meditation, during which people and vehicles will remain in a state of absolute stillness. At 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, the mayor of the town of Regla climbs the hill of Fortin. More than 1,000 people accompany him, despite the furious rain. And under the rain the 2 minutes of silence and meditation pass. Later, the mayor plants an olive tree at the top of the hill, in homage to the man who has so forever planted the red flag there in the center of the snow. 1926. Saint Albino. Sandino. A short and skinny man, thin noodles, he would be blown away by the wind if he weren't so rooted in Nicaraguan land. In this land, his land, Augusto Cesar Sandino stands up and speaks. Speaking tells what his land has told him. When Sandino lies down to sleep on his land, she secretes deep sorrows and sweetness from him. Sandino stands up and tells the secrets of his invaded and humiliated land and asks how many of you love it as much as I do. 29 miners from San Albino take a step forward. These are the first soldiers of the Nicaraguan Liberation Army. Illiterate workers, they work 15 hours a day extracting gold for a American company and they sleep crowded together in a shed. With dynamite they blow up the mine, and they go after Sandino to the mountains. Sandino rides a white donkey. 1926. Puerto Cabezas. The most worthy women in the world. They are the whores of Puerto Cabezas. They know, from bedside secrets, the exact place where the U.S. Marines have sunk 40 rifles and 7,000 cartridges. Thanks to them, who, risking their lives, defy the foreign occupation troops, Sandino and his men rescue from the waters, by torchlight, their first weapons and their first ammunition. 1926. Juazeiro do Norte. Father Cicero. Juazeiro seemed like a village of nothing, 4 ranches spit out in the immensity, when one fine day God pointed his finger at this piece of garbage and decided that it was the holy city. Thousands have come, since then, the afflicted. This is where all the paths of martyrdom and miracles lead. Scrawny pilgrims from all over Brazil, long lines of rags and stumps, have made Juazeiro the richest city in the northeastern backlands. In this New Jerusalem, restorer of faith, memory of the forgotten, compass of the lost, the modest Sal Jadinho stream is now called the Jordan River. Surrounded by pious women who raise bleeding bronze crucifixes, Father Cicero announces that Jesus Christ is coming. Father Cicero Romão Batista is the owner of the lands and souls. This savior of the shipwrecked in the desert, tamer of madmen and criminals, grants children to barren women, rain to dry land, light to the blind, and to the poor a few crumbs of the bread he eats. 1926. Juazeiro do Norte. By divine miracle a bandit becomes a captain. Lampião fires shots, sings songs. Bells and rockets welcome them to the city of Juazeiro. The cangaceiros wear a complete arsenal and leafy medals on leather armor. At the foot of the statue of Father Cicero blesses the head of the band. It is already known that the bandit Lampião never assaults a house that has an image of Father Cicero, nor does he ever kill anyone who is a devotee of such a miraculous saint. On behalf of the Brazilian government, Father Cicero gives Lampião the rank of army captain, 3 blue stripes on each shoulder, and exchanges his old Winchester shotguns for impeccable Mauser rifles. Captain Lampião promises to defeat the rebels of Lieutenant Luiz Carlos Prestes, who travel through Brazil preaching democracy and other demonic ideas, but as soon as he leaves the city he forgets about the Prestes column and returns to his usual pursuits. 1926. New York. Valentine. Last night, in an Italian canteen, Rodolfo Valentino was struck down by a banquet of pasta. Millions of women have been widowed on 5 continents. They adored the fine Latin feline on the screen's altars of the cinemas temples of all the towns and cities. With him they rode towards the oasis, pushed by the desert wind, and with him they entered tragic bull rings and mysterious palaces and danced on mirrored floors and undressed in the chambers of the Hindu prince or the Sheikah's son. They were pierced by his gaze, languid drilling, and squeezed by his arms they submerged in deep silken beds. He didn't even know. Valentino, the Hollywood god who smoked while kissing and watched while killing, the one who received 1,000 love letters every day, was actually a man who slept alone and dreamed of his mother. 1927. Chicago. Louis. She lived on Perdido Street, in New Orleans, in the deepest depths of the underworld, where everyone who died was veiled with a saucer on his chest, so that the neighbors could throw in coins to pay for the burial. But she dies now, and her son Louis has the joy of giving her a beautiful funeral, the luxurious funeral that she would have dreamed of at the end of a dream in which God made her white and a millionaire. Louis Armstrong had grown up eating nothing but leftovers and music, until he was able to flee New Orleans for Chicago, bringing a trumpet for all his luggage and a fish sandwich for all company. A few years have passed and he is very fat, because he eats revenge, and if he went back to the South, perhaps he could enter some of the places that are forbidden for blacks or impossible for poor people, and he could even walk through almost all the streets without being expelled. He is the king of jazz and there is no one to dispute that. His trumpet secretly grumbles, moans, howls like a wounded beast and laughs out loud, celebrating, euphoric, immensely powerful, the nonsense of living. 1927. New York. Bessie. This woman sings her wounds with the voice of glory and no one can play deaf or distracted. Lungs of the deep night, Bessie Smith, immensely fat, immensely black, curses the thieves of creation. Their blues are the religious hymns of the poor drunken black women of the suburbs. They announce that the white and macho and rich who humiliate the world will be dethroned. 1927. Ra Paulo. Pound. 20 years ago Ezra Pound left America. Son of poets, father of poets, Pound is searching under the suns of Italy for new images that are worthy of accompanying the bison of Altamira, and unknown words capable of conversing with gods older than fish. Along the way, he makes the wrong enemies. 1927. Charlestown. Beautiful day, says the governor of the state of Massachusetts. At midnight this Monday in August, 2 Italian workers will sit in the electric chair in the death house of the Charlestown prison. Nicola Sacco, a shoemaker, and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, a fish seller, will be executed for crimes they did not commit. The lives of Sacco and Vanzetti are in the hands of a merchant who has made $40 million selling Packard cars. Alvin Tufts Fuller, governor of Massachusetts, is a small man seated behind a large carved wooden desk. He refuses to give in to the clamor of protest that resounds from the 4 cardinal points of the planet. He honestly believes in the correctness of the process and the validity of the evidence, and besides, he believes that all the bloody anarchists and filthy foreigners who come to ruin this country deserve death. 1927. Araraquara. Mario de Andrade. He is a challenger of the servile and sugary and bombastic official culture, a creator of words who are dying of music envy and who are nevertheless capable of seeing and speaking of Brazil and also capable of chewing it, because Brazil is a tasty peanut hot. On vacation, for the sheer pleasure of having fun, Mario de Andrade transcribes the sayings and deeds of Macunama, a hero without any character, just as he heard them from the golden beak of a parrot. According to the parrot, Macunama, an ugly black man, was born in the depths of the jungle. Until he was 6 years old, he did not utter a word, out of laziness, dedicated as he was to decapitating ants, spitting in his brothers' faces, and getting his hands on the graces of his sisters-in-law. The hilarious adventures of Macunama traverse all times and all spaces in Brazil, in a great joke that leaves no saint undressed or puppet with a head. Macunama is more real than its author. Like all flesh and blood Brazilians, Mario de Andrade is a delusion of the imagination. 1927. Paris. Villalobos. Behind a huge cigar, comes a cloud of smoke. Wrapped in it, happy and in love, Heitor Villa-Lobos whistles a wandering song. In Brazil, critics of the Contras say that he composes music to be played by epileptics and listened to by paranoids, but in France he is greeted with ovations. The Paris press heartily applauds his bold harmonies and vigorous sense of nationality. Articles about the life of the teacher are published. A newspaper tells that once Villa-Lobos was tied to a grill and almost roasted by cannibalistic Indians, when he was walking through the Amazon jungle, with a Victrola in his arms, spreading the word about Bach. At one of the parties that Paris offers her between concerts, a lady asks her if she has eaten raw people, and if she liked it. 1927. Jalisco Plains. After an immense wooden cross, horsemen run over. The Cristeros rise up in Jalisco and in other states of Mexico, in search of martyrdom and glory. They cheer for a Christ the King who wears a jeweled crown instead of thorns on his head, and cheers for the Pope, who does not resign himself to losing the few clerical privileges that remain standing in Mexico. The poor peasants come from dying for a revolution that promised them the land. Condemned to live dying, now they go on to die for a church that promises them heaven. 1927. San Gabriel de Jalisco. A child looks. The mother covered his eyes so he wouldn't see his grandfather hanging by his feet. And then his mother's hands did not let him see his father, pierced by the bullets of the bandits, nor the uncles swaying, in the breath of air, up there on top of the telegraph poles. Now the mother also died or got tired of defending her eyes. Sitting on the stone fence that snakes through the hills, Juan Rulfo contemplates his rough land with his naked eye. He sees the horsemen, federals, or cristeros, it doesn't matter, emerging from the smoke and, behind them, far away, a fire. He sees the row of the hanged, nothing but tattered clothing emptied by the vultures, and he sees a procession of women dressed in black. Juan Rulfo is a 9-year-old boy surrounded by ghosts that resemble him. There is nothing living here. There are no other voices than the howls of coyotes, nor more air than the black wind that rises in whirlwind. In the plains of Jalisco, the living are dead that they hide. 1927. The Chipote. The War of the Tigers and the Birds. 15 years ago, the Marines landed in Nicaragua for a little while, to protect the lives and property of United States citizens, and forgot to leave. Against them rise, now, these northern mountains. Around here there are few villages, but whoever does not become a Sandino soldier becomes his spy or messenger. Since the explosion of the San Albino mine and the first battle, which occurred in the Muy Muy region, the liberating troops have been growing. The entire Honduran army is at the border, to prevent weapons from reaching Sandino across the river, but the guerrillas tear rifles from the fallen enemies and bullets from the trees where they embed themselves. Machetes are not lacking to decapitate, and they make a good spread of the grenades from sardine cans full of glass, nails, nuts and dynamite. The American planes bombard at random, destroying hamlets, and the Marines wander through the jungle, between abysses and high peaks, roasted by the sun, drowned in rain, suffocated by dust, burning and killing everything in their path. Even the little monkeys throw projectiles at them. They offer Sandino a pardon and $10 for each day he has been released. Captain Hatfield intimates the surrender. From the fortress of El Chipote, a mysterious summit shrouded in mist, comes the answer, I am not selling myself or giving up. And the greeting, your obedient servant, who wishes to put you in a beautiful coffin with pretty bouquets of flowers. And Sandino's signature. Patriotic soldiers bite like tigers and fly like birds. Where least expected they strike, the tiger leaps into the face of the enormous enemy, and before he manages to react they are already attacking from behind or from the flanks, and in a flap of wings they disappear. 1928. San Rafael del Norte. Crazy little army. 4 Corsair planes bomb Sandino's fortress on the El Chipote mountain, surrounded and harassed by the cannonade of the Marines. For several days and at night the whole region thunders and trembles, until the invaders fix their bayonets and launch their attack against the stone trenches bristling with rifles. The heroic action culminated with no deaths or injuries, because the attackers found straw soldiers and wooden rifles. Soon the North American newspapers reported on this Battle of El Chipote. They don't say that the Marines have shot down a legion of dolls in white hats and red and black scarves. Instead, they claim that Sandino himself is among the victims. In the remote town of San Rafael del Norte, Sandino listens to his people sing by the light of the bonfires. There he receives the news of his own death. God and our mountains are with us. And after all, death is nothing more than a moment of pain. In the last few months, 36 warships and 6,000 new Marines, fresh forces, have arrived in Nicaragua. Of 75 battles, they have lost almost all. The prey has slipped from them several times, no one knows how, from between their hands. Crazy little army, the Chilean poet Gabriela Mistral calls Sandino's host, these rogue warriors, masters of courage and mischief. Everything was brotherly. Juan Pablo Ramirez, we made grass dolls and put them up. We left planted hooks of sticks with hats. And we were pleased. 7 days were blown up shooting, flying bombs there, and I even pissed with laughter. Alfonso Alexander, the invaders represented the elephant and we represented the snake. They were immobility, we, mobility. Pedro Antonio Arroz, the Yankees died sadly, the ungrateful. It is that they did not know what the mountain system of our country was. Sinforoso Gonzalez Saletan, the peasants helped us, they worked with us, they felt for us. Cosma Castro Andino, we were unpaid. When we arrived in a town and they gave us food, we shared it out. Everything was brotherly. 1928. Washington. News. In an emotional ceremony, 10 naval officers received the Cross of Merit in Washington, for distinguished service and extraordinary heroism in the war against Sandino. The Washington Herald and other newspapers denounced the crimes of the gang of outlaws, slashers of Marines, and published documents. Just arrived from Mexico. The documents, which sport an impressive number of misspellings, would prove that Mexican President Calles is sending Sandino arms and Bolshevik propaganda through Soviet diplomats. Unofficial sources from the State Department explain that President Calles began to give evidence of his communist ideology when he raised taxes on U.S. oil companies operating in Mexico, and fully confirmed it when his government opened diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. The United States government warns that it will not allow Russian and Mexican soldiers to implant the Soviet in Nicaragua. According to the official spokesman for the State Department, Mexico is exporting Bolshevism. After Nicaragua, the Panama Canal would be the target of Soviet expansion in Central America. Senator Shortridge affirms that the citizens of the United States deserve as much protection as those of ancient Rome, and Senator Bingham declares, "We are obliged to accept our role as international policemen." Senator Bingham, the famous archaeologist who discovered the ruins of Machu Picchu in Peru 16 years ago, has never hidden his admiration for the works of dead Indians. From the opposition, Senator Borah denies his country the right to act as censor in Central America, and Senator Wheeler suggests the government send the Marines to Chicago, not Nicaragua, if it really wants to go after bandits. For its part, the newspaper The Nation believes that the President of the United States calls Sandino a bandit with the same criteria with which King George III of England could have called George Washington a thief. 1928. Managua. Altarpiece of colonial power. North American children study geography on maps where Nicaragua is a spot of color on which it reads, Protectorate of the United States of America. When the United States decided that Nicaragua could not govern itself, there were 40 public schools in the Atlantic Coast region. Now there are 6. The tutelary power has not laid a road, nor has it opened a single highway, nor has it founded any university. Instead, Nicaragua now owes much more than it owed. The occupied country pays the expenses of its own occupation, and the occupants continue to occupy it under the pretext of guaranteeing the collection of the expenses they generate. Nicaragua's customs are in the hands of creditor American bankers. The bankers have appointed the American Clifford D. Ham Comptroller of Customs and Collector General. Clifford D. Ham is also a correspondent for United News Agency Press. The Deputy Customs Controller and Deputy Collector General, the American Irving Lindbergh, is a correspondent for the Associated News Agency Press. Thus, Ham and Lindbergh not only usurp Nicaragua's tariffs, they also usurp information. They are the ones who inform international public opinion about Sandino's misdeeds. Criminal bandit and Bolshevik agent. An American colonel leads the Nicaraguan Army, National Guard, and an American captain heads the Nicaraguan police. U.S. General Frank McCoy chairs the National Board of Elections. 432 Marines preside over the polling stations, guarded by 12 United States aircraft. Nicaraguans vote, North Americans choose. As soon as he was elected, the new president announced that the Marines would continue in Nicaragua. This unforgettable civic festival has been organized by General Logan Phelan, commander of the occupying forces. General Phelan, big muscle, big brow, crosses his feet on the desk. Regarding Sandino, he yawns and says, "That bird has to fall someday." 39 and 419. 1928. Mexico City. Obregon. On the Nanary farm, in the Mexican Yaqui Valley, the dogs howled. "Tell them to shut up," General Alvaro Obregon ordered. And the dogs barked more. "Let them eat," the general commanded. And the dogs ignored the food and went on the rampage. Give them fresh meat. And the fresh meat didn't silence the dogs either. And they were beaten, but the cry of the hounds continued. I know what they want, Obregon said then, resigned. This occurred on May 17. And on July 9, in Culiacan, Obregon was drinking a tamarind soda in the shade of the portals, when the bells of the cathedral rang and Chu Andrade, a drunken poet, told him, Macho, they play for you. And the next day, in Escuinapa, after a feast of bearded shrimp tamales, Obregon was getting on the train when Elisa Bevan, a good friend, squeezed his arm and asked him, in her raspy voice, do not go. They are going to kill you. But Obregon got on the train and came to the capital. Obregon had known how to make his way with shots and hat blows, in the days when bullets buzzed like wasps, and he had been a killer of killers and winner of winners, and had conquered power and glory and money without losing more than the hand that Pancho Villa. It blew him away, so he wasn't going to mess around now that he knew the days of his life were running out. It continued as if nothing, but sad. He had lost, after all, his only innocence, the joy of not knowing his own death. Today, July 17, 1928, 2 months after the dogs barked in Nainari, a Cristo Rey fanatic kills re-elected President Alvaro Obregon in a restaurant in Mexico City. 1928. Beautiful villa. He eater. As soon as Obregon dies, knocked over by the bullets of a very Catholic, the governor of the Mexican state of Tabasco, Manuel Garrido, decrees revenge. He orders the demolition of the cathedral down to the last stone, and with the bronze of the bells he erects a statue of the deceased. Garrido believes that the Catholic religion puts workers in the cage of fear, terrifying them with the threat of eternal fire. For freedom to enter Tabasco, says Garrido, religion must leave. And he kicks it out. He beheads saints, raises churches, rips off the crosses from the cemetery, forces priests to marry, and applies new names to all places named after saints. The state capital, San Juan Bautista, is renamed Villa Hermosa. And in solemn ceremony he arranges for a stallion bull to be called bishop and a donkey to respond to the name of pope. 1928. South of Santa Marta. Bananization. They were no more than lost villages on the Colombian coast, a dusty alley between the river and the cemetery, a yawn between two dreams, when the yellow train of the United Fruit Company arrived from the sea. Coughing up smoke, the train traversed the swamps and forced its way into the jungle, and emerging into the dazzling light heralded, whistling, that the banana age was born. Then the whole region woke up, turned into an immense plantation. Cienega, Araucatica, and Fundacion had telegraph and mail and new streets with billiards and brothels, and by the thousands the peasants came, forgot the mule in the palenque and became workers. For years those workers were obedient and cheap and hacked weeds and bunches for less than $1 a day, and agreed to live in filthy barracks and die of malaria or tuberculosis. Later, they formed a union. 1928. Araucatica. Curse. Heat and torpor and resentment. Bananas rot on the vines. The oxen sleep before the empty carts. The trains, dead on the branches, do not receive a bunch. 7 ships are waiting, anchored in the docks of Santa Marta, in their fruitless holds. The fans have stopped turning. There are 400 strikers in prison, but the strike continues as if nothing had happened. In Araucatica, the United Fruit offers a tribute dinner to the civil and military chief of the region. After dessert, General Carlos Cortez Vargas curses the workers, armed criminals, and their Bolshevik agitators, and announces that tomorrow he will march towards Cienega, at the head of the forces of order, to proceed. 1928. Swamp. Matazon. On the shores of Cienega, a wave of sea and flags. The strikers have come from all distances, men with machetes at their belts, women loaded with pots and children, and here, surrounded by bonfires, they wait. They have been promised that tonight the company will sign the agreement that will put an end to the strike. Instead of United Manager Fruit, General Cortez Vargas arrives. Instead of the agreement, he reads them an ultimatum. The crowd does not move. 3 times the military bugle sounds, warning. And then, suddenly, the world explodes, a sudden clap of thunder, and the machine guns and rifles are emptied. The square is carpeted with the dead. The soldiers sweep and wash it, all night long, while the ships throw the dead out into the sea, and at dawn nothing happens. In Macondo nothing has happened, nor is it happening, nor will it ever happen. 1928. Araucatica. Garcia Marquez. The persecution of the wounded and hidden strikers breaks out. They hunt them like rabbits, shooting the bundle from the moving train, and in the seasons they catch what the net catches. 120 are captured in Araucatica, in a single night. The soldiers wake up the priest and take the key to the cemetery from him. In his underpants, trembling, the priest listens to the shots. Not far from the cemetery, a child bellows in the cradle. Years will pass and this child will reveal to the world the secrets of the region that was attacked by the plague of oblivion and lost the names of things. He will discover the scrolls that say that the workers have been shot in the plaza and that here Big Mama is mistress of lives and estates and of rainwater and rain, and that between rain and rain Remedios La Bella goes to heaven and in the air he meets an old and plucked angel who comes falling towards the chicken coop. 1928. Bogotá. News. The press reports on recent events in the Banana Zone. According to official sources, the excesses of the strikers have left a balance of 40 plantations set on fire, 35,000 meters of telegraph wire destroyed and 8 workers killed when they tried to attack the army. The President of the Republic accuses the strikers of treason and felony. They have pierced the loving heart of the homeland with their poisoned dagger, he declares. By decree, the President appoints General Cortez Vargas Director of the National Police and announces promotions and rewards for the other officers participating in notoriety events. In a spectacular speech, the young liberal legislator Jorge Eliar Gaitan contradicts the official version and announces that the Colombian army has committed carnage following orders from a foreign company. The United the Fruit Company, which according to Gaitan led the massacre of workers, has reduced wages after the crushing of the strike. The United Fruit pays the wages with coupons and not with money. The legislator stressed that the company exploits land donated by the Colombian state and is exempt from taxes. 1929. Mexico City. Nick. The dictator of Cuba, Gerardo Machado, orders him to be killed. Julio Antonio Mella is nothing more than a student exiled in Mexico, who spends his fervor running the hair and publishing articles, for few readers, against racism and masked colonialism, but the dictator is not mistaken in considering him the most dangerous of his enemies. Machado has had him in his sights since Mella's lightning-fast speeches shook the student body in Havana. Mella was on fire denouncing the dictatorship and mocking the decrepitude of the Cuban university, which is a factory of professionals with the mentality of Spanish convent of the colony. One night, Mella is walking arm in arm with his partner, Tina Madadi, when the assassins shoot him down. Tina screams, but doesn't cry at the fallen body. Tina cries later, when she gets home at dawn and sees Mella's shoes, empty, waiting for him under the bed. Until a few hours ago, this woman was so happy that she was envious of herself. 1929. Mexico City. Tina Madadi. The Cuban government has nothing to do with it, affirm the right-wing Mexican newspapers. Mella has been the victim of a crime of passion, whatever the Jewish quarters of Moscow Bolshevism say. The press reveals that Tina Madadi, a woman of dubious decency, reacted coldly to the tragic episode and later, in her police statements, made suspicious contradictions. Tina, an Italian photographer, has been able to penetrate Mexico very deeply in the few years she has been here. His photographs offer a mirror of greatness to the simple things of every day and to the simple people who work here with their hands. But she is guilty of freedom. She lived alone when she discovered Mella, mixed in with the crowd demonstrating for Sacco and Vanzetti and for Sandino, and she joined him without a wedding. Before she had been an actress in Hollywood and a model and lover of artists, and there is no man who does not get nervous when he sees her. It is, therefore, a loss, and to top it off, foreign and communist. The police disseminate photos that show her unforgivable beauty naked, while the procedures to expel her from Mexico begin. 1929. Mexico City. Frida. Tina Modotti is not alone in facing her inquisitors. She is accompanied, arm in arm and the other, by her comrades Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo, the immense Buddha painter, and her little Frida, also a painter, Tina's best friend, who looks like a mysterious princess from the Orient but swears more and drinks more tequila than a mariachi from Jalisco. Frida laughs out loud and paints splendid canvases in oil since the day she was sentenced to incessant pain. The first pain occurred far away, in childhood, when her parents. They disguised themselves as an angel and she wanted to fly with straw wings, but the never-ending pain came from an accident in the street, when a tram iron plunged into his body from side to side, like a spear, and crushed his bones. Since then she is a pain that survives. They have operated on her, in vain, many times, and in the hospital bed he began to paint his self-portraits, which are desperate tributes to the life he has left. 1929. Capela. Lampaio. The most famous band in the northeast of Brazil assaults the town of Capela. Chief Lampaio, who never smiles, sets a reasonable ransom price. It makes a discount, because we are in the dry season. While the notables of the place gather the money, he walks through the streets. The whole town follows him. His grisly crimes have earned him general admiration. Lampaio, the one-eyed king, lord of the Moors, shines in the sun. His gold-rimmed glasses shine, giving him the air of an absent-minded professor, and his dagger as long as a sword shines. On each finger shines a diamond ring, and on the forehead the pounds sterling sewn to the headband. Lampaio goes into the cinema, where a Janet Gaynor film is showing. In the evening, dinner at the hotel. The village telegrapher, sitting next to him, takes the first bite of each dish. Lampaio then has a few drinks while reading The Life of Jesus, by Ellen G. White. The day ends in the brothel. Choose the fattest one, a certain Enadina. He spends the whole night with her. At dawn, Enadina is already famous. For years men will line up at her door. 1929. Atlantic City. The Crime Trust. The organized underworld of the United States holds its first National Congress, in the halls of the President's Hotel. The event is attended by qualified representatives of gangster gangs operating in major cities. Olive branches, white flag, the Congress resolves that the rival gangs will not continue killing each other and decrees a general amnesty. To ensure peace, crime industry executives follow the good example of the oil industry. As Standard Oil and Shell have just done, powerful gangsters also divide markets, fix prices, and agree to eliminate competition from small and medium-sized companies. In recent years, criminal entrepreneurs have diversified their activities and modernized their work organization methods. Not now. They not only practice extortion, murder, pimping, and smuggling, but also own large distilleries, hotels, casinos, banks, and supermarkets. They use the latest models of machine guns and accounting machines. Engineers, economists, and advertising experts lead the technical teams, which avoid wasting resources and ensure the continuous rise of profit rates. Al Capone presides over the board of directors of the most lucrative public limited company of all those operating in the industry. He makes $100 million a year. 1929. Chicago. Al Capone. 10,000 students chant the name of Al Capone, on the sports field of Northwestern University. The popular Capone waves to the crowd with both hands. 12 bodyguards escort him. At the exit an armored Cadillac awaits him. Capone wears a rose in his buttonhole and a diamond on his tie, but underneath he's wearing a steel vest and his heart is beating against a .45 pistol. He is an idol. Nobody gives as much money to undertakers, florists, and seamstresses who do invisible darning on bullet-riddled clothes, and he pays generous salaries to the policemen, judges, legislators, and mayors who work for him. An exemplary family man, Capone hates short skirts and makeup and believes that a woman's place is in the kitchen. A fervent patriot, on his desk he displays the portraits of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Professional of great prestige, there is no one who offers a better service to break strikes, beat up workers and send rebels to the other world. He is always alert for the Red Menace. Al Capone calls for defense against the communist danger. Bolshevism is knocking on our door. We must not let him in. We have to stand together and defend ourselves against him with full determination. America must remain unscathed and uncorrupted. We must protect the workers from the red press and red perfidy, and take care that their minds remain sane. 1929. New York. The Euphoria. Millions of readers have The Man Nobody Knows, Bruce Barton's book that places heaven on Wall Street. According to the author, Jesus of Nazareth founded the modern world of business. Jesus was a businessman who conquered markets, endowed with a brilliant sense of publicity and well supported by 12 salesmen made in his image and likeness. With religious faith, capitalism believes in its own eternity. What American citizen does not feel chosen? The stock market is a casino where everyone plays and no one loses. God has made them prosperous. The businessman Henry Ford would like to never sleep, to earn more money. From the Capitalist Manifesto of Henry Ford, automobile manufacturer. Bolshevism has failed because it was both unnatural and immoral. Our system stands still. There can be nothing more absurd, nor can one imagine a worse service to humanity in general, than the insistence that all men are equal. Money appears naturally as a result of service. And it is absolutely necessary to have money. But we do not want to forget that the end of money is not leisure but the opportunity to perform more service. In my mind there is nothing more abhorrent than a life of leisure. None of us have any right to leisure. In civilization there is no place for the lazy. In our first advertisement, we showed the utility of the car. We said. We often hear the old proverb mentioned, time is money, yet few businessmen and professionals act as if they really believe this truth. 1929. New York. The crisis. Speculation grows more than production and production more than consumption and everything grows at a breakneck pace until the crisis suddenly breaks out. The collapse of the New York Stock Exchange reduces to ashes, in a single day, the gains of years. Suddenly, the most valuable actions become scraps of paper that are not even used to wrap fish. Prices plummet, and prices and wages plummet, and more than one businessman from the roof. Factories and banks close, farmers go bankrupt. The unemployed workers warm their hands in front of the garbage fires and chew gum to soothe their mouths. The highest companies collapse, and even Al Capone collapses without raising. 1930. Peace. An exciting adventure of the Prince of Wales among the savages. The New York Stock Exchange drags several governments into the abyss. International prices collapse and with them, one after another, various civilian presidents of Latin America fall to the ground, feathers that fall from the eagle's wings, and new dictatorships are born, to starve hunger. In Bolivia, the ruin of the price of tin knocks down President Hernando Siles and places, in his place, a general in the pay of Patino, king of the mines. A mob accompanies the military mutiny. The outlaws assault the government palace, with looting permission. In full riot, they take furniture, rugs, paintings, and everything else. Everything, they also take the complete bathrooms, with latrines, bathtubs, and pipes. In those days the Prince of Wales visits Bolivia. The people expect a prince as God intended, one of those who rides on a white horse, with a sword at his belt and golden hair in the wind, and the arrival of this gentleman with a top hat and cane, who comes down from the railway with a pouting face, causes general disappointment. Tired? At night, the new president offers him a banquet in the ransacked government palace. At dessert, when the speeches are about to begin, His Highness whispers dramatic words in the ear of the interpreter, who transmits them to the aide-de-camp, who transmits them to the president. The president pales. One leg of the prince is tapping the ground nervously. Your wishes are orders, but in the palace there is no where, there is no how. Without hesitating, the president appoints a delegation, headed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The colorful procession, crowned with galleys and plumage, accompanies the prince, at a dignified but hasty pace, almost skipping, through the Plaza de Armas. Upon reaching the corner, they all enter the Paris Hotel. The Foreign Secretary opens the door marked "Gentlemen," for the heir to the British imperial crown to enter. 1930. Buenos Aires. Yrigoyen. The Argentine President Hipólito Yrigoyen also arrives at the precipice of the world crisis. The collapse of meat and wheat prices condemns him. Silent and alone, Yrigoyen witnesses the end of his power. From another time, from another world, this stubborn old man still refuses to use a telephone and has never been to a movie theater. He mistrusts cars and doesn't believe in airplanes. He has conquered the people without speeches, talking, convincing one by one, little by little. Now he is cursed by the same ones who yesterday unharnessed the horses from his carriage to take him by hand. The crowd throws the furniture from his house into the street. The military coup that overthrows Yrigoyen has been cooked up, in the heat of the sudden crisis, in the halls of the Jockey Club and the Circulo de Armas. The ailing patriarch, crusty with rheumatism, sealed his fate when he refused to hand over Argentine oil to Standard Oil and Shell, and to make matters worse, he wanted to face the price catastrophe by trading with the Soviet Union. The hour of the sword has struck again, for the good of the world, the poet Leopoldo Lugones had proclaimed, announcing the military era in Argentina. In the middle of the coup, the young captain Juan Domingo Perón sees that an enthusiast who shouts, 1. Long live the country! Long live the revolution! The enthusiast carries an Argentine flag rolled up under his arm. Inside the flag, the typewriter that he just stole. 1930. Paris. Ortiz Echag, a journalist, comments on the fall in the price of meat. Every time I return from Buenos Aires, the Argentines from Paris ask me, how are the cows? You have to come to Paris to realize the importance of the Argentine cow. Last night, in El Garin, a cabaret in Montmartre where Argentine youth do the hard learning of life, some table neighbors asked me, familiarly, at dawn. Say, che, and over there, how are the cows doing? On the ground, I replied. And they won't get up. I find it difficult. Don't you have cows? I patted my pockets mechanically and answered no. You don't know, friend, how lucky you are. At that point, 3 bandoneons began to cry their nostalgia and cut off the dialogue. How are the cows? Maîtres have asked me d'hôtel and musicians, florists and waiters, pale dancers, porters, galleons, diligent chasseurs, and above all painted women, those poor haggard and anemic women. 1930. Avellaneda. The cow, the sword, and the cross. They form the holy trinity of power in Argentina. The Conservative Party thugs guard the altar. In the heart of Buenos Aires, white-gloved gunmen use laws and decrees, instead of machine guns, to carry out their assaults. Experts in double accounting and double standards, they do not plunder with lockpicks, they are doctors for a reason, they know perfectly the secret combinations to open all the safes in the country. But on the other side of the Riachuelo, in Avellaneda, the Conservative Party practices politics and business with open fire. Don Alberto Barcelo, Senator of the nation, does and undoes from his throne in Avellaneda. The outcasts arrive in procession to receive from Don Alberto some money, a father's advice and a trusting hug. The brother, Enrique El Manco, takes care of the brothels. Don Alberto is in charge of timba and social peace. Smoke in mouthpiece, spy on the world through swollen eyelids. His boys break strikes, burn down libraries, clog printing presses and send Unionists and Jews and everyone who forgets to pay and obey to the other world, in this hour of crisis so propitious for disorder. Then good Don Alberto gives 100 pesos to the orphans. 1930. Castex. The last gaucho raised. Throughout the four directions of the Argentine pampas his name is Baroletto, and he is the son of farmers who came from Italy. The outlaw was disgraced at a very young age, when he shot a policeman who had humiliated him in the forehead, and now he has no choice but to sleep outdoors. In the desert beaten by the wind, he lets himself be seen and disappears, lightning or bad light, riding a chestnut that jumps as if nothing happened over the 7-wire fence. The poor protect him, and he takes care of avenging them by punishing the powerful who torture them and swallow them up. At the end of each assault, Baroletto shoots a bee into the fins of the estancias windmills and flies anarchist pamphlets announcing the revolution. 1930. Santo Domingo. The hurricane. It strikes roaring, smashes ships against docks, breaks bridges, uproots trees and throws them upside down, tin roofs fly through the air, like crazy axes, decapitating people. This island is being devastated by the winds, shot by lightning, drowned by the waters of the rain and the sea. The hurricane attacks, taking revenge or executing a colossal curse, which makes it seem like the Dominican Republic would have been condemned to pay, all by itself, all the bills that the entire planet owes. Later, when the hurricane leaves, the burning begins. There are many corpses and ruins to burn before the plagues wipe out what little is left alive and standing. For a week an immense cloud of black smoke hangs over the city of Santo Domingo. This is how the first days of the government of General Rafael Leonidas Trujillo go by, who has come to power on the eve of the cyclone, brought about by the no less catastrophic fall in the international price of sugar. 1930. Ilopango. Miguel at 25. The crisis has also caused the price of coffee to fall to the ground. The grains rot on the branches, a sweet smell of rotten coffee hangs in the air. Throughout Central America, ranchers throw peons onto the road. The few peons who have jobs receive the same ration as the pigs. In the middle of the crisis, the Communist Party of El Salvador was born. Miguel is one of the founders. Master craftsman in the shoe trade, Miguel works stir-fry. The police are hot on his heels. He stirs up the atmosphere, recruits people, hides and runs away. One morning Miguel approaches his house, disguised. He sees her unguarded. He hears his son cry and goes inside. The boy is alone, screaming at the top of his lungs. Miguel starts changing his diapers when he looks up and through the window discovers that the agents are surrounding the house. "Sorry," he says to the little shit, and leaves it half-molted. He jumps like a cat and manages to slide through a hole between the broken tiles, while the first shots ring out. And so the fourth birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, at 25 years of age. 1930. New York. The daily life of the crisis. In a bad way, by slapping, the crisis awakens the Americans. The New York Stock Exchange catastrophe has shattered the big dream, which promised to fill every pocket with money, every sky with airplanes, every land with automobiles and skyscrapers. There is no one who sells optimism in the market. Fashion is sad. Long faces, long clothes, long hair, the roaring 20s are over and with them bare legs and short hair on women. Vertically lowers the consumption of everything. Only cigarettes, horoscopes, and 25-watt light bulbs, which give dim light but spend little, are increasing in sales. Hollywood prepares films about gigantic monsters unleashed, King Kong, Frankenstein, inexplicable like the economy, unstoppable like the crisis, which sow terror in the streets of the cities. 1930. Ushuaia. The red and black flag flies on the hills. Nicaragua, a country condemned to produce cheap desserts, bananas, and coffee and sugar, continues to ruin the digestion of its customers. Sandinista chief Miguel Angel Ortez celebrates the end of the year by annihilating a patrol of Marines in the muddy ravines of Ishuapa. The same day, another patrol fell on the edge of a cliff near Ocotal. In vain the invaders try to win by starvation, burning ranches and crops. Many families throw themselves into the mountains, wandering and without shelter, they leave tall smoke behind them and animals killed by bayonets. The peasants believe that Sandino knows how to attract the rainbow. The rainbow comes towards him and gets very, very small so that he can pick it up between two fingers. 1931. Bokeh. What awaits hope? Illuminated by aromatic splinters of ocote, Sandino writes letters and orders. He also writes reports, to be read aloud in the camps, on the military and political situation in Nicaragua. Like a rocket wand, the enemy will soon be out, manifestos condemning traitors, they will find no place for life, unless it is under 7 quarters of earth, and prophecies that announce that soon, the trumpets of war against the oppressors will resound everywhere, and that sooner rather than later the final judgment will destroy injustice so that the world be, finally, what you wanted to be when you were not yet. Sandino writes to one of his officers. We won't even be able to walk with so many flowers. If you get sleepy, hungry, or scared, ask God to comfort you. God will give us this other triumph, which will be the definitive one, because I am sure that after this fight, they will not return for change, and you will be covered of glories. When we enter Managua, until we won't even be able to walk with so many flowers. 1931. Bokeh. Santos Lopez. Whoever enters the liberating army wins the right to be called brother. Money does not win. No money, ever. On his own he has to win the rifle, in a fight, and perhaps a uniform of some deceased Marine, once the pants have been shortened with a lot of hem. Santos Lopez has been with Sandino since day one. From the age of 8 he worked as a laborer on the farms. I was 12 when the uprising in the San Albino mine. In the Patriot troops he was a water bearer and messenger and spy among drunken or distracted enemies, and along with other cronies his age he specialized in setting ambushes and creating a ruckus with cans and firecrackers so that a few would seem like a lot. Santos Lopez turned 17 the day Sandino makes him a colonel. 1931. Bokeh. Quiet. In Sandino's meager arsenal there is no better weapon than a latest model Browning machine gun, salvaged from one of the American planes that had been shot down. In the hands of Tranquilino Yarkin, that Browning shoots and sings. Tranquilino is a cook, as well as a singing artilleryman. He wears a tooth in his smile and an orchid in his hat, and while stirring the large steaming pot, low in meat but not in aroma, he takes a good drink of rum. In Sandino's army it is forbidden to drink, but Tranquilino can. It took him a lot of work to get the privilege, until he convinced the general. Without a few drinks, this artist of the ladle and the trigger does not work. When they put him on a water diet, the dishes turn out sad and the bullets crooked and mute. 1931. Bokeh. Cabrerita. Tranquilino makes the machine gun sing and Pedro Cabrera the bugle. In gusts, the Browning of Tranquilino sings tangos, marches, and corridos, and Cabrerita's clarion wails compliments of love and proclaims bravery. Little Cabrerita becomes a statue and closes her eyes to kiss her heavenly trumpet. Before dawn wake up the soldiers, and at night he puts them to sleep, blowing softly and lingering over the notes. Musician and poet, lover and dancer, Cabrerita has been Sandino's assistant since the war began. Nature has given him 1.5 meters in height and 7 women. 1931. Hanwell. The winner. Hanwell School. Walk on one leg, like skating, he twists his ear and from the ear a stream of water squirts. Hundreds of children, orphans, poor or abandoned, laugh out loud. 35 years ago, Charlie Chaplin was one of these children. Now he recognizes the chair where he sat and the corner of the gloomy gymnasium where he was punished with a birch rod. When he fled to London, in those days, pork chops and golden potatoes soaked in meat juices were smoking in the shop windows. Chaplin's nose still remembers that aroma that passed through the crystals to taunt him. And the prices of other impossible delicacies have been engraved in his memory: a cup of tea, halfpenny, a ration of herring, a penny, a pie, 2 pence. 20 years ago he left England on a cattle ship, and now he has returned the most famous man in the world. Like a shadow, a cloud of journalists follows him, and wherever he goes he finds crowds eager to see and touch him. He can do whatever he wants. In the midst of the sound film euphoria, his silent films are a smashing success. And you can spend what you want even though you never want to. In the movies, Carlitos the Tramp, a poor leaf in the wind, ignores money, but in reality, Charlie Chaplin, who sweats millions, takes care of the pennies and is incapable of looking at a painting without calculating the price. What will never happen to Buster Keaton, a man with an open pocket, who flies everything he earns? 1932. Hollywood. The Loser. Buster Keaton arrives at the Metro Company studios hours late, dragging the hangover from last night's drunkenness, feverish eyes, copper tongue, rag muscles, and who knows how he manages to execute the clown pirouettes that the script orders and how he manages to recite the idiotic jokes he is told to tell. Now the movies are sound and Keaton is prohibited from improvising. Nor can it repeat filming in search of the elusive moment in which poetry finds laughter, a prisoner, and unleashes it. Keaton, genius of freedom and silence, is now forced to follow to the letter the charlatan scripts written by others. Thus, costs are cut in half even though talent is reduced to nothing, according to the production standards of film factories in the era of talkies, high industry, big business, left behind, forever behind, the times when Hollywood was a crazy adventure. Every day Keaton gets on better with the dogs and the cows. Every night he uncorks a bottle of bourbon and pleads with his own memory to drink and shut up. 1932. Mexico City. Eisenstein. While in Mexico they accuse him of being a Bolshevik, homosexual and libertine, in Hollywood they treat him as a red dog and friend of murderers. Sergio Eisenstein has come to Mexico to film an indigenous epic. 2. Half done, they got it? The Mexican censorship prohibits some scenes, because the truth is good but not so much, and the North American producer usurps the filmed material and leaves it in the hands of whoever wants to dismember it. Eisenstein's film, Que Viva Mexico, is no longer more than a heap of grandiose scraps, images that are inarticulate or put together incoherently and treacherously, dazzling single letters of a word never spoken about this country, this delirium arising from the place where the background of the sea touches the center of the earth, pyramids that are volcanoes about to explode, lianas intertwined like avid bodies, stones that breathe. 1932. Roads of Santa Fe. The Puppeteer. He didn't know he was a puppeteer, until one afternoon, while he was with a friend on a high balcony in Buenos Aires, he saw a hay wagon go by on the street. On the hay was a boy facing the sky, hands behind his neck, legs crossed, smoking. The friend and he saw it and both felt an unbearable need to leave. The friend left, flying, attached to a woman's mane, from that balcony in Buenos Aires towards the mysterious frozen lands to the south of the south, and the puppeteer discovered that he was a puppeteer, a free trade, and set off on the road in a cart drawn by 2 horses. The wooden wheels of the cart leave long scars, from town to town, along the banks of the Parana River. The puppeteer, a cheering magician, is called Javier Villafani. Javier travels accompanied by his children, who have paper, meat and paste. The most son of his sons is Miss Trotamundos, sad-nosed, in a black cape and flying tie, while the show lasts he holds out Javier's hand and then sleeps and dreams at his feet, inside a shoebox. 1932. Isalca. The use of the right to vote and its painful consequences. General Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez, president by coup, calls on the people of El Salvador to elect deputies and mayors. Despite 1,000 traps, the minuscule Communist Party wins the elections. The general is outraged and says that this is not worth it. Vote counting is suspended forever. The communists, cheated, rise up. The town explodes the same day that the Isalca volcano erupts. While the burning lava runs down the slopes and the ash clouds cover the sky, the red peasants attack the barracks with clean machetes in Isalca, Tacuba, Juaywa and other towns. For 3 days the first Soviets of America hold power. For 3 days. And 3 months the slaughter lasts. Farabundo Marti and others. Communist leaders fall before firing squads. The soldiers beat to death the Indian chief Jose Feliciano Ama, head of the rebellion in Isalca, then they hang Ama's corpse in the main square and force school children to witness the spectacle. 30,000 peasants, sentenced for denunciation of their employer, simple suspicion or old gossip, dig their own graves with their hands. Children also die, because communists, like snakes, must be killed as children. Wherever the hooves of a dog or a pig scratch, remains of people appear. One of those shot is the shoemaker worker Miguel Marmol. 1932. Soyapango. Miguel at 26. They are taken by truck, tied up. Miguel recognizes the places of his childhood. How lucky, he thinks. I'm going to die near where my navel is buried. They beat them down. They are shooting in pairs. The headlights of the truck and the moon make plenty of light. After a few downloads, it is the turn of Miguel and a seller of stamps, convicted of being Russian. The Russian and Miguel shake hands, tied behind their backs, and face the peloton. Miguel's whole body itches, he desperately needs to scratch, and that's what he's thinking about as he hears the shout, "Get ready! Take aim! Fire!" When Miguel wakes up, there are a pile of bodies dripping with blood on top of him. He feels his head beating and blood flowing and his body and soul and clothes ache from the bullets. Listen to the bolt of a rifle. A coup de grace. Other. With his eyes clouded with blood, Miguel waits for his final bullet, but instead of the final bullet, machetes hit him. With kicks the soldiers throw the bodies into the pit and throw earth. As the truck leaves, Miguel, all shot and slashed, begins to move. It takes him centuries to get rid of so much dead and so much land. Finally he manages to walk, at a ferociously slow pace, more falling than standing, and very little by little he moves away. He takes the hat of a comrade named Serafin. And so the fifth birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, 26 years after his birth. Age: 1932. Managua. Sandino is triumphing. In an overwhelming advance that reaches the shores of Lake Managua and the occupation troops retreat in disarray. Meanwhile, 2 photographs are disseminated by the world's newspapers. One shows Lieutenant Pensington, of the United States Navy, holding up the severed head of a Nicaraguan peasant as a trophy. In the other smiles the staff in full National Guard of Nicaragua, officers wearing high boots and safari hats. Seated in the center is the director of the Corps, Colonel Calvin B. Matthews. Behind, the jungle appears. At the feet of the group, lying on the ground, is a dog. The jungle and the dog are the only Nicaraguans. 1932. San Salvador. Miguel at 27. Of those who saved Miguel, not one has been left alive. The soldiers have riddled the comrades who picked him up in a ditch, and those who carried him across the river in a sedan chair, and those who hid him in a cave, and those who managed to bring him to this house, his sister's house, in San Xavier. The sister had to be fanned when she saw the ghost of Miguel sewn up with shots and machetes. She was praying novenas for her eternal rest. The funeral service continues. Miguel recovers as best he can, hiding behind the altar set up in his memory, with no other remedy than Shishapin spud water that his sister applies, with holy patience, to the festering wounds. Miguel lies on the other side of the curtain, burning with fever, and so he spends his birthday listening to the praises dedicated to him by his disconsolate relatives and neighbors who weep profusely for him and pray non-stop. One of these nights, a military patrol stops at the door. "Who are you praying for?" "For the soul of my late brother." The soldiers enter, look out at the altar, wrinkle their noses. Miguel's sister squeezes the rosary. The candles tremble before the image of our Lord Jesus Christ. Miguel has a sudden urge to cough. But the soldiers cross themselves. "May he rest in peace," they say, and continue on. And so the sixth birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, 27 years after his birth. Age: 1933. Managua. The first military defeat of the United States in Latin America. On the first day of the year, the Marines leave Nicaragua, with all their ships and planes. The scrawny general of the Patriots, the little man who looks like A.T. with his billowing hat, has humiliated an empire. The North American press laments the many deaths in so many years of occupation, but highlights the value of the training carried out by the aviators. Thanks to the war against Sandino, the United States has been able to test dive bombing for the first time from Fokker and Curtiss planes specially designed to fight in Nicaragua. In leaving, Colonel Matthews leaves a sympathetic and faithful native officer in his place. Anastasio Taco Somoza is the new director of the National Guard, which is renamed the National Guard. As soon as he arrived in Managua, the triumphant Sandino declared, "We are free now. I won't fire another shot." The president of Nicaragua, Juan Bautista Sacasa, gives him a hug. General Somoza also gives him a hug. 1933. Jordan Field. The Chaco War. Bolivia and Paraguay are at war. The two poorest towns in South America, those that have no sea, the most defeated and dispossessed, annihilate each other for a piece of map. Hidden between the folds of both flags, the Standard Oil Company and the Royal Dutch Shell dispute the possible oil of the Chaco. Embedded in war, Paraguayans and Bolivians are forced to hate each other in the name of a land they do not love, that no one loves. The Chaco is a gray desert, inhabited by thorns and snakes, without a songbird or a trace of people. Everything is thirsty in this world of fear. Butterflies huddle desperately over the few drops of water. Bolivians come from the refrigerator to the oven, they have been uprooted from the peaks of the Andes and thrown into these charred bushes. Here they die of bullets, but more die of thirst. Swarms of flies and mosquitoes chase the soldiers, who lower their heads and trot through the tangle, at a forced march, against the enemy lines. On one side and on the other, the barefoot people are the cannon fodder that pays for the mistakes of the officers. The slaves of the feudal boss and the rural priest die in uniform, at the service of the imperial anguish. One of the Bolivian soldiers marching towards death speaks. It says nothing about glory, nothing about the homeland. He says, wheezing, "Curse the hour in which I was born a man." Lawns. Augusto Cespedes, from the Bolivian side, will recount the pathetic epic. A squad of soldiers begins to dig a well, with a pick and shovel, in search of water. The little that rained has already evaporated and there is no water where you look or walk. At 12 meters, the pursuers of the water find liquid mud. But later, at 30 meters, at 45 meters, the pulley raises buckets of drier and drier sand. The soldiers continue digging, day after day, tied to the well, inside the well, mouth of sand that is deeper and deeper, more and more mute, and when the Paraguayans, also harassed by thirst, launch the assault, the Bolivians die defending the well, as if it had water. Roa Bastos. Augusto Roa Bastos, from the Paraguayan side, will tell the pathetic epic. He too will speak of the wells turned into graves, and of the multitude of the dead, and of the living who can only be distinguished from the dead because they move, but they move like drunkards who have forgotten the way home. He will accompany the lost soldiers, who do not have a drop of water to lose in tears. 1934. Managua. Horror film, script for 2 actors and some extras. Somoza leaves the house of Arthur Bliss Lane, U.S. Ambassador. Sandino arrives at the house of Sacasa, President of Nicaragua. While Somoza sits down to work with his officers, Sandino sits down to dinner with the president. Somoza tells his officers that the ambassador has just given him his unconditional support to kill Sandino. Sandino tells the president about the problems of the Waivali cooperative, where he and his soldiers have been working the land for more than a year. Somoza explains to his officers that Sandino is a communist enemy of order, who has hidden many more weapons than he has delivered. Sandino explains to the president that Somoza won't let him work in peace. Somoza discusses with his officers whether Sandino should die by poison, shot, plain fire, or ambush in the mountains. Sandino argues with the president about the growing power of the National Guard, led by Somoza, and warns him that soon Somoza will overthrow him. Puffed to sit in the presidential chair. Somoza finishes solving some practical details and says goodbye to his officers. Sandino finishes drinking his coffee and says goodbye to the president. Somoza marches to a poet's recital and Sandino marches to his death. While Somoza listens to the sonnets of Zoila Rosa Cardenas, a young figure of Peruvian literature who distinguishes the country with her visit, Sandino falls riddled with bullets in a place called La Calavera, on the Camino Solo. 1934. Managua. The government decides that crime does not exist. That night, Colonel Santos Lopez escapes from the Managua trap. With a bleeding leg, the 7th shot of his war years, he climbs onto rooftops, dangles, leaps over walls, crouches, and finally begins a gruesome trek north along the railroad tracks. The next day, while Santos Lopez is dragging his injured leg along the lake shore, there is wholesale slaughter in the mountains. Somoza orders the raising of the Waivali cooperative. The National Guard attacks by surprise and exterminates the peasants who had been Sandino's soldiers and were now planting tobacco and bananas and had a half-built hospital. The mules are spared, but not the children. Shortly afterwards, banquets in honor of Somoza are held at the United States Embassy in Managua, and in high society clubs in Leon and Granada. The government dictates the order to forget. An amnesty erases all crimes committed since the eve of Sandino's assassination. 1934. San Salvador. Miguel at 29. Always chased by the Salvadoran police, Miguel finds refuge in the house of the mistress of the Spanish consul. One night a storm breaks out. From the window, Miguel sees that the river grows and that far away, in the bend, the current is about to hit the ranch made of mud and reeds where his wife and children live. Defying the gales and the night patrols, Miguel leaves his solid hiding place and runs off in search of his own. They spend the night all embracing each other, leaning against the fragile walls, listening to the roar of the wind and the river. At dawn, when the air and the water finally stop, the shack is a little crooked and wet, but not overturned. Miguel says goodbye to his family and returns to his shelter. But he doesn't find it. Of that house with its well-planted pillars, not a single brick of memory remains. The fury of the river has undermined the ravine, has uprooted the foundations and has carried the devil into the house, the consul's lover and the maid, who have drowned. And so the 7th birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, at 29 years of age. 1935. Road from Villamontes to Boywib. After 90,000 deaths. The Chaco War ends. The war has lasted 3 years, since the Paraguayans and Bolivians crossed the first bullets in a village called Masamaclay, which in the Indian language means place where two brothers fought. At noon the news reaches the front. The cannons are silent. The soldiers get up, very slowly, and are emerging from the trenches. The ragged ghosts, blinded by the sun, stumble through no man's fields until they come face to face with the Santa Cruz Regiment, from Bolivia, and the Toledo Regiment, from Paraguay, the remains, the shreds. The recently received orders prohibit talking to someone who was an enemy until a while ago. Only military permission is allowed, and that's how they greet each other. But someone launches the first scream and there is no one to stop the merriment. The soldiers break formation, throw their caps and weapons into the air and run in droves, the Paraguayans towards the Bolivians towards the Paraguayans, arms wide open, shouting, singing, crying, and hugging each other, they roll across the hot sand. 1935. Maracay. Gómez. The dictator of Venezuela, Juan Vicente Gómez, dies and continues to rule. He has been in power for 27 years, without anyone moving him or killing him, and now no one dares to make a joke. When the coffin of the terrible old man is undoubtedly buried under mountains of earth, the prisoners finally break down the prison doors and the town breaks out in shouting and looting. Gómez dies bachelor. He has fathered children by the load, loving like someone who pees, but he has never spent a whole night in the arms of a woman. The light. At dawn he has always found him alone, in his iron bed, under the image of the Virgin Mary and next to the trunks full of money. He never spent a coin. He paid for everything with oil. He distributed oil to Standard Oil, to Gulf, to Texas, to Shell, and with oil wells he paid the bills of the doctor who applied catheters to his bladder, the sonnets of the poets who wrote to his glory, and the secret tasks of the executioners who kept order. 1935. Buenos Aires. Borges. He is horrified by everything that brings people together, like football or politics, and everything that multiplies it, like the mirror or the act of love. He does not recognize any other reality than the one that exists in the past of his ancestors, and in the books written by those who knew how to name it. The rest is smoke. With high finesse and sharp wit, Jorge Luis Borges tells the universal history of infamy. Of the national infamy, the one that surrounds him, he doesn't even know. 1935. Buenos Aires. These infamous years. In London, the Argentine government signs a trade agreement that sells the country for small coins. In the opulent quintas north of Buenos Aires, the vacunocracy waltzes under the gazebos, but not even the country is worth little coins. How much are its poorest children worth? The working arms are at a bargain price and it is easy to find girls who undress for a coffee with milk. New factories spring up and with them the neighborhoods of Cannes, harassed by the police and tuberculosis, where yesterday's grass dries in the sun and the mate groups hunger. The Argentine police invent the electric prod to convince those who doubt and straighten those who are wrong. At night in Buenos Aires, the cafeola looks for the milonguita and the milonguita for the bacan, the burro looks for the data and the music teller for some odorayo to engroup and the unemployed person looks for a job in the first newspaper of the morning. The bohemian, the skull, the timbero and other bats come and go through the streets, all alone in solitary solitude, while De Zeppelin's last tango sings that the world was and will be a mess. 1935. Buenos Aires. De Zeppelin. He is a bone with a nose, so skinny that he gets injections in his overcoat, the gloomy poet of Buenos Aires in the infamous years. Enrique Santos Discépolo created his first tangos, sad thoughts that can be danced, when he was a comedian from a league away, lost in the provinces. In the dilapidated dressing rooms he made friends with the fleas, huge, almost human-sized, and for them he hummed tangos that spoke of people without money and without faith. 1935. Buenos Aires. Avoid. She looks like a skinny girl from the crowd, pale, faded, neither ugly nor pretty, who wears second-hand clothes and repeats the routines of poverty without a word. Like all of them, she lives attached to soap operas on the radio. On Sundays she goes to the movies and dreams of being Norma Shearer, and every afternoon, at the town station, she watches the train go by to Buenos Aires. But Eva Duarte is fed up. She has turned 15 and she is fed up. She climbs on the train and leaves. This little girl has nothing. He has no father and no money, she doesn't own anything. She doesn't even have a memory to help her. Since she was born in the town of Los Toldos, the daughter of a single mother, she was condemned to humiliation, and now she is a nobody among the thousands of nobody that the trains overturn every day in Buenos Aires, a multitude of provincials with chuzzo hair and brown skin. Workers and servants who enter the mouth of the city and are devoured by it. During the week Buenos Aires chews them up, and on Sundays it spits out the pieces. At the foot of the great arrogant mass, high cement peaks, Evita is paralyzed. Panic doesn't let her do anything but wring her hands, red with cold, and cry. Then she swallows her tears, grits her teeth, grips the cardboard suitcase tightly, and plunges into the city. 1935. Buenos Aires. Alfonsina. A woman who thinks her ovaries dry up. The woman is born to produce milk and tears, not ideas, and not to live life but to spy on it from half-closed windows. They have explained it to her 1,000 times, and Alfonsina Storni never believed it. His most widespread verses protest against the male cager. When she arrived in Buenos Aires from the provinces years ago, Alfonsina brought old shoes with crooked heels and in her womb a son without a legal father. In this city he worked in whatever there was, and he stole forms from the telegraph to write his sorrows. While she polished the words, verse by verse, night by night, she crossed her fingers and kissed the cards that announced trips and inheritances and love. Time has passed, almost a quarter of a century, and nothing gave him luck. But by fighting tooth and nail, Alfonsina has been able to break through in the masculine world. Her mischievous mouse face is never missing from the photos that bring together the most illustrious Argentine writers. This year, in the summer, he learned that he had cancer. Since then, she has written poems that speak of the embrace of the sea and of the house that awaits her there in the background, on the avenue of the Madre Porras. 1935. Medellin. Gardel. Every time he sings like never before. He has a colorful voice. It makes dark notes and opaque letters shine. It is the magician, the mute, Carlos Gardel. Undefeated is his winning stamp, the shadow of the hat over his eyes, the perpetual and perfect smile, forever young. Gardel's origin was a mystery, his life, an enigma. Tragedy had to save him from all explanation and decadence. His worshippers would not have forgiven his old age. At the Medellin airport, Gardel explodes upon taking off. 1936. Buenos Aires. Patoruzú. It's been 10 years since the Patoruzú comic strip, the work of Dante Quinterno, has been published in the Buenos Aires newspapers. Now a monthly magazine dedicated entirely to the character appears. Patoruzú is a landowner, owner of half of Patagonia, who lives in 5-star hotels in Buenos Aires, squandering millions by handful, and believes fervently in private property and in civilization. Of consumption. Dante Quinterno says that Patoruzú is the typical Argentine Indian. 1936. Rio de Janeiro. Olga and him. At the head of his rebel army, Luis Carlos Prestes had crossed the vast Brazil on foot from end to end, going back and forth from the southern prairies to the northeastern deserts, through the Amazon jungle. In 3 years of marching, the Prestes column had fought against the dictatorship of the coffee and sugar lords without ever suffering a defeat. So Olga Benario imagined it gigantic and devastating. What a surprise he got when he met the great captain. Prestes turned out to be a frail little man who blushed when Olga looked into his eyes. She, trained in the revolutionary struggles in Germany, a militant without borders, came to Brazil. And he, who had never known a woman, was loved and founded by her. At the same time, they both fall prisoner. They are taken to different jails. From Germany, Hitler claims Olga for being a Jew and a communist, vile blood, vile ideas, and the Brazilian president, Getulio Vargas, hands her over to him. When the soldiers arrive to look for her at the jail, the prisoners riot. Olga puts an end to the revolt, to avoid a useless slaughter, and lets herself be carried away. Leaning out of the grating of her cell, the novelist Graciliano Ramos watches her go by, handcuffed, her belly pregnant. At the docks, a ship bearing the swastika cross awaits her. The captain has orders not to stop until Hamburg. There Olga will be locked up in a concentration camp, suffocated in a gas chamber, charred in an oven. 1936. Madrid. The Spanish War. The uprising against the Spanish Republic has been incubated in barracks, sacristies, and palaces. Generals, friars, lackeys of the king and feudal lords of the gallows and knife are its dark protagonists. The Chilean poet Pablo Neruda curses them, invoking the bullets that will one day find their place in their hearts. In Granada, Federico Garcia Lorca, his closest brother, has fallen. The fascists have shot the poet of Andalusia, perpetually free lightning, for being or appearing homosexual and red. Neruda walks on Spanish soil soaked in blood. Seeing what he sees, he transforms. The distracted from politics asks poetry to make itself useful as metal or flour and to get ready to stain his forehead with coal and fight hand to hand. 1936. San Salvador. Martinez. At the head of the uprising, Francisco Franco proclaimed himself Generalissimo and head of the Spanish state. The first diplomatic recognition comes to the city of Burgos from this distant Caribbean sea. General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez, dictator of El Salvador, is the first to congratulate the newborn dictatorship of his colleague Franco. Martínez, the good-natured grandfather who murdered 30,000 Salvadorans, believes that killing ants is more criminal than killing people, because ants do not reincarnate. Every Sunday, Maestro Martinez speaks to the country, by radio, about the international political situation, intestinal parasites, the reincarnation of souls and the communist danger. He usually cures the diseases of his ministers and officials with colored water that he keeps in bottles in the courtyard of the presidential palace, but when the smallpox epidemic broke out, he knew how to scare off the plague by wrapping the street lamps in red cellophane. To uncover the conspiracies, swing a grandfather clock over the steaming soup. Faced with serious difficulties, he turns to President Roosevelt. By telepathy he communicates directly with the White House. 1936. Saint Savior. Miguel at 31. After the collapse of his hideout in the ravine, Miguel had been taken prisoner. He was handcuffed in a solitary cell for almost 2 years. Fresh out of jail, he wanders the roads, a broken outcast, with nothing. He has no party, because his comrades in the Communist Party suspect that the dictator Martinez has set him free in exchange for treason. He has no job, because the dictator Martinez prevents him from being given. He doesn't have a wife, who abandoned him taking his children, he doesn't have a house, food, or shoes, and he doesn't even have a name. It's proven that Miguel Marmol hasn't existed since he was executed in 1932. He decides to finish it once and for all. Enough of saddening the black penalty. The veins will open with a machete blow. And he is raising the machete, when a boy appears on the back of a donkey along the way. The boy greets him, waving around an enormous straw hat, and asks for the machete to split a coconut. Then he offers him half of the opened coconut, water to drink, pulp to eat, and Miguel drinks and eats as if this unknown child had invited him to a splendid party, and he gets up and walks away from death. And so the 8th birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, at 31 years of age. 1936. Guatemala City. I locate. Martinez was the first, for a few hours, but Ubico is the second to recognize Franco. 10 days before Hitler and Mussolini, Ubico gave the seal of legitimacy to the uprising against Spanish democracy. General Jorge Ubico, head of state of Guatemala, rules surrounded by effigies of Napoleon Bonaparte. He looks like, he says, like a twin. But Ubico rides motorcycles and the war he is waging is not about the conquest of Europe. His is the war against bad thoughts. Against bad thoughts, military discipline. Ubico militarizes the postal workers, the musicians of the symphony orchestra and the children of the schools. As a full belly is the mother of bad thoughts, he orders wages to be halved on the united plantation's fruit. He punishes idleness, the father of bad thoughts, forcing the guilty to work the land they own for free. To get the bad thoughts out of the revolutionaries, he invents a steel crown that crushes their heads in the police cellars. Ubico has imposed a forced contribution of 5 cents a month on the Indians to erect a large monument to Ubico. In front of the sculptor, hand on chest, he poses. 1936. Trujillo City. In the year 6 of the era of Trujillo, the name of the capital of the Dominican Republic is corrected. Santo Domingo, thus baptized by its founders, is renamed Ciudad Trujillo. Also the port is now called Trujillo, and Trujillo many towns and squares and markets and avenues are called. From Ciudad Trujillo, Generalissimo Rafael Leonidas Trujillo conveys to Generalissimo Francisco Franco his most fervent support. Trujillo, tireless scourge of Reds and heretics, was born, like Anastasio Somoza, of the U.S. military occupation. His natural modesty does not prevent him from accepting that his name appears on the license plates of all automobiles and his effigy on all postage stamps. He has not opposed the granting of his 3-year-old son Ramphis the rank of colonel, as it is an act of strict justice. His sense of responsibility compels him to personally appoint ministers and porters, bishops, and beauty queens. To stimulate entrepreneurship, Trujillo grants Trujillo a monopoly on salt, tobacco, oil, cement, flour, and matches. In defense of public health, Trujillo. It closes the shops that do not sell meat from Trujillo's slaughterhouses or milk from its dairy farms, and for reasons of public safety, it makes the policies that Trujillo sells mandatory. Holding the helm of progress with a firm hand, Trujillo exempts Trujillo companies from taxes and provides irrigation and roads to their lands and customers to their factories. By order of Trujillo, owner of the shoe factory, anyone who dares to step barefoot on the streets of any town or city goes to prison. The Almighty has a whistle voice, but he never argues. At dinner, he raises his glass and toasts with the governor or deputy who, after coffee, will end up in the cemetery. When a piece of land interests him, he does not buy it, he occupies it. When a woman likes him, he doesn't seduce her, he points her out. Procedure against rain. When the torrential rains are drowning the crops in the Dominican Republic, the services of a good prayer person are required, capable of walking in the rain without getting wet, so that they can offer efficient prayers to God and to Saint Barbara Bendita. The twins are usually effective water binders and thunder scarers. In the Dominican region of Salcedo they use another technique. They look for 2 large, egg-shaped stones, 2 of those stones that the river polishes, they tie them tightly tied to a string, 1 at each end, and hang them from the branch of a tree. Squeezing the stone eggs hard, and giving a sharp tug, they pray to God. Then the Most High gives a howl and leaves with his black clouds elsewhere. Procedure against disobedience. Woman of daily mass and continuous prayer and penance, the mother of Maria Lago skinned her knees begging God to miraculously make her daughter obedient and good, and begged forgiveness for the insolence of the brazen woman. One Good Friday night, Maria Lago went to the river. The mother tried, in vain, to stop her. Think they are killing our Lord Jesus Christ. God's wrath leaves those who make love on Good Friday stuck forever. Maria Lago was not going to meet any lover, but she committed a sin. She swam naked in the river and the water tickled her body, in the forbidden corners of her body, and she shuddered with pleasure. Then he wanted to get out of the river and couldn't. He wanted to separate his legs and could not. It was all covered in scales and had a fin for feet. And in the waters of the Dominican rivers there is still Maria Lago, who was never forgiven. 1937. Dajaban. Procedure against the black threat. Those convicted are blacks from Haiti, who work in the Dominican Republic. This military exorcism operation lasts a day and a half, planned by General Trujillo down to the last detail. In the Dominican sugar country, soldiers lock Haitian day laborers in corrals, herds of men, women, and children, and hack them to death on the spot, or they tie them hand and foot and throw them into the sea with a bayonet. Trujillo, who powders his face several times a day, wants the Dominican Republic to be white. 1937. Washington. News. 2 weeks later, the Haitian government expresses its concern to the Dominican Republic government about the recent border incidents. The government of the Dominican Republic promises to carry out a thorough investigation. In the name of the continental security imperative, the United States government proposes to President Trujillo that he pay compensation to avoid possible friction in the area. After a lengthy negotiation, Trujillo recognized the death of 18,000 Haitians in Dominican territory. According to the president, the figure of 25,000 victims, handled by some sources, reflects the purpose of dishonestly manipulating events. Trujillo agrees to pay the Haitian government, as compensation, $29 for each officially recognized death, which yields a total of $522,000. The White House is pleased that an agreement has been reached within the framework of established inter-American treaties and procedures. Secretary of State Cordell Hull declares in Washington that President Trujillo is one of the greatest men in Central America and most of South America. Once the compensation has been paid in cash, the presidents of the Dominican Republic and Haiti embrace at the border. 1937. Rio de Janeiro. Procedure against the Red Threat. The President of Brazil, Getulio Vargas, has no choice but to establish the dictatorship. The newspapers and radios spread the gloomy Cohen Plan, which forces Vargas to abolish parliament and the elections. The homeland will not succumb without defending itself against the advance of the Moscow hordes. The Cohen Plan, which the government has discovered in some basement, reveals in great detail the tactics and strategy of the communist conspiracy against Brazil. The plan is named Cohen due to an error by the typist, who misheard the dictation. The maker of the plan, the army captain Olimpio Moriofillo, had named it Plancon in his original manuscript, because he had invented it based on the documents of the fleeting Hungarian Revolution led by Bela Kun. The name is not important. Captain Moriofillo receives a well-deserved promotion to major. 1937. Carari Valley. Community crime. From the plains, they bomb and machine gun them. They are attacked by cannon fire on the ground. They cut their throats, burn them alive, and crucify them. 40 years after the extermination of the Canudos community, the Brazilian army raised the Caldeirão community, an island of greenery in the northeast, for the same crime of denying private property. In Caldeirão nothing belonged to anyone, neither the looms, nor the brick kilns, nor the sea of cornfields around the farmhouse, nor the vast snow of the cotton fields beyond. Owners were all and none, and there were no naked or hungry. The needy had become community members at the call of the Holy Cross of the Desert, which blessed José Lourenço, a pilgrim from the desert, had carried here. The Virgin Mary had chosen the place where the cross was to come and had chosen the blessed shoulder to carry it. Where the Blessed nailed the cross, incessant water gushed out. But this scrawny blessed man was the prosperous sultan of a harem of 11,000 virgins, according to the newspapers of distant cities, and as if that were not enough, he was also a Moscow agent who hid an arsenal in his barns. Caldeirão community, nor was anyone. The Translim colt, which only the Blessed One rode, flees at a gallop through the stony mountains. In vain he looks for some bush that invites shade, under the sun of hell. 1937. Rio de Janeiro. Monteiro Lobato. Censorship prohibits the oil scandal, by Monteiro Lobato. The book offends the International Oil Trust and the technicians, hired or bought, who lie that Brazil has no oil. The author has gone bankrupt trying to create a Brazilian oil company. Before, he had failed in the publishing business, when he had the crazy idea of selling books not only in bookstores, but also in pharmacies and bazaars and newsstands. Monteiro Lobato was not born to edit books, but to write them. His thing is to tell stories to children, learn with them, fly in them. In the Quinta del Bentivoglio Amarillo, a dimwit pig is the Marquis d'Arabico, and an ear of corn becomes an enlightened viscount, who can read the Bible in Latin and address the Leghorn chickens in English. The Marquis d'Arabico has fallen in love with Emilia, the rag doll, who talks and talks non-stop because she started late in life and has a lot of chatter deposited. 1937. Mexico City. Bolero. The Ministry of Public Education of Mexico prohibits Agustin Lara's boleros in schools, because his obscene, immoral, and degenerate lyrics could corrupt children. Lara exalts the lost one, in whose dark circles the sun-drunk palm trees can be seen, begs the perverted for love, and dreams in the sumptuous bed of the silk-skinned courtesan, and in sublime rapture throws roses at the feet of the sinner and covers the vile harlot with incense and jewels, in exchange for the honey from her mouth. 1937. Madrid. Hemingway. Ernest Hemingway's chronicles tell of the war that is taking place one step away from his hotel, in the capital besieged by Franco's soldiers and Hitler's planes. Why has Hemingway gone to the solitude of Spain? He is not exactly a militant, of the many who come from all over the world to the solidarity ranks of the brigades. But Hemingway writes revealing the desperate search for dignity among men, and dignity is the only thing that is not rationed in these trenches of the Spanish Republic. 1937. Mexico City. Cantinflas. The people come to laugh. In the suburban tents of Mexico City, poor removable theaters, all the footlights illuminate Cantinflas. There are moments in life that are truly momentary Cantinflas sentences: sparse mustache, pants dropped, making nonsense speeches at full speed. His wild talk without rhyme or reason imitates the rhetoric of intellectuals and politicians, doctors who talk a lot saying nothing, who in endless sentences pursue the point without ever finding it. In these lands, the economy suffers from monetary inflation and politics and culture are sick with word inflation. 1937. Mexico City. Cardenas. Mexico does not wash its hands of the war in Spain. Lázaro Cárdenas, a rare president who is a friend of silence and an enemy of fuss, proclaims his solidarity, but above all he practices it. He sends weapons to the Republican front, across the sea, and receives the orphaned children that the ships bring in loads. Cardenas governs by listening. He is a walker and a listener. He goes from town to town, knowing complaints and needs with infinite patience, and never promises more than he does. As he is a man of his word, he speaks very little. Until Cardenas, the art of governing in Mexico consisted of moving the tongue, but he says yes or no and everyone believes him. In the summer of last year, he announced the agrarian reform, and since then he has not stopped handing over land to indigenous communities. He is cordially hated by those who have turned revolution into business. They say that Cardenas is silent because he has already forgotten the Spanish language, from hanging around among the Indians so much, and that one of these days he is going to appear dressed in loincloths and plumage. 1938. Ananíquilco. Nicholas, son of Zapata. Before anyone, more than anyone, the peasants of Ananíquilco have fought for the land, and after a long time and a lot of blood, the community where Emiliano Zapata was born and raised up remains more or less in the same. At the center of the peasants' struggle is a bundle of papers, bitten by moths and centuries. These documents prove, with the seal of the viceroy, that this community is the owner of its region. Emiliano Zapata had left them in the hands of one of his soldiers, Pancho Franco. If you lose them, compadre, you'll dry hanging from a branch. Several times Pancho Franco saved the papers and his life by a hair. Several times he had to seek refuge in the mountains, before the onslaught of the military and politicians. The best friend of the community is President Lázaro Cárdenas, who has come to Ananíquilco, has listened to the peasants and has recognized and expanded their rights. The worst enemy of the community is the voracious deputy Nicolas Zapata, Emiliano's eldest son, who has seized the best land and wants to also keep the worst. 1938. Mexico City. The nationalization of oil. North of Tampico, Mexican oil belongs to Standard Oil. South to the Shell. Mexico pays dearly for its own oil, which Europe and the United States buy cheap. Companies have been plundering the subsoil for 30 years and stealing taxes and salaries when one fine day Cardenas decides that Mexico is the owner of Mexican oil. Since that day, no one has managed to sleep a wink. The challenge awakens the country. Immense crowds pour into the streets in ceaseless demonstration, carrying coffins of Standard and Shell on their shoulders, and to the music of marimbas and bells the workers occupy the wells and refineries. But the companies take all the technicians, masters of the mystery, and there is no one to manage the indecipherable dashboards. The national flag flies over the silent towers. The drills are stopped, the pipes are emptied, the chimneys are extinguished. It is war, the war against the two most powerful companies on the planet, and above all the war against the Latin American tradition of impotence, the colonial custom of I don't know, I can't. 1938. Mexico City. The mess. Standard Oil demands the immediate invasion of Mexico. Cardenas warns that he will set the wells on fire if a single soldier appears on the border. President Roosevelt whistles and looks the other way, but the British Crown makes Shell's fury its own and announces that it will not buy a drop of Mexican oil. France says neither. Other countries join the blockade. Mexico can't find anyone to sell a spare part, ships disappear from their ports. Cardenas does not get off the mule. He looks for clients in the forbidden areas, Red Russia, Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy. While the abandoned facilities are slowly resurrected, the Mexican workers patch up, improvise, invent, manage as best they can by dint of sheer enthusiasm, and thus the magic of creation makes dignity possible. 1938. Coyoacán. Trotsky. Every morning he is surprised to wake up alive. Although his house has guards on the towers and is surrounded by electric wire fences, Leon Trotsky knows that it is a useless fortress. The creator of the Red Army thanks Mexico, which has given him refuge, but more thanks to luck. See, Natasha. He comments to his wife every morning. They didn't kill us last night, and you're still complaining. Since Lenin died his death, Stalin has liquidated, one after another, the men who had led the Russian Revolution. To save her, says Stalin. To seize it, says Trotsky, a man marked for death. Stubbornly, Trotsky continues to believe in socialism, no matter how dirty it is with human mud. After all, who could deny that Christianity is much more than the Inquisition? 1938. Backlands of the Brazilian Northeast. The cangaceiros. They always operate on a modest scale and never for no reason. They do not rob towns of more than 2 churches, and they kill only by order or revenge that they have sworn kissing the dagger. They operate in the scorched lands of the desert, far from the sea and the salty breath of its dragons. Upside down and to the right they cross the solitudes of northeastern Brazil, on horseback and on foot, with their half-moon hats dripping with decorations. They rarely stop. They do not raise their children or bury their parents. Pacting with heaven and hell, they have closed their bodies to the bullet and the dagger, to die a dead death and not a dead death, but in the short or long term they end their lives very badly gambled, praised 1,000 times by the verses of blind singers. God will say, God will give, league comes, league goes, epic of wandering bandits who go from fight to fight without giving time for the sweat to cool. 1938. Angico. Cangaceiro hunters. To mislead, the cangaceiros imitate noises and tracks of bugs and use false solace with the heel on the tip. But he who knows, knows, and a good tracker recognizes the paths of human passage through this dying vegetation, by what he sees, broken twig or misplaced stone, and by what he smells. The cangaceiros are crazy about perfume. They pour perfume by the liter, and that weakness gives them away. Chasing tracks and scents, the trackers arrive at the hideout of the chief Lampayo, and behind them the troops. The soldiers get so close that they hear Lampayo arguing with his wife. Maria Bonita curses him, while she smokes one cigar after another, sitting on a stone at the entrance to the cave, and he answers sadly from inside. The soldiers set up their machine guns and wait for the order to fire. A drizzle falls, light. 1939. San Salvador de Bahia. The Women of the Gods. Ruth Londas, an American anthropologist, comes to Brazil. He wants to know the life of blacks in a country without racism. In Rio de Janeiro, she is received by Minister Osvaldo Aranha. The minister explains that the government intends to cleanse the Brazilian race, dirty with black blood, because black blood is to blame for the national backwardness. From Rio, Ruth travels to Bahia. Blacks are the vast majority in the city, where viceroys opulent in sugar and slaves once had their throne, and black is everything that is worthwhile here, from religion to food passing. For the music. And yet, in Bahia everyone believes, and blacks too, that fair skin is proof of good quality. Not everyone. Ruth discovers the pride of blackness in the women of the African temples. In these temples it is almost always women, black priestesses, who receive the gods from Africa in their bodies. Resplendent and round as cannonballs, they offer their ample bodies to the gods, which resemble houses where it is a pleasure to arrive and stay. The gods enter them and dance in them. From the hands of the possessed priestesses, the people receive encouragement and consolation, and through their mouths listen to the voices of destiny. The black priestesses of Bahia accept lovers, not husbands. Marriage gives prestige, but it takes away freedom and joy. No one is interested in formalizing a wedding before the priest or the judge, no one wants to be handcuffed as a wife. Mrs. Head up, languid sway, the priestesses move like queens of creation. They condemn their men to the incomparable torment of being jealous of the gods. Exu. The earthquake of the drums disturbs the sleep of Rio de Janeiro. From the undergrowth, by the light of the bonfires, Exu mocks the rich and casts his deadly curses against them. Treacherous avenger of the without, he illuminates the night and darkens the day. If he throws a stone into the forest bleeds. The god of poverty is also a devil. It has two heads, one of Jesus of Nazareth, the other of Satan from the underworld. In Bahia they regard him as a Jodan messenger from the other world, a second-rate god, but in the favelas of Rio he is the powerful owner of midnight. Exu, capable of caressing and crime, can save and can kill. He comes from the bottom of the earth. He enters, violent, groundbreaking, through the solace of his bare feet. Body and voice are given to him by the men and women who live with the rats, between four cans hanging from their snouts, and who in Exu redeem themselves and have fun until they roll with laughter. Maria Padilla. She is Exu and she is also one of his women, mirror and lover. Maria Padilla, the most whore of the devils with whom Exu likes to wallow in the bonfires. It is not difficult to recognize it when it enters a body. Maria Padilla screams, howls, insults and laughs very badly, and at the end of the trance she demands expensive drinks and imported cigarettes. You have to give her the treatment of a great lady and beg her a lot so that she deigns to exercise her recognized influence before the gods and the devils who command the most. Maria Padilla does not enter any body. She chooses to manifest in this world the women who earn their living in the suburbs of Rio. Giving up for coins. Thus, the despised become worthy of devotion, the rented meat rises to the center of the altar. The garbage of the night shines brighter than all the suns. 1939. Rio de Janeiro. The Samba. Brazil is Brazilian and so is God, proclaims Ari Barroso in the very patriotic and danceable music that is prevailing at the Rio de Janeiro Carnival. But the tastiest sambas that the carnival offers do not exalt the virtues of the tropical paradise. His lyrics rabidly praise bohemian life and the misdeeds of the free, curse misery and the police and despise work. The work is a matter of odorious, because inside it is that the mason will never be able to inhabit the building that his hands raise. The samba, black rhythm, son of the songs that summon the black gods in the favelas, dominates the carnivals. In respectable homes they still look askance at him. He deserves distrust because he is black and because he is poor and because he was born in the shelters of those persecuted by the police. But the samba makes the legs happy and caresses the soul, and there is no way to ignore it when it plays. The universe breathes to the rhythm of samba until next Ash Wednesday, while the party lasts that turns every proletarian into a king, every paralytic into an athlete, and every bored person into a cute madman. 1939. Rio de Janeiro. The thug. The most fearsome in Rio is called Madame Satan. When he was 7 years old, his mother exchanged him for a horse. From then on he went from hand to hand, from owner to owner, until he ended up in a brothel where he learned the trade of cook and the joys of bed. There he became a professional thug, protector of whores and of all bohemians without protection. The cops have beaten him up enough to send him to the cemetery several times, but this big black man never goes beyond the hospital and jail. He is Madame Satan from Monday to Friday, a devil in a Panama hat who with punches and knives dominates the nights of the Lapa neighborhood, while he walks around whistling and marking the rhythm of the samba with a box of matches, and on weekends it's her, the devil who has just won the Carnival Fantasies contest with a faggot golden bat cape, who wears a ring on each finger and who moves her hips like her friend Carmen Miranda. 1939. Rio de Janeiro. Cartola. In the Morro de Mangueira, Cartola is the soul of samba and everything else. He is often seen rushing past, pants in hand waving like a flag, chased by some intolerant husband. Between faras and shots, melodies and complaints of love sprout from within that he hums and after a while forgets. Cartola sells his sambas to the first one that appears and for the little that he gives. He is always amazed that anyone pays anything for that. 1939. Montserrat Abbey. Vallejo. Mortally wounded, the Spanish Republic takes its last steps. Little air is left. Franco's army charges annihilating. In the Montserrat Abbey, as a farewell, the militiamen publish the verses that two Latin Americans have written in homage to Spain and its tragedy. The poems of the Chilean Neruda and the Peruvian Vallejo are printed on paper made from shreds of uniforms, enemy flags and bandages. Cesar Vallejo died shortly before Spain fell, hurt and alone like him. He has died in Paris, a day of which he already had the memory, and his last poems were in Spain, written the hard way, between four lugubrious walls. Vallejo sang about the feet of the Spanish people in arms and all its excess, beloved sun, beloved shadow, and Spain was the last word said, in his agony, by this American poet, the most American of poets. 1939. Washington. Roosevelt. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt became president, there were in the United States United 15 million workers without work, who watched with the faces of lost children. Many raised their thumbs on the highways and made pilgrimages from city to city, barefoot or with cardboard on their pierced soles, taking public urinals and railway stations for hotels. To save his nation, the first thing Roosevelt did was put money in a cage. He closed all the banks until things cleared up. And since then it has governed the economy without allowing itself to be governed by it, and has consolidated democracy threatened by the crisis. With Latin American dictators, however, he gets along very well. Roosevelt protects them, just as he protects Ford cars, Kelvinator refrigerators, and every other industrial product in the United States. 1939. Washington. In the year 9 of the era of Trujillo, a 21-gun salute welcomes him to the West Point Military Academy. Trujillo breathes with a perfumed ivory fan and greets by fluttering the ostrich plumage from his hat. He is accompanied by a plump delegation of bishops, generals, and courtiers, a doctor and a sorcerer who specializes in the evil eye. He is also accompanied by Brigadier General Ramfis Trujillo, 9 years old, who is dragging a sword longer than he is. General George Marshall offers Trujillo a banquet aboard the Mayflower and President Roosevelt receives him at the White House. Legislators, governors, and journalists shower the exemplary statesman with praise. Trujillo, who pays for his debt in cash, also buys praise in cash, charged to the item birdseed for birds of the budget of the executive branch of the Dominican Republic. 1939. Washington. Somoza. Before the Marines made him a general and head honcho of Nicaragua, Taco Somoza dedicated himself to counterfeiting gold coins and winning by cheating at poker and love. Since he has all the power, Sandino's assassin has turned the national budget into his personal account and has become the owner of the best lands in the country. He has liquidated his lukewarm enemies by shooting them loans from the National Bank. Your hot enemies have ended in accident or ambush. Somoza's visit to the United States is no less triumphant than that of Trujillo. President Roosevelt comes, with various ministers, to welcome him to the Union Station. A military band plays the hymns and cannon shots and speeches sound. Somoza announces that the main avenue of Managua, which crosses the city from the lagoon to the lake, will be renamed Roosevelt Avenue. 1939. New York. Superman. In the magazine Action Comics, the adventures of Superman are published. This Hercules of our time guards private property in the universe. From a place called Metropolis, travel to other times and galaxies, flying faster than light and breaking the barriers of time. Wherever he goes, in this world or another, Superman restores order more effectively and quickly than all the Marines put together. With a look he melts steel, with a kick he cuts down all the trees in the jungle, with a punch he pierces several mountains at once. In his other persona, Superman is the timorous Clark Kent, as poor a devil as any of his readers. 1941. New York. Portrait of an opinion maker. Movie theaters refuse to show El Ciudadano. Only some small theaters of Morondanga dare to such a challenge. In The Citizen, Orson Welles tells the story of a man sick with power fever, and that man looks too much like William Randolph Hearst. Hearst owns 18 newspapers, 9 magazines, 7 castles, and numerous people. He knows how to excite public opinion. In his long life he has caused wars and bankruptcies, he has made and undone fortunes, he has created idols, he has demolished reputations. His inventions are scandalous campaigns and gossip columns, good for hitting, as he likes, below the waist. The most powerful opinion maker in the United States believes that the white race is the only truly human race. He believes in the necessary victory of the strongest and believes that the communists are to blame for the fact that young people drink alcohol. He is also convinced that the Japanese are traitors from birth. Hearst's newspapers have been warning about the Yellow Peril for more than half a century, when Japan bombs the U.S. base at Pearl Harbor. The United States enters World War II. 1942. Washington. The Red Cross does not accept blood from blacks. The soldiers of the United States leave for the war fronts. Many are black, commanded by white officers. Those who survive will return home. The blacks will enter through the back door, and in the southern states they will have a separate place to live and work and die, and they will even lie after death in a separate cemetery. The hooded of the Ku Klux Klan will prevent blacks from entering the world of whites, and especially in the bedrooms of whites. War accepts blacks. Thousands and thousands of black Americans. The Red Cross, no. The American Red Cross prohibits the blood of blacks in plasma banks. This prevents the mixing of blood from being injected. 1942. New York. Drew. Charles Drew is a life inventor. His investigations have made possible the preservation of blood. Thanks to him there are plasma banks, which are resuscitating thousands of dying on the battlefields of Europe. Drew directs the Red Cross Plasma Service in the United States. When the Red Cross decides to reject the blood of blacks, he resigns from his position. Drew is black. 1942. Oxford, Mississippi. Faulkner. Seated in a rocking chair, before the portico of columns of a mansion that is crumbling, William Faulkner smokes his pipe and listens to the secrets of the ghosts. The plantation masters tell Faulkner their glories and their panics. Nothing horrifies them more than the mixture of races. A drop of black blood, even if it is only a drop, is a destiny that curses life and forces death to pass through the black fires of hell. The dynasties of the southern United States, born of crime and condemned to crime, watch the white glow of their own twilight, reviled by any blackness or shadow of blackness. The gentleman would like to believe that the purity of the lineage will not perish, although its memory perishes and the last echoes of the trumpets of the final charge of the horsemen vanquished by Lincoln fade away. 1942. Hollywood. Brecht. Hollywood makes movies to turn the terrifying vigil of humanity in the throes of annihilation into a sweet dream. Bertolt Brecht, exiled from Hitler's Germany, is employed in this industry of sleeping pills. The founder of a theater who wants to open wide the eyes of the people, earns his living in the studios of the United Artists. He is one of many writers who work for Hollywood during office hours, competing to write the most nonsense per day. One of these days, Brecht buys a small god of luck, at the price of 40 cents, in a Chinese store. He places it on his desk, in plain sight. Brecht has been told that the god of luck smacks his lips every time he is forced to take poison. 1942. Hollywood. Good neighbors to the south. Accompany the United States in World War. It is the time of democratic prices. Latin American countries provide cheap raw materials, cheap food, and the occasional soldier. The cinema exalts the common cause. In the movies there is rarely a lack of the South American number, sung and danced in Spanish or Portuguese. Donald Duck debuts a Brazilian friend, the parrot José Carioca. On islands in the Pacific or in the fields of Europe, Hollywood leading men kill Japanese and Germans in droves. Each leading man has a likable, indolent, rather silly Latino next to him, who admires his blonde brother from the north and serves as an echo and shadow for him, faithful squire, cheerful musician, messenger and cook. 1942. Pampas of Maria Barzola. Latin American method to reduce production costs. Bolivia is one of the countries that pay for the war. Always condemned to a starvation ration, Bolivia contributes to the Allied cause by selling its tin at a price 10 times lower than the usual low price. The mine workers finance this bargain, their wages go from almost nothing to nothing. And when a government decree forces the workers to forced labor at gunpoint, the strike occurs. Another decree prohibits the strike and the strike continues to occur. Then the president, Enrique Peñaranda, orders the army to act severely and forcefully. Patino, king of the mines, orders to proceed without hesitation. His viceroys, Aramia and Hochschild, approve. Machine guns spit fire for hours and leave the steppe strewn with people. The Patino mines pays for some coffins, but saves the compensation. Death by shrapnel is not an accident at work. 1943. Sanssouci. Carpentier. Alejo Carpentier discovers, hallucinated, the kingdom of Henry Christophe. The Cuban writer tours the haughty ruins of the delirium of that cook-slave, who became monarch of Haiti and killed himself by shooting himself with the golden bullet that he always wore around his neck. Carpentier listens to the ceremonial hymns and the magical drums of the invocation, while visiting the palace that King Christophe copied from Versailles, and tours its invulnerable fortress, an immense mass that withstood lightning and earthquakes because its stones were bound with the blood of bulls sacrificed to the gods. In Haiti, Carpentier learns that there is no more prodigious and delightful magic than the journey that leads, inside reality, inside the body, to the depths of America. In Europe magicians have become bureaucrats and wonder, tired, has been reduced to a sleight of hand trick. In America, on the other hand, surrealism is natural as rain or madness. 1943. Port-au-Prince. Hands that don't lie. DeWitt Peters founds a large open studio and Haitian art suddenly exploded from there. Everyone paints everything, fabrics, cardboard, cans, wood, walls and whatever comes. They all paint in all noise and brilliance, with the 7 souls of the rainbow. Everyone, the cobbler and the fisherman, the washerwoman by the river and the shopkeeper in the market. In the poorest country in America, squeezed by Europe, invaded by the United States, devastated by wars and dictatorships, the people start to shout colors and there is no one to silence them. 1943. Montreux. A grain of salt. In a canteen, surrounded by paunchy children and scrawny dogs, Hector Hippolyte paints gods with a brush made of chicken feathers. San Juan Bautista appears in the afternoons and helps him. Hippolyte paints the gods painting by his hand. These painter and painted gods, the Haitian gods, inhabit earth, heaven, and hell at the same time. They are capable of good and evil, they offer their children revenge and consolation. Not all have come from Africa. Some have been born here, like Baron Samedi, god of solemn gait, black with a black top hat and black cane, who is the owner of poisons and tombs. It is up to Baron Samedi that poisons kill and that the dead rest in peace. He makes many of the dead zombies and condemns them to work as slaves. Zombies, walking dead or alive who have lost their souls, have an air of hopeless stupidity. But 2 by 3 they escape and recover their lost life, their stolen soul. A single grain of salt is enough to wake them up. A single grain of salt. And how is there going to be a lack of salt in the abode of the slaves who defeated Napoleon and founded freedom in America? 1944. New York. Learning to see. It's noon and James Baldwin is walking with a friend through the streets of southern Manhattan. The red light stops them at a corner. "Look," the friend says, pointing to the ground. Baldwin looks. He does not see anything. Look. Nothing. There is nothing to look at, nothing to see. A dirty puddle of water against the edge of the sidewalk and nothing else. But the friend insists. "You see? You're watching?" And then Baldwin stares and sees. He sees an oil slick shivering in the puddle. Then, in the oil stain, he sees the rainbow. And further in, the puddle inside, the street goes by, and people go by, shipwrecked people and madmen and magicians, and the whole world goes by, an amazing world full of worlds that shine in the world, and so, thanks to a friend, Baldwin sees, for the first time in his life, he sees. 1945. Border between Guatemala and El Salvador. Michael at 40. He sleeps in caves and cemeteries. Condemned by hunger to continuous hiccups, he is disputing crumbs with magpies and mustungan doves. The sister, who meets him from time to time, tells him, "God has given you many abilities, but he has given you the punishment of being a communist." Since Miguel regained the full confidence of his party, he has not stopped running and suffering. And now the party has resolved that the most sacrificed of its militants leave El Salvador for exile in Guatemala. Miguel manages to cross the border, after 1,000 tragedies and dangers. It's already late night. He falls asleep, exhausted, under a tree. At dawn, he is awakened by a huge yellow cow, which is licking his feet. Michael tells him, "Good day." And the cow gets scared and flees as fast as it can and bellowing into the bush. 5 avenging bulls immediately emerge from the mountain. Miguel cannot escape backwards or upwards. Behind him there is an abyss and the tree has a smooth trunk. In a whirlwind the bulls come upon him, but before the final charge they stop dead and staring at him, they snort, breathe fire and smoke, gore into the air and rake the ground, tearing up brush and dust. Miguel sweats cold and trembles. Stuttering with panic, he stammers explanations. The bulls look at him, a little man half hungry half scared, and they look at each other. He entrusts himself to Marx and Saint Francis of Assisi. And finally the bulls turn their backs on him and walk away, head down, at a slow pace. And so the 9th birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, at 40 years of his birth. Age: 1945. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A son of fire. Violent light never seen in the world, rises slowly, breaks the sky and collapses. 3 days later, another sun of suns bursts over Japan. Below are the ashes of two cities, a desert of rust, many thousands of dead and thousands more condemned to die piecemeal over the coming years. The war was almost over, Hitler and Mussolini already liquidated, when President Harry Truman gave the order to drop the atomic bombs on the civilian populations of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In the United States, a national clamor demanded the speedy annihilation of the Yellow Peril. It was time to end once and for all with the imperial fumes of this arrogant Asian country never colonized by anyone. Not even dead are good, said the press, these treacherous little monkeys. Now there is no doubt. There is a great winner among the winners. The United States emerges from the World War intact and more powerful than ever. They act as if the entire planet is their trophy. 1945. Princeton. Einstein. Albert Einstein feels as if his own hand has pushed the button. He did not make the atomic bomb, but the atomic bomb would not have been possible without his discoveries. Now Einstein would like to have been another, to have dedicated himself to the harmless trade of repairing pipes or building walls instead of going around finding out the secrets of life that others use to annihilate it. When he was a child, a teacher told him, "You'll never amount to anything." Gulping, looking as if he were on the moon, he wondered what light would be like as seen by someone who could ride lightning. When he became a man, he found the answer, which turned out to be the theory of relativity. He received a Nobel Prize and deserved several more, for the answers he has since found to other questions, born of the mysterious link between Mozart's sonatas and the Pythagorean theorem, or born of the defiant arabesques that smoke draws in the air. Of his very long pipe. Einstein believed that science was a way to reveal the beauty of the universe. The most famous of the sages has the saddest eyes in human history. 1945. Buenos Aires. Perón. General MacArthur takes charge of the Japanese and Spruy Braden deals with the Argentines. In order to lead the Argentines on the good path of democracy, the North American ambassador Braden gathers all the parties, from the conservative to the communist, in a united front against Juan Domingo Perón. According to the State Department, Colonel Perón, the government's labor minister, is the head of a Nazi gang. Look magazine claims that he is a pervert, who keeps photos of naked Indian women from Patagonia in his desk drawers along with images of Hitler and Mussolini. Flying, Perón travels the road to the presidency. He takes Evita, a radio drama actress, with feverish eyes and an enterprising voice, by the arm, and when he gets tired or doubtful or scared, she is the one who takes him. Perón brings together more people than all the parties together. When they accuse him of being an agitator, he answers that it is a great honor. The tufted ones, those dressed to the nines, chant the name of Ambassador Braden on the corners of downtown Buenos Aires, waving hats and handkerchiefs, but in the working-class neighborhoods the shirtless crowds shout the name of Perón. The laboring people, exiled in their own land, mute from so much silence, finds a homeland and a voice in this rare minister who is always on their side. Perón's popular prestige grows and grows as he dusts off forgotten social laws or creates new ones. His is the statute that obliges to respect the rights of those who work their backs on farms and plantations. The statute does not remain on paper, and thus the field laborer, almost a thing, becomes a rural worker with a union and everything. 1945. Fields of Tucumán. The familiar. He is furious with these novelties that have come to disturb his domains. The labor unions give him more anger and scare than the cross of the knife. In the sugar cane plantations of northern Argentina, the familiar takes care of the obedience of the laborers. The pawn that gets loud and surly is devoured by the familiar in one bite. It makes the noise of chains and emits a stench of sulfur, but it is not known if it is the devil himself or a simple official. Only his victims have seen it, and none could tell the tale. They say that at night the familiar haunts the sheds where the laborers sleep, turned into an enormous serpent, and that it lurks crouched on the roads, in the shape of a dog with flaming eyes, all black, very toothy and clawed. The angels wake. In the northern provinces of Argentina, the death of young children is not mourned. One less mouth on earth, one more angel in heaven, death is drunk and danced, from the first crow of the rooster, with long gulps of aloja and chicha and to the sound of bass drum and guitar. As the dancers spin and stamp their feet, they pass the child from arm to arm. When the child has been well rocked and celebrated, they all break into song so that their flight to paradise begins. There goes the little traveler, dressed in his best clothes, while the song grows. And they say goodbye lighting rockets, being very careful not to burn its wings. 1945. Fields of Tucumán. Yupanqui. He has the face of an Indian who looks at the mountain that looks at him, but he comes from the southern plains, from the echoless pampa, which hides nothing, the singing gaucho of the mysteries of northern Argentina. He comes on horseback, stopping at every place, at every person, randomly along the way. To continue the path he sings, singing what he walked, Atahualpa Yupanqui. And to continue the story, because the poor man's story is sung or lost and he knows it well, he is left-handed to play the guitar and to think about the world. 1946. Peace. The bagel. At the top, there are 3. Down at the base of the mountain there are 3 million. The mountain is made of tin and is called Bolivia. The 3 of the summit form the mining thread. Simon Patino is in the center. On one side he has Carlos Aramia, to the other, to Mauricio Hochschild. Patino was a poor miner until half a century ago when a fairy touched him with a magic wand and turned him into one of the richest men in the world. Now he wears a vest with a gold chain and sits kings and presidents at his table. Aramia comes from the local aristocracy. Hochschild comes from the plane that brought him. Any of the 3 has more money than the state. All that the tin yields, remains outside. To avoid taxes, Patino's headquarters are in the United States, Aramia's in Switzerland and Hochschild's in Chile. Patino pays Bolivia $50 a year for income tax, Aramia $22 and Hochschild nothing. Each member of the Rosca has a newspaper and several ministers and legislators. It is a tradition that the chancellor receives a monthly salary from Patino. Mines. But now the president, Guilberto Villarroel, wants to force La Rosca to pay taxes and salaries that are not symbolic, so an outrageous conspiracy is unleashed. 1946. Peace. Villarroel. President Villarroel does not defend himself. It is abandoned to fate, as if it were fate. Hired thugs attack him, followed by a strange and numerous procession where devoutes and students mix. Raising torches, black flags, and bloody sheets, the mutineers invade the government palace, throw Villarroel from the balcony into the street and hang him, naked, from a lamppost. In addition to challenging La Rosca, Villarroel had wanted to give the same rights to the white and the Indian, to the wife and mistress, to the legal child and the natural child. The whole world salutes crime. The owners of democracy announce that they have liquidated this tyrant in Hitler's pay, who with unforgivable insolence tried to raise the collapsed international price of tin. And in Bolivia, a country that does not stop working due to its own misfortune, the fall of what it is and the restoration of what it was is celebrated. The League of Morals, the Association of Mothers of the Priest, the War Widows, the United States Embassy, all the right, almost all the left, left to the left of the moon, and La Rosca live happy days. 1946. Hollywood. Carmen Miranda. All glittery with sequins and necklaces, topped by a tower of bananas, Carmen Miranda undulates against a backdrop of a cardboard tropical landscape. Born in Portugal, the daughter of a poor Figaro who crossed the sea, Carmen is today the main export product of Brazil. Coffee comes later. This short, loose voice has little voice, and the little she does have is out of tune, but she sings with her hips and hands and with the winking of her eyes, and she has plenty of that. She is the highest paid in Hollywood, owns 10 houses and 8 oil wells. But the Fox company refuses to renew the contract. Senator Joseph McCarthy has denounced it as obscene, because during a filming, in full dance, a photographer betrayed intolerable nudity under her flounced skirt. And the press has revealed that already in her most tender childhood Carmen had recited before King Albert of Belgium, accompanying the verses with cheeky wiggles and eye drops that caused scandal among the nuns and prolonged insomnia for the monarch. 1948. Bogotá. Vespers. In placid Bogotá, home to friars and jurists, General Marshall meets with the foreign ministers of the Latin American countries. What does the wise man of the West bring us in his saddlebags, the one who waters European soils devastated by war with dollars? General Marshall resists, impassive, with his headphones glued to his temples, the discourse that intensifies. Without batting an eyelid, he endures the lengthy professions of democratic faith from many Latin American delegates eager to sell themselves out for dead roosters, while John McCloy, manager of the World Bank, warns. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I didn't bring my checkbook in my suitcase." Beyond the halls of the 9th Pan American Conference, speeches are also raining all over the length and breadth of the host country. The liberal doctors announce that they will bring peace to Colombia, as the goddess Pallas Athena made the olive tree sprout on the hills of Athens, and the conservative doctors promise to pluck unprecedented forces from the sun and light the timid little lamp with the dark fire that is the heart of the globe. Votive of the tenebrary that is lit on the eve of the betrayal in the night of darkness. While chancellors and doctors cry out, proclaim and declaim, reality exists. In the Colombian fields, the war between conservatives and liberals is being fought. The politicians provide the words and the peasants provide the dead. And the violence is already reaching Bogotá, it is already knocking at the gates of the capital and threatening its usual routine, always the same sins, always the same metaphors. In the bullfight last Sunday, the desperate crowd has launched into the arena and has torn to pieces a poor bull that refused to fight. 1948. Bogotá. Gaitán. The political country, says Jorge Eliar Gaitán, has nothing to do with the national country. Gaitán is head of the Liberal Party, but he is also its black sheep. The poor of all flags adore him. What is the difference between liberal hunger and conservative hunger? Malaria is neither conservative nor liberal. Gaitán's voice unleashes the people who scream through his mouth. This man turns fear on its back. From all sides come to hear him, to listen to each other, the ragged, rowing through the jungle and spurring the horses along the roads. They say that when Gaitán speaks, the fog breaks in Bogotá, and that even in the high sky St. Peter stops his ear and does not allow the rain to fall on the gigantic concentrations gathered in the light of the torches. The haughty Caudillo, with the lean face of a statue, openly denounces the oligarchy and the imperialist ventriloquist who has it sitting on his knees, an oligarchy without a life of its own or a word of its own, and announces agrarian reform and other truths that will put an end to such a long lie. If they don't kill him, Gaitán will be president of Colombia. Buy it, you can't. What temptation could this man who despises pleasure, who sleeps alone, eats little and drinks nothing, and who does not accept anesthesia even to pull a tooth, succumb to? 1948. Bogotá. The Bogotazo. At 2 in the afternoon on April 9, Gaitán had an appointment. "I was going to receive a student, one of the Latin American students who are meeting in Bogotá on the sidelines and against General Marshall's Pan-American ceremony. At 1:30, the student leaves the hotel, ready to take a gentle walk to Gaitán's office. But shortly after walking he hears earthquake noises and a human avalanche comes upon him. The poor, sprouting from the suburbs and hanging from the hills, advancing in a whirlwind to all places, a hurricane of pain and anger that has been sweeping the city, breaking shop windows, overturning trams, setting buildings on fire. They killed him. They killed him. It was in the street, from 3 bullets. Gaitán's watch stopped at 1:05. The student, a burly Cuban named Fidel Castro, puts a peakless cap on his head and lets himself be carried away by the town wind. 1948. Bogota. Calls. The center of Bogota is invaded by the Indian Ruanas and the workers' espadrilles, hands tanned by the earth or by the lime, hands stained with machine oil or shoe polish, and to the whirlwind come the porters and students and the waiters, river washerwomen and market vendors, the seven loves and the seven trades, the hustlers, the death seekers, the luck seekers. A woman emerges from the whirlwind carrying 4 fur coats, all on top, clumsy and happy as a bear in love. A man flees like a rabbit with several pearl necklaces around his neck, and another man walks like a turtle with a refrigerator on his back. On street corners, children in rags direct traffic, prisoners break prison bars, someone cuts fire hoses with a machete. Bogota is an immense bonfire and the sky is a red vault. Typewriters rain down from the balconies of the ministries on fire and bullets rain down from the bell towers of the burning churches. The policemen hide or fold their arms in anger. From the presidential palace, you can see the river of people coming. The machine guns have already repulsed 2 attacks, but the crowd managed to throw the disemboweled puppet who had killed Gaitan against the palace gates. Dona Bertha, the first lady, puts a revolver on her belt and calls her confessor on the phone. "Father, please take my son to the American embassy." From another telephone, the president, Mariano Ospina Perez, ordered the protection of General Marshal's house and issued orders against the rebellious mob. Then he sits and waits. The roar grows from the streets. 3 tanks lead the charge against the presidential palace. The tanks have people on top, people waving flags and shouting the name of Gaitan, and behind them the crowd bristling with machetes, axes, and clubs lashes out. As soon as they reach the palace, the tanks stop. They slowly rotate their turrets, aim back, and start killing people in droves. 1948. Bogota. Ashes. Someone wanders around looking for a shoe. A woman howls with a dead child in her arms. The city smokes. Walk carefully, so as not to step on corpses. A battered mannequin hangs from the tram cables. From the steps of a monastery made of coal, a naked and sooty Christ looks up at the sky with his arms outstretched. At the foot of that staircase, a beggar drinks and treats. The archbishop's mitre covers his head up to his eyes and a purple velvet curtain wraps his body, but the beggar defends himself from the cold by drinking French cognac from a golden chalice, and in a silver ciborium he offers drinks to the walkers. Drinking and inviting, he is knocked over by an army bullet. The last shots ring out. The city, devastated by fire, recovers order. After 3 days of revenge and madness, the unarmed people return to their usual humiliation, to work and mess around. General Marshal has no doubts. The Bogotazo has been the work of Moscow. The Colombian government suspends relations with the Soviet Union. 1948. Yupar Valley. The Vallenato. I want to scream and they won't let me. The Colombian government prohibits the grito vagabond. Those who sing it risk dungeon or bullet. In the Magdalena River, they sing it the same way. The people of the Colombian coast defend themselves by playing music. El Grito Vagabundo is a vallenato rhythm, one of the cowboy songs that give news of the events in the region and, incidentally, brighten the air. With the accordion on their chests, the troubadours of vallenatos ride or sail. With the accordion on their thighs, they receive the first drink of all the parties and launch their challenge, whoever comes out, to a duel of couplets. The vallenato verses intersect like stab wounds, which the accordion carries and brings, and these happy wars last several days and nights in the markets and in the cockpits. The most formidable rival of the improvisers is Lucifer, a great musician, who gets bored in hell and 2 by 3 comes to America, disguised, in search of a party. 1948. Wrocław. Picasso. This painter contains the best painters that have been in the world. Everyone, from the very old to those from a while ago, coexist, very badly, inside it. It is not an easy task to bring such intractable people inside, who spend all their time fighting, so that the painter does not have a free minute left to listen to speeches, much less to deliver them. But this time, the first and only time in his entire life, Pablo Picasso makes a speech. The unusual event occurs in the Polish city of Wrocław, during the World Congress of Intellectuals for Peace. I have a friend who should be here. Picasso pays homage to the greatest poet of the Spanish language and one of the greatest poets in the world, who has always taken the side of unfortunate men, Pablo Neruda, persecuted by the police in Chile, cornered like a dog. 1948. Somewhere in Chile. Neruda. In the newspaper El Impartial we read, full page, Neruda is wanted throughout the country. And below, the investigations personnel who find the whereabouts of the fugitive will be awarded. From hiding place to hiding place, the poet walks through the night of Chile. Neruda is one of the many who are suffering persecution for being read or for being worthy or for being, and he does not complain about the fate he has chosen. He does not regret the solidarity he practices, he enjoys and celebrates this fighting passion, even if it brings him trouble, just as he enjoys and celebrates the bells, the wine, the conger eel soup and the flying kites with widely spread wings. 1948. San Jose, Costa Rica. Figueres. After 6 weeks of war and 2,000 deaths, the rural middle class comes to power in Costa Rica. At the head of the new government, José Figueres outlaws the Communist Party and loudly promises unconditional support for the free world's struggle against Russian imperialism. But in a low voice he also promises to continue and deepen the social reforms that the Communists have promoted in recent years. Under the protection of President Rafael Calderón, a friend of the Communists, unions and cooperatives have multiplied in Costa Rica, small owners have gained space for large estates and health and education have spread. The anti-communist Figueres does not touch the lands of the United Fruit Company, a very powerful lady, but nationalize the banks and dissolve the army, so that money does not speculate or arms conspire. Costa Rica wants to be safe from the fierce turmoil in Central America. 1949. Washington. The Chinese Revolution. Between yesterday and tomorrow, an abyss, the Chinese Revolution is thrown into the air and jumps. News arrives from Beijing that provokes anger and fear in Washington. After the long march of armed humility, Mao's Reds have triumphed. General Chiang Kai-shek flees. The United States installed a new throne for him on the island of Formosa. The parks in China were forbidden to the poor and dogs, and beggars died of cold at dawn, as in the old days of the mandarins, but it was not in Peking that the orders were issued. It was not the Chinese who appointed their ministers and generals, wrote their laws and decrees, and set their rates and salaries. China was not in the Caribbean Sea due to a mistake in geography. 1949. Havana. The radio drama. Don't kill me, the actor asks the author. Juanilio Jorge Cardoso had planned to disseminate Captain Hook in the next episode, but if the character dies of the sword in the pirate ship, the actor dies of hunger in the street. The author, a good friend of the actor, promises him infinite life. Juanilio invents good adventures, the kind that take your breath away. His radio dramas are not, however, very successful. He is miserly in honey and does not know how to squeeze sensitive hearts like someone who wrings clothes to the last drop. José Sánchez Arcila, on the other hand, does touch the most intimate fibers. In his novel El Collar de Lágrimas, the characters struggle against the verdict of evil fate in 965 chapters that bathe the audience in showers of tears. But the greatest radio drama hit of all time is El Derecho de Nacer, by Felix B. Kenyat. Nothing like it had ever been heard, in Cuba, or anywhere else. At night, at the appointed time, only that is heard, in a unanimous mass. Movies are interrupted in theaters, the streets empty, lovers suspend their love affairs, roosters their quarrels and flies their flights. For 74 chapters, all of Cuba has been waiting for Don Rafael del Junco to speak. This character from El Derecho de Nacer is the owner of the secret. He is completely paralyzed and, as if that were not enough, he lost his voice in episode 197. We are now on 271 and Don Rafael only makes scratchy throat noises. When will he be able to reveal the truth to the good woman who once sinned by succumbing to the call of crazy passion? When will she have the voice to tell her that Albertico Limonta, her doctor, is actually that fruit of illicit love that she abandoned, shortly after birth, in the hands of a black woman with a white soul? When? The audience, dying of suspense, ignores that Don Rafael is silent due to a strike. This cruel silence will continue until the actor who plays Don Rafael Del Junco gets the salary increase that he has been demanding for 2.5 months. 1950. Rio de Janeiro. Obdulio. The hand comes fierce, but Obdulio sticks out his chest and stomps and puts his leg in. The captain of the Uruguayan team, bossy and well-planted black, does not shrink. Obdulio grows more the huge enemy crowd roars from the stands. Surprise and duel in the Maracanã Stadium, Brazil, scorer, demolisher, favorite from end to end, loses the last game at the last moment. Uruguay, playing to the death, wins the Soccer World Championship. At nightfall, Obdulio Varela flees from the hotel, besieged by journalists, fans, and onlookers. Obdulio prefers to celebrate in solitude. He is going to drink out there, in any cafeteria, but everywhere he finds Brazilians crying. It was all because of Abijulio, they say, bathed in tears, those who were vociferating in the stadium a few hours ago. Abijulio won the game for us. And Obdulio feels astonished for having had a fight with them, now that he sees them one by one. The victory begins to weigh on his back. He ruined the party for these good people, and he wants to apologize for having committed the tremendous evil of winning. So he continues to walk the streets of Rio de Janeiro, from bar to bar. And so it dawns, drinking, embracing the defeated. 1950. Hollywood. Rita. He has conquered Hollywood by changing his name, weight, age, voice, lips, and eyebrows. Her hair went from dull black to fiery red. In order to enlarge his forehead, hair after hair was ripped out by painful electric shocks. In her eyes they put eyelashes like petals. Rita Hayworth dressed up as a goddess, and perhaps was, throughout the 1940s. Already the 50 demand new goddess. 1950. Hollywood. Marilyn. Like Rita, this girl has been corrected. He had heavy eyelids and double chins, a round pointed nose, and too many teeth. Hollywood trimmed fat, removed gristle, filed his teeth, and turned his goofy brown hair into waves of shimmering gold. Later the technicians baptized her Marilyn Monroe and invented a pathetic childhood story for her to tell the journalists. The new Venus made in Hollywood no longer needs to get into someone else's bed looking for contracts for second-rate roles in third-rate movies. He no longer lives on sausages and coffee, nor is he cold in winter. Now it is a star, that is, a little masked person who would like to remember, but can't, a certain moment when she simply wanted to be saved from loneliness. 1951. Mexico City. Buñuel. Stones rain down on Luis Buñuel. Several newspapers and unions ask that Mexico expel this ungrateful Spaniard who is paying the favors received with infamy. The film that provokes national indignation, Los Olvidados, portrays the suburbs of Mexico City. In this terrifying counterworld, some teenagers who live by the bush, eating what they find and eating each other, fly over the dumps. They devour these boys or young vultures with pecks, piece after piece, and thus they fulfill the dark destiny that their city chose for them. A mysterious thunder, a mysterious force, resounds in Buñuel's films. It is a long and deep roll of drums, the drums of childhood in Calanda making the ground tremble underfoot, even though the soundtrack does not record any noise and even though the world feigns silence and forgiveness. 1952. San Fernando Hill. Sick with death fever. Colombia has been here since Gaitán was assassinated on a street in Bogotá. In the mountains and in the plains, in the frozen wastelands and in the burning valleys, the peasants kill each other, poor against poor, all against all, in the whirlwind of punishments and revenge. Black Blood, Zarpazo, Tarzan, Mala Suerte shine. La Cucaracha and other dismembering artists, but more ferocious crimes are committed by law enforcement. The Tolima Battalion has killed 1,500, not counting the raped or mutilated, in its recent palia from Pantanillo to the San Fernando Hill. In order not to leave even the seed, the soldiers throw children into the air and skewer them with a bayonet or a machete. Don't tell me stories, those who rule rule. Bring me heirs. They leave huts in ashes, smoking behind their backs, the peasants who manage to flee and seek refuge in the depths of the mountain. Before mounting, in hurt ceremony they kill the dog, because it makes noise. 1952. Peace. The Illimani. Even if you don't look at him, he sees you. No matter where you go, he watches over you. There is no corner that escapes him. The capital of Bolivia belongs to him, although the four gentlemen who until last night believed they owned these houses and these people ignore it. The Illimani, upright king, is cleared of fog. At his feet, the city dawns. The bonfires are going out, the last bursts of machine guns are heard. The yellow helmets of the miners prevail over the military caps. An army that had never won against outsiders or lost against insiders collapsed. The people dance in any corner. To the beautiful wind of the cuca, handkerchiefs flutter, and braids and skirts wave. In the deep blue of the sky, the crown of three peaks shines. From the snowy peaks of the Illimani, the gods contemplate the joy of their sons in arms, after the long fight inch by inch through the little streets. 1952. Peace. Village drum. That beats and rebates and doubles and redoubles, revenge of the Indian who sleeps like a dog in the hall and greets his master kneeling down. The army of those below has fought with homemade bombs and sticks of dynamite, until finally it fell into their hands, the arsenal of the military. Victor Paz Estensaro promises that from today Bolivia will belong to all Bolivians. In the mines, the workers fly the national flag at half-mast, which will stay that way until the new president fulfills his promise to nationalize tin. In London they see it coming, the price of tin falls by a third, as if by magic. Parimani Farm, the Indians grill the show bulls that Patino had imported from Holland. The Aramea tennis courts, lined with brick dust brought from England, have become corrals for mules. A woman from the Bolivian mines explains how a homemade bomb is made. Can of milk you are looking for? The dynamite is placed in the center, a capsule. So, small iron, chaff, little earth. Glasses you put, then, little nails. So, cover it well. Like so, see. There he turns it on and, SHSSS, he throws himself away. If you have a sling, the longer you strip. My husband knows how to shoot from here to 6 corners. Long wick you put, then. 1952. Cochabamba. Shout of mockery and complaint. In the fields of all Bolivia, times of change are lived, a vast insurgency against the latifundio and against fear, and in the valley of Cochabamba the women also launch their defiance, singing and dancing. In the ceremonies of homage to the Christ of Santa Vera Cruz, the Quechua peasant women from all over the valley light candles, drink chicha and sing and dance, to the sound of accordions and carangos, around the crucified. The matchmaking girls begin by asking Christ for a husband who will not make them cry, a mule loaded with corn, a white sheep and a black sheep, a sewing machine or as many rings as there are fingers on their hands. And then they sing, with a strident voice, always in the Indian language, their haughty protest, to Christ, to the Father, to the boyfriend, to the husband. They promise to love him and serve him well at table and in bed, but they do not want to be beaten beasts of burden. Singing, they shoot mocking bullets, targeting a naked male, quite ravaged by the years and the bugs, who sleeps or pretends to be asleep on the cross. Shameless verses that the Indians of Cochabamba sing to Jesus Christ. Santa Vera Cruz, Daddy. My daughter, you are saying. How could you father me if you don't have a bird? Loose, you're saying, Santa Vera Cruz, Daddy. But you are lazier. That you are sleeping. Tangled tail fox, little eye spying on women. Mouse face, old man, with a moth-eaten nose. You don't want me single. You condemn me to the children, to dress them while they live. And bury them when they die. Are you going to give me a husband who will whip and kick me? Why does the flower that opens withered march into oblivion? 1952. Buenos Aires. The Argentine people stripped of her long live cancer, wrote some enemy hand on a wall in Buenos Aires. They hated her, they hate her, the well-fed, for being poor, for being a woman, for being insolent. She challenged them by speaking and offended them by living. Born to be a servant, or at most an actress in cheap melodramas, Evita had left her place. They loved her, they love her, the ill-loved, through her mouth they said and cursed. In addition, Evita was the blonde fairy who embraced the leper and the ragged and gave peace to the desperate, the incessant spring that lavished jobs and mattresses, shoes and sewing machines, false teeth, bridal trousseau. The wretched received these charities from the side, not from above, even though Evita wore stunning jewels and in the middle of summer flaunted mink coats. Not that they forgave him the luxury, they celebrated it. The people did not feel humiliated but avenged for their queen's trappings. In front of Evita's body, surrounded by white carnations, the town parades crying. Day after day, night after night, the torch line, a caravan 2 weeks long. The usurers, the merchants, the lords of the land sigh with relief. With Evita dead, President Perón is a blunt knife. 1952. In high sea. Carlitos the tramp run by the police. Charles Chaplin travels to London. On the second day of sailing, the news reaches the ship that he will not be able to return to the United States. The government applies the law against foreigners suspected of communism, depravity, or insanity. In the United States, Chaplin had been interrogated, some time before, by officers of the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Immigration and Naturalization Service. Are you of Jewish origin? Are you a communist? Have you ever committed adultery? Senator Richard Nixon and gossip Hedda Hopper affirm, Chaplin is a threat to the institutions. At the entrance to the cinemas showing his films, the pickets of the Legion of Decency and the American Legion raise signs demanding, Chaplin to Russia. The FBI has spent nearly 30 years searching for evidence that Chaplin is actually a Jew named Israel Thonstein, who works as a spy for Moscow. The FBI became suspicious in 1923, when the newspaper Pravda published an article saying, Chaplin is an actor of undoubted talent. 1952. London. A worthy ghost. Called Buster Keaton has returned to the screen, at the hands of Chaplin, after long years of oblivion. Limelight opens in London and Keaton appears there sharing a crazy musical duet with Chaplin that lasts a few minutes and steals the film. This is the first time that Keaton and Chaplin have worked together. They look gray-haired and wrinkled, but with the same grace of their youth, when in the days of silent movies they made a silence more decisive than all words. Chaplin and Keaton are still the best, the incomparable. They know the secret. They know that there is no matter more serious than laughter, an art that requires a lot of work, and that making others laugh is the most beautiful thing to do while the world keeps turning in the universe. 1953. Washington. News. The United States detonates the first H-bomb at Eniwetok. President Eisenhower appoints Charles Wilson as defense minister. Wilson, a General Motors executive, had recently declared, "What's good for General Motors is good for America." After a long process, Ethel and Julius Rosenberg are executed in the electric chair. The Rosenbergs, accused of espionage in the service of the Russians, deny all guilt to the end. The American city of Moscow urges its Russian namesake to change its name. The authorities of this small city in the state of Idaho claim the right to call themselves Moscow exclusively and request that the Soviet capital be renamed to avoid embarrassing associations. McCarthy's campaign against communist infiltration of democracy, according to public opinion polls. One of the suspects McCarthy intended to question next, engineer Raymond Kaplan, commits suicide by throwing himself under a truck. Scientist Albert Einstein urges intellectuals to refuse to testify before the Committee on Un-American Activities and to prepare for jail or financial ruin. Otherwise, Einstein believes, the intellectuals would not deserve anything better than the slavery that is intended to be imposed on them. 1953. Washington. The Hunting. The incorrigible Albert Einstein is communism's #1 roadmate, according to Senator McCarthy's list. To join the list, it is enough to have black friends or to oppose the sending of U.S. troops to Korea, but Einstein's case is much heavier and McCarthy has plenty of evidence that this ungrateful Jew has red blood and a left heart. The courtroom, where the fires of the Inquisition burn, becomes a circus. Einstein's name is not the only famous name that resonates there. Hollywood has long been in the crosshairs of the Committee on Un-American Activities. The committee requires names, and Hollywood names cause scandal. Those who remain silent, lose their jobs and ruin their career, or go to jail, like Dashiell Hammett, or are left without a passport, like Lillian Hellman and Paul Robeson, or are expelled from the country, like Cedric Belfrage. Ronald Reagan, secondary heartthrob, marks the Reds and Roses who do not deserve to be saved from the furies of Armageddon. Another heartthrob, Robert Taylor, publicly regrets having acted in a movie where the Russians smiled. The playwright Clifford Odets apologizes for his ideas and betrays his old comrades. The actor Jose Ferrer and the director Elia Kazan point the finger at their colleagues. To make it clear that he has nothing to do with the communists, Kazan films a film about the Mexican caudillo Emiliano Zapata, where Zapata is not that silent peasant who carried out the agrarian reform but a charlatan who fires shots and makes speeches in incessant diarrhea. 1953. Washington. Portrait of a Witch Hunter. Its raw material is collective fear. He rolls up his shirt sleeves and gets to work. A skilled potter of that clay, Joseph McCarthy turns fear into panic and panic into hysteria. Shouting exhorts to betray. He will not shut his boisterous mouth while his homeland remains infected by the Marxist plague. All doubt sounds like cowardice to him. First accuse and then find out. He sells certainties to the hesitant and runs over, ready to give a knee in the groin, or a devastating punch, anyone who distrusts property rights or opposes war and business. 1953. Seattle. Robeson. You are prohibited from traveling to Canada or any other country. When invited by the Canadian workers, Paul Robeson sings for them over the phone, from Seattle, swearing over the phone that he will stand his ground as long as there is breath in his body. Robeson, the grandson of slaves, believes that Africa is a source of pride and not a zoo bought by Tarzan. Black with red ideas, friend of the yellows who in Korea resist the white invasion, he sings in the name of his insulted people and of all the insulted peoples who sing, raise their faces and dry their tears, and sing with the voice of heaven that thunders and of earth that trembles. 1953. Santiago de Cuba. Fidel. At dawn on July 26, a handful of boys attacked the Moncada barracks. Armed with dignity and Cuban identity and a few shotguns to hunt birds, they fight against the dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista and against half a century of a colony that is a false republic. Some, few, die in battle, but more than 70 are finished off by the army after a week of torment. The torturers gouge out the eyes of Abel Santamaria and other prisoners. The leader of the rebellion, prisoner, pronounces his defense statement. Fidel Castro has the face of a man who gives everything, who gives himself everything, without asking for change. The judges listen to him, stunned, without missing a word, but his word is not for those kissed by the gods, he speaks for those pissed on by the devils, and by them, in name of them, explain what you have done. Fidel claims the ancient right of rebellion against despotism. First, this island will sink into the sea before we consent to be slaves to anyone. Majestic, it nods like a tree. He accuses Batista and his officers, who have changed their uniform for the butcher's apron. And he exposes the program of the revolution. In Cuba there could be food and work for everyone, and plenty of it. No, that's not inconceivable. 1953. Santiago de Cuba. The defendant becomes a prosecutor and announces, "History will absolve me. The inconceivable thing is that there are men who go to bed hungry while there is an inch of land left unsown. What is inconceivable is that there are children who die without medical assistance. What is inconceivable is that 30% of our peasants do not know how to sign and 99% do not know the history of Cuba. What is inconceivable is that most of the families in our fields are living in worse conditions than the Indians that Columbus found when he discovered the most beautiful land that human eyes have seen. From so much misery it is only possible to get rid of with death, and that is what the state helps them, to die. 90% of the children in the countryside are devoured by parasites that seep from the ground through the nails of their bare feet. More than half of the best cultivated production land is in foreign hands. In Orient, which is the widest province, the lands of the United Fruit Company and the West Indian unite the north coast with the south coast. Cuba continues to be a raw material producing factory. Sugar is exported to import sweets, leather is exported to import shoes, iron is exported to import plows. 1953. Boston. The United Fruit. Banana throne, banana crown, banana wielded as a scepter. Samsa Lord of lands and seas for the Banana Kingdom, didn't think his vassals in Guatemala could give him a headache. Indians are too ignorant for Marxism, he would say, to the applause of court bureaucrats at his royal palace in Boston, Massachusetts. Guatemala is part of the vast domains of the United Fruit Company for half a century, by the work and grace of successive decrees of Manuel Estrada Cabrera, who ruled surrounded by sycophants and spies, lakes of slime, forests of heirs, and Jorge Ubico, who believed himself to be Napoleon but was not. The United Fruit has the land it wants in Guatemala, immense vacant fields, and it owns the railroad, the telephone, the telegraph, the ports, the ships, and many soldiers, politicians, and journalists. Samsa misfortunes began when President Juan José Arevalo forced the company to respect the union and the right to strike. But now it is worse. The new president, Jacobo Arbenz, starts the agrarian reform, starts the United Fruit, the uncultivated lands, begin to distribute them among 100,000 families and act as if the landless, the Sinletras, the Sinpan, the Sin were in charge of Guatemala. 1953. Guatemala City. Arbenz. President Truman rioted when workers began to be people on Guatemalan banana plantations. And now President Eisenhower spits lightning at the expropriation of United Fruit. The United States government considers it an outrage that the Guatemalan government takes the accounting books of the United States seriously. Fruit. Arbenz intends to pay, as compensation, the value that the company itself had attributed to its land to evade taxes. John Foster Dulles, Secretary of State, demands 25 times as much. Jacobo Arbenz, accused of communist conspiracy, is not inspired by Lenin but by Abraham Lincoln. His agrarian reform, which aims to modernize capitalism in Guatemala, is more moderate than the North American rural laws of nearly a century ago. 1953. San Salvador. Dictator wanted. Guatemalan General Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes, a distinguished killer of Indians, has lived in exile since the fall of the dictator Ubico. Walter Turnbull comes to San Salvador to propose a business. Turnbull, representative of the United Fruit and the CIA, proposes that he take charge of Guatemala. He will be loaned the money needed to seize power, if he agrees to destroy the unions, restore the United Fruit your land and privileges and repay every penny of this loan within a reasonable time. Ediguras asks for time to think about it, although he already anticipates that the conditions seem abusive. In a jiffy the news spreads. A few exiled Guatemalans, military and civilian, fly to Washington to offer their services, and others run to knock on the doors of U.S. embassies. José Luis Arenas, an alleged friend of Vice President Nixon, assures that he will turn over President Arbenz for $200,000. General Federico Ponce says that he has an army of 10,000 men ready to assault the National Palace. He announces a reasonable price, although he prefers not to talk about figures yet. Just ask for a small advance. Throat cancer suppresses United's preferred candidate Fruit, Juan Cordova Serna. On his bed of agony, Dr. Cordova snores the name of his recommended, Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, trained in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, a cheap, obedient and dumb man. 1954. Washington. The deciding machine, piece by piece. Dwight Eisenhower, President of the United States. He overthrew the government of Mohammad Mossadegh, in Iran, because he had nationalized the oil. He has also given the order to overthrow the government of Jacobo Arbenz, in Guatemala. United's main shareholder Fruit. All your concerns automatically become U.S. government statements and CIA rifles, mortars, machine guns, and planes. John Foster Dulles, United States Secretary of State. He was a lawyer for the United Fruit. Allen Dulles, Director of the CIA. Brother of John Foster Dulles. Like him, he has provided legal services to the United Fruit. Together they organize Operation Guatemala. John Moores Cabot, Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs. Brother of Thomas Cabot, who was President of the United Fruit. Bedell Smith, Assistant Secretary of State. Serves as a liaison in Operation Guatemala. Future United Board Member Fruit. Henry Cabot Lodge, Senator. Representative of the United States to the United Nations. United Shareholder Fruit. On several occasions he has received money from this company in exchange for speeches in the Senate. Ann Whitman, Personal Secretary to President Eisenhower. Married to United's Head of Public Relations Fruit. Spruey Braden, he was Ambassador of the United States in several Latin American countries. Get salary from United Fruit since 1948. It exhorts Eisenhower, with great press coverage, to suppress communism by force in Guatemala. Robert Hill, Ambassador of the United States in Costa Rica. Collaborate with Operation Guatemala. Future United Board Member Fruit. John Purifoy, Ambassador of the United States in Guatemala. Called the Butcher of Greece for his previous diplomatic management in Athens. He does not speak a word in Spanish. He was politically trained in the Senate, in Washington, where he worked as an elevator operator. 1954. Boston. The Lying Machine, piece by piece. The motor, the executioner becomes a victim and the victim an executioner. Those who are preparing the invasion of Guatemala from Honduras attribute to Guatemala the intention of invading Honduras and all of Central America. In sight are the tentacles of the Kremlin, denounces John Moores Cabot from the White House. Ambassador Purifoy warns in Guatemala, we cannot allow a Soviet republic to be established from Texas to the Panama Canal. The scandal stone is a shipment of arms shipped from Czechoslovakia. The United States has prohibited the sale of weapons to Guatemala. Gear 1, world public opinion is bombarded with news and articles, statements, pamphlets, photographs, films, and comic strips about communist atrocities in Guatemala. This educational material, which never confesses its origin, comes from the offices of the United Fruit in Boston or government offices in Washington. Gear 2, the Archbishop of Guatemala, Mariano Rosell Arellano, exhorts the population to rise up against communism, the enemy of God and the fatherland. 30 CIA planes spread their ministry throughout the country. The Archbishop sends the image of the popular Christ of Esquipulas to the capital, who will be named Captain General of the Liberating Crusade. Gear 3, at the Pan American Conference, John Foster Dulles bangs his fist on the table and rests the OAS blessing on the planned invasion. At the United Nations, Henry Cabot Lodge blocks Jacobo Arbenz' demands for help. American diplomacy is mobilized throughout the world. The complicity of England and France is obtained in exchange for a commitment of silence from the United States on the sensitive issues of the Suez Canal, Cyprus, and Indochina. Gear 4, the dictators of Nicaragua, Honduras, Venezuela, and the Dominican Republic don't just provide training camps, radio stations and airports to Operation Guatemala. They also contribute their own to the propaganda campaign. Somoza gathers the international press in Managua and shows a few pistols that bear the stamp of the hammer and sickle. He says that they come from a Russian submarine and that they have been intercepted on the way to Guatemala. 1954. Guatemala City. The reconquest of Guatemala. Guatemala does not have planes or anti-aircraft batteries, so the North American pilots, in North American planes, bomb the country with all ease. A powerful CIA station, installed on the roof of the United States Embassy, spreads confusion and panic throughout the country. The lying machine informs the world that this is the rebel radio station, the voice of liberation, broadcasting from the jungle of Guatemala the triumphant march of Colonel Castillo Armas. Meanwhile, Castillo Armas, camped with his entire troop on a United States plantation fruit in Honduras, awaits orders from the deciding machine. The Arbenz government witnesses, paralyzed, its own collapse. The aerial bombardments reach the capital and burst the fuel tanks. The government limits itself to burying the dead. The mercenary army, God, homeland, liberty, crosses the border. He meets no resistance. For money or for fear, military commanders surrender their troops without firing a shot. An Argentine doctor in his early 20s, Escobedo Guevara, tries, in vain, to organize popular defense in the capital. He doesn't know how or what. Improvised militias roam the streets, unarmed. When Arbenz finally orders the arsenals to be opened, the officers refuse to obey. One of these gloomy days without greatness, Guevara suffers an attack of asthma and indignation, and one midnight, after 2 weeks of bombing, President Arbenz slowly descends the steps of the National Palace, cross the street and ask for asylum at the Mexican Embassy. 1954. Mazatenango. Miguel at 49. To the song of the birds, before first light, they sharpen their machetes. And at a gallop they arrive at Mazatenango, in search of Miguel. The executioners are making crosses in the long list of those marked to die, while the army of Castillo Armas takes over Guatemala. Miguel is in 5th place among the most dangerous, convicted of red and foreign weather. Since he came running from El Salvador, he has not stopped for a moment in his task of agitating workers. They throw the dogs at him. They want to take him hanging from a horse and exhibit him on the roads with his throat open with a machete. But Miguel is a very vivid and well-known creature and he gets lost in the yales. And so the 10th birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, at the age of 49. 1954. Guatemala City. News. The Archbishop of Guatemala declares, "I admire the sincere and ardent patriotism of President Castillo Armas." In an atmosphere of great hubbub, Castillo Armas receives the blessing of the papal nuncio, Monsignor Gennaro Verolino. President Eisenhower congratulates the CIA officials at the White House. He tells them, "Thank you for eliminating a Soviet beachhead in our hemisphere." The head of the CIA, Alien Dulles, commissioned a journalist from Time magazine to draft a new constitution for Guatemala. Time magazine publishes a poem by the wife of the U.S. ambassador to Guatemala. The poem says that Mr. and Mrs. Purifoy are optimistic because Guatemala has stopped being communistic. In the first meeting with the ambassador after the triumph, President Castillo Armas expressed his concern about the insufficiency of the local jails, which did not have the necessary cells to lock up the communists. According to lists sent from Washington by the State Department, Guatemalan communists number 72,000. A party is held at the embassy. 400 invited Guatemalans sing the anthem of the United States of America in chorus. 1954. Rio de Janeiro. Getulio. He wants to erase the memory of his own dictatorship, old police, and sinister days, and in recent years he has governed Brazil like no one has ever done before. He sides with wages, not profits. The businessmen immediately declare war on him. So that Brazil stops being a strainer, it plugs the hemorrhage of wealth. Foreign capital immediately launches into sabotage. It recovers oil and energy, which are national sovereignty as much or more than the anthem and the flag. The monopolies, offended, immediately responded with a ferocious offensive. He defends the price of coffee without throwing half of the harvest on the fire, as was customary. The United States immediately cut its purchases in half. In Brazil, journalists and politicians of all colors and regions add their voices to the chorus of scandal. Getulio Vargas has ruled standing up. When forced to crouch, he chooses the dignity of death. He raises the revolver, points it at his own heart, and fires. 1955. Medellin. Nostalgia. It's been 20 years since Carlos Gardel caught fire. The Colombian city of Medellin, where the tragedy occurred, has become a center of pilgrimage and worship. Gardel's devotees can be recognized by their tilted hat, striped pants, and bobbing gait. They comb their hair with gel, look askance and smile crookedly. They flourish in cuts and gorges, as in a perpetual dance, when they are going to shake hands, light a cigarette or throw chalk on the billiard cue. They spend the night leaning against some suburban streetlight, whistling or humming tangos that explain that women are all whores except Mama, holy old lady may God have in heaven. Some devotees, local or from Buenos Aires, sell relics of the idol. There is one that offers teeth. Explaining that he was just there when the plane exploded, he has sold more than 1,300 legitimate Gardel teeth, at an average of $12 apiece. It's been a few years since he placed the first tooth. It was bought by a tourist from New York, a member of the Gardel Fans Club. Upon seeing the souvenir, the customer couldn't help but shed a tear. 1955. Assumption. Melancholy. When he commits the unforgivable divorce law, the church makes him the cross he was missing. The military conspires openly, in the blatant light of day, to overthrow it. The news is celebrated in the halls and cried in the kitchens, Perón has fallen. Without resisting, Perón leaves Argentina. He goes to Paraguay, into exile. In Asunción, live sad days. He feels defeated, old and alone. He says that his gesture of renunciation has prevented 1 million deaths, but he also says that the people did not know how to defend what he gave them and that because they are ungrateful they deserve the misfortunes that will happen to them, that the people think with their bellies, not with their heads. Nor with the heart. One morning Perón is confiding bitterness in the house of his host, Ricardo Galeano, when he narrows his eyes and says, "My smile had them crazy. My smile." He then raises his arms and smiles as if he were on the balcony, in front of the square full of people who cheer him on. "Do you want my smile?" The host looks at him, stupefied. "Take it, I'll give it to you," says Perón. He puts 2 fingers to his mouth and places a false set of teeth in the palm of his hand. 1955. Guatemala City. 1 year after the reconquest of Guatemala, Richard Nixon visits this occupied land. United Laborers Union Fruit and 532 other unions have been banned by the new government. Now the penal code condemns the perpetrators of strikes to death. Political parties are outlawed. Dostoevsky and other Soviet books are thrown into the bonfire. The Banana Kingdom has been saved from land reform. The Vice President of the United States congratulates President Castillo Armas. For the first time in history, says Nixon, a communist government has been replaced by a free government. 1956. Buenos Aires. The government decides that Peronism does not exist. While shooting workers in the garbage dumps, the Argentine military dictatorship decrees the non-existence of Perón, Evita, and Peronism. It is forbidden to mention their names and dates. Your images are criminal. The presidential residence is ordered to be demolished, down to the last stone, as if it were spreading the plague. But what to do with Evita's embalmed corpse? She is the most dangerous symbol of the arrogance of the mob, the banner of the rebellious mob that for 10 years has walked through power like Perico through his house. The generals dump the body into a box, labeled radio equipment, and send it into exile. Where? It's secret. They say that to Europe, or to an island in the middle of the sea. Evita becomes a wandering dead, who secretly travels through distant cemeteries, expelled from the country by the generals who do not know, or do not want to know, that she lies among their people. 1956. Lion. Somoza's son. Santa Marta has a train, the musicians play music, the dancers, Santa Marta has a train but no tram, and in the middle of the party Rigoberto Lopez Pérez, poet, owner of nothing, knocks out the owner of everything with 4 bullets. A North American plane takes the dying Taco Somoza to a North American hospital, in the North American zone of the Panama Canal, and he dies on the North American bed. Later they buried him in Nicaragua, with honors as Prince of the Church. Somoza had been in power for 20 years. Every 6 years he lifted the state of siege for 1 day and held elections that confirmed him on the throne. Luis, the eldest son, the heir, is now the richest and most powerful man in Central America. President Eisenhower congratulates you from Washington. Luis Somoza bows before the statue of his father, a bronze hero who gallops, motionless, in the heart of Managua. In the shadow of the horse's legs, ask for advice from the founder of the dynasty, guide to good government, multiplier of prisons and businesses, and then covers his monumental tomb with flowers. Evading the vigilance of the honor guard, someone's hand, everyone's hand, hastily scribbled this epitaph on the marble of the tomb: Somoza lies here, something more rotten than in life. 1956. Santo Domingo. In the year 26 of the era of Trujillo, his image is sold in the markets, among the images of the Virgin Mary, Saint George, and other miraculous saints, cheap saints. Nothing Dominican is alien to him. Everything belongs to him: the first night of the virgins and the last wishes of the dying, the people and the cows, the fleet of planes and the chain of brothels, the sugar mills and the wheat mills, the brewery and the virility potion bottling plant. For 26 years, Trujillo has held the vice presidency of God in the Dominican Republic. Every 4 years, the formula has been blessed by democratic elections. God and Trujillo proclaim the posters on all the walls and all the doors. In her work Moral Meditations, which earned her the title of First Lady of Antillean Letters, Dona Maria de Trujillo has compared her husband with El Cid Campeador and Napoleon Bonaparte. The plump Dona Maria, who practices usury during the week and mysticism on Sundays, has in turn been compared to Saint Teresa of Jesus by local critics. With the Cid's sword or Napoleon's hat, Trujillo poses for the statues. The statues multiply him in bronze or marble, with the chin that he does not have and without the double chin that he has. Thousands of statues, from the top of the pedestals, Trujillo rides and watches over every corner of each city or town. In this country, not a fly shits without your permission. 1956. Havana. News. The Cuban army has disrupted an armed expedition from Mexico. The army surrounded the invaders and machine-gunned and bombarded them by land and air, in a place called Alegria de Pio, in the province of Orient. Among the many dead are Fidel Castro, leader of the gang, and the Argentine communist agitator Escobedo Guevara. Serra and his most gracious and elegant wife Lolo, figures of the highest rank in the social circles of this capital, have returned to Havana. Also from New York, Bing Crosby has arrived. Without removing his overcoat or beaver hat, the popular singer declared at the airport, "I have come to Cuba to play golf." A young woman from Havana was about to win the top prize in the Escuela de TV contest, but withdrew after answering the penultimate question. The last one, which went unanswered, was, "What is the name of the river that runs through Paris?" Extraordinary program will be run tomorrow at the Maranhão racetrack. 1956. At the foot of the Sierra Maestra. The Crazy 12. They spend a week without sleeping, vomiting, packed like sardines in a can, while the north wind has fun playing with the Granma boat. After much seesaw in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico, they disembark in the wrong place. Shortly after walking they are swept away by shrapnel or burned alive by incendiary bombs. Almost all fall to the slaughter. The survivors walk orienting themselves through the sky, but they get confused by stars. The swamps swallow their backpacks and weapons. They have nothing to eat but sugar cane and they spread the telltale bagasse as they go. They lose the cans of condensed milk, for carrying them with the little holes down. In an oversight they mix the little fresh water they have left with sea water. They are lost, they are sought. Finally, a small group discovers another small group on the cliffs, by mistake, and thus the 12 saved from annihilation come together. These men or shadows have a total of 7 rifles, a few wet ammunition, and many sores and wounds. They have not stopped screwing up since the invasion began. But tonight the sky is white with stars and the air is fresher and cleaner than ever, so Fidel says, standing before the hills of the Sierra Maestra. We already won the war. Batista is screwed. 1957. Benidorm. The marked cards. Spousal agreement between conservatives and liberals. On a beach in the Mediterranean Sea, Colombian politicians sign the compromise that puts an end to 10 years of mutual extermination. Mutual amnesty is granted to the two great parties. From now on, they will alternate the presidency and distribute the jobs. Colombia will be able to vote, but not choose. Liberals and conservatives will take turns in power, to jointly guarantee the right to property and inheritance over the country that their families have bought or received as a gift. This wealth pact is bad news for the poor. 1957. Madrigual. The holy egg of Colombia. Burning towns and killing Indians, razing forests and nailing barbed wire, the lords of the land have been pushing the peasants against the banks of the rivers, in the region of the Colombian coast. Many peasants have refused to serve as slave laborers on the haciendas and have become fishermen and artists of endurance and search. From eating so much turtle, they have learned from it, the turtle does not let go of what it catches with its mouth and knows how to bury itself in the shallows while the dry weather lasts and the hawks threaten. With that and God's help, he lives on. Few friars remain in these hot regions. Here on the coast, no one takes Mass seriously. Whoever is not paralyzed flees from the wedding and from work, and to better enjoy the 7 deadly sins, people take infinite naps in the hammock. Here God is a beloved sidekick and not a grumpy, condemning police chief. Dead is the boring Christ of the town of Jegua, a broken doll that does not sweat, bleed, or perform miracles, nor has anyone cleaned the bat shit from him since the priest fled taking all the silverware. But instead he is very much alive, sweating and bleeding and miraculous, our Lord the Negrito, the brown Christ of the town of San Benito Abad, who gives comfort to those who know how to caress him with desire. And alive they are, and kicking, the saints paranderos that every 2 by 3 appear along the Colombian coast, and here they stay. One stormy night, the fishermen discovered the face of God, glowing in the light of lightning, on an egg-shaped stone. Since then they have celebrated the miracles of the holy egg by dancing cumbias to him and drinking to his health. The parish priest of the town of Madrigual announces that he will go up the river, to the head of a battalion of crusaders. he will throw that sacrilegious stone into the bottom of the waters and set fire to the little chapel made of palm trees. Musical masses are offered, the fishermen stand guard around the holy egg. Axe in hand, day and night. 1957. Sucre. Saint Lucia. While the priest of Madrigual declares war on the holy egg, the priest of Sucre expels Saint Lucia from the temple, because a saint with a penis was never seen. At first it looked like a ganglion, a small lump on the neck, and then it went down, and growing, under the sacred tunic that was getting shorter every day. Everyone pretended to be distracted, until finally a child shouted the terrible evidence. Saint Lucia has a dick. Condemned to exile, Saint Lucio finds refuge in a ranch, not far from where the temple of Saint Egg stands. At the same time, the fishermen build an altar for him, because Saint Lucio is a party-goer and confident, he shares the revelry of his faithful, listens to their secrets and is happy when it is summer and the fish come up. He, who knew how to be her, does not appear in the Saints of the Bristol Almanac. Nor has the Holy Egg been canonized by the Pope of Rome. Neither the Holy Table, detached from the soap box where a washerwoman found the Virgin Mary, nor Saint Kidney, humble cow kidney where a butcher saw Christ's crown of thorns. Nor Santo Domingo Vidal. 1957. On the banks of the Sinu River. Saint Dominic Vidal. He was dwarf and paralyzed. The people named him a saint, Santo Domingo Vidal, because his sentience word guessed where on this Colombian coast the lost horse had ended up and which cockerel would end the next fight. He never wanted to charge anything for teaching the poor to read and fend off locusts and greedy landlords. Son of Lucifer, the church called him. A priest ripped him out of his tomb, inside the chapel of the town of Chima, and with blows of an axe and hammer he broke his bones. His broken remains ended up in a corner of the square, and another priest wanted to throw them away. The first priest died writhing, his hands turned into claws, and the other ended up gasping for breath, rolling in his own shit. Like Saint Egg, or Saint Lucio, or so many other local colleagues, Saint Domingo Vidal continued to live happily in the fervor of all those who love here and in the noisy whirlwind of the common people, who share the fierce struggle for the land and the celebration of its fruits. Santo Domingo Vidal protects the ancient custom of the villages of the Sinu River, which are visited offering food tributes. The residents of a town carry long tables laden with flowers and delicacies from the river and its banks on litters to the square of another town, bream or shad sankasho, catfish posts, iguana eggs, coconut rice, cheese nickname, mongo sweet, and while the gifted people eat, the gift givers sing and dance around them. 1957. Water Pine. Little Cross. Batista offers 300 pesos and a calved cow to whoever brings Fidel Castro dead or alive. On the crests of the Sierra Maestra, the guerrillas walk and grow. They quickly learn the rules of warfare in the jungle. They learn to be wary and to walk at night and never sleep twice in the same place, and above all they learn to understand each other with the local people. When the 12 ramshackle survivors arrived in the Sierra, they did not know a single peasant, and they knew about the Yara River from the song that mentions it. A few months later, there are a few peasants in the rebel ranks, men of those who during the harvest cut cane for a little while and then are thrown into starvation in someone else's land, and the guerrillas know and recognize these regions as if they had been born there. They know the names of the places, and if not, they baptize them in their own way. They have called the Creek of Death that way because a guerrilla deserted in that creek who had swore loudly that he would fight to the death. Others die fighting, without having sworn anything. While smoking his pipe during breaks, José de la Cruz, Crucito, troubadour of the mountains, had composed the entire history of the Cuban Revolution in Guajaratense. In the absence of paper, he kept the tenths in memory. They were taken by the bullet that just killed him on the Pino del Agua cliff, during the ambush of the army trucks. 1957. The Uvero. Almeida. Juan Almeida says that he has a joy inside that makes him feel happy all the time. tickles and forces him to laugh and jump, very stubborn joy if one takes into account that Almeida was born poor and black on this island of private beaches closed to the poor because they are poor and to blacks because they stain the water, and that for more curse he decided to become a bricklayer's laborer and a poet, and as if the complications were few, he started his life rolling in this dice game of the Cuban Revolution and was the conqueror of the Moncada and was sentenced to prison and exile and was a navigator on the Granma before becoming a guerrilla that he is being, and that he has just received 2 bullets, not fatal but severe, one in the left leg and the other in the shoulder, during the 3-hour combat against the Uvero barracks, on the seashore. 1957. Santiago de Cuba. Portrait of an Imperial Ambassador. Earl Smith, Ambassador of the United States, receives the keys to the city of Santiago de Cuba. While the ceremony takes place and the speeches spill out, a clamor grows on the other side of the curtains. The ambassador discreetly looks out the window and manages to see a number of women dressed in black, who advance singing the national anthem and shouting freedom. The policemen knock them down with their clubs. The next day, the ambassador visits the U.S. military base in Guantanamo. Then he tours the iron and nickel mines of the Freeport Sulphur Company, which thanks to his hard work have just been exempted from taxes. The ambassador makes public his disgust at the beatings by the police, although he recognizes that the government has the right to defend itself against communist aggression. The advisors have explained to the ambassador that Fidel has been abnormal since childhood, having fallen from a moving motorcycle. The ambassador, who was a boxing champion in his student days, believes that General Batista must be supported at any cost. Batista will never deny protection to any person or thing that is from the United States. With Batista in power, tourists can choose by photo, from the plane, their pretty mulatto for the weekend. Havana is a North American city full of slot machines from Nevada and mobsters from Chicago, and with many telephones to order a hot dinner on an upcoming flight from Miami. 1957. The Little Man. The Che. In the Valley of the Little Man, the rebels rule. Here they have installed a bread oven, a printing press, which consists of an old mimeograph machine, and a medical office that works in a one-room hut. The doctor is Escobedo Guevara, called Che, who as an Argentine has, in addition to his nickname, certain customs such as mate and irony. A pilgrim from America, he joined Fidel's forces in Mexico. He had ended up there after the fall of Guatemala and earned his living as a photographer, by wait for the photo, and selling stamps of the Virgin of Guadalupe. In El Hombrito's office, Che attends to a caravan of pot-bellied children, almost dwarfs, and old girls, worn out in a few years of giving birth and little eating, and men who are like dry and empty skins, because misery is turning each on his own mummy. Last year, when shrapnel devastated the guerrillas shortly after arriving, Che had to choose between a box of bullets and a box of medicine. He couldn't carry both, and preferred the box of bullets. Now he caresses his old Thompson rifle, which is the only surgical instrument he really believes in. Chana La Vieja, a peasant from the Sierra Maestra, will remember it like this. Poor Che. I always saw him with that burden of his asthma and said, "Oh, Virgin." For asthma he stayed calm, breathing low. There is a person who with asthma becomes hysterical, coughs and opens his eyes and opens his mouth. But Che tried to tame his asthma. He would lie down in a corner so that his asthma would rest. He didn't like pity. If you said, "Poor thing," he'd give you a quick look that didn't mean anything and meant a lot. I would prepare something warm for him, which would pass over his chest and relieve him. He, very flattering, told me, "Ah, my girlfriend." But what a scoundrel he was. 1958. Stockholm. Pelé. Brazilian soccer shines, which dances and makes people dance. In the World Championship in Sweden, Pelé and Garrincha are consecrated, to deny those who say that blacks are not good for playing in cold weather. Pelé, skinny, almost a child, puffs out his chest, to impress, and raises his chin. He plays soccer like God would play, if God decided to get serious about it. Pele quotes the ball wherever and whenever and however, and it never fails him. To the high airs he sends her, she describes a wide curve and returns to the foot, obedient, grateful, or perhaps tied by an invisible elastic. Pele picks it up, shrinks his chest, lets it roll smoothly along his body, without it touching the ground. He changes legs as he lunges, he runs, on his way to the goal. No. There is someone who can catch him, with a lasso or a bullet, until he leaves the ball nailed, white, shining, at the bottom of the net. On and off the field, he takes care of himself. He never wastes a minute of his time, nor does he ever drop a coin from his pocket. Until recently, he shined shoes on the docks of the port. Pele was born to climb, and he knows it. 1958. Stockholm. Garrincha. Fake Garrincha knocking down rivals. Half turn, full turn. He pretends he's going, but he's coming. It pretends that it comes, but it goes. The rivals fall sprawled to the ground, one after the other, bottoms on the ground, legs in the air, as if Garrincha were scattering banana peels. When he has eluded everyone, including the goalie, he sits on the ball, on the goal line. So, go back and start over. The fans have fun with their mischief, but the leaders tear their hair out. Garrincha plays to laugh, not to win, a happy bird with crooked legs, and forgets the result. He still believes that soccer is a party, not a job or a business. He likes to play for nothing or for a few beers, on beaches and fields. He has many children, his own and close. Drink and eat like it's the last time. Open hand, gives everything, loses everything. Garrincha was born to collapse, and he doesn't know it. 1958. Sierra Maestra. The revolution is an unstoppable centipede. In the middle of the war, under the bullets, Fidel carried out the agrarian reform in the Sierra Maestra. The peasants received their first land and at the same time their first doctor, their first teacher and even their first judge, who they say is less dangerous than the machete to settle a lawsuit. More than 10,000 soldiers from Batista's army have been suffering defeat after defeat. The rebel army is infinitely smaller and is still badly armed, but it carries the people below, above, inside, forward and behind. The future is now. Fidel launches the final offensive, the end-to-end invasion. In two columns, one under the command of Che Guevara, the other under the command of Camilo Cienfuegos, 160 guerrillas leave the mountains to conquer the plains. 1958. Yaguaje. Camilo. Going through bombardments and ambushes as if by magic, the invading columns reached the center of the island. Cuba was cut in two when Camilo Cienfuegos became the owner of the Yaguaje barracks, after 11 days of combat, and Che Guevara entered the city of Santa Clara. The withering offensive snatched half the country from Batista. Camilo Cienfuegos is courageous and gluttonous. He fights so closely that when he kills he fishes in the air, without touching the ground, the enemy's rifle. Several times he has been on the verge of dying from a bullet and once he almost died as a kid, from swallowing a whole kid after eating for a long time one day and not the next. Camilo has the beard and long hair of a biblical prophet, but he is not a man with a frown but with open laughter from ear to ear. The epic feat that makes him most proud is that occasion when he deceived a military plane, in the mountains, throwing a bottle of iodine on top of himself and lying down, very still, with his arms outstretched. 1959. Havana. Cuba dawns without Batista. On the first day of the year. While the dictator lands in Santo Domingo and asks for refuge from his colleague Trujillo, in Havana the executioners flee, whoever can, in a stampede. Earl Smith, American ambassador, finds, horrified, that the streets have been invaded by the mob and by a few dirty, hairy, barefoot guerrillas, just like Dillinger's gang, who dance the guaguanco, shooting the beat. The party. The guaguanco is a form of the rumba, and every self-respecting Cuban is a fundamental rumbero, a rumbero in peace, in war, and in everything in between. Even to fight, the Cuban rumba arms, and enters the dance of the bullets as the crowd overwhelms behind the drums that call it. I enjoy. And if they knock me down, bad luck. But I enjoy. In any street or land the music is released and there is no one to stop it. The rumba sounds on drums or cajones, and if there are no drums or cajones it sounds on the bodies, it sounds on the air, and even the ears dance. 1959. Havana. Portrait of a Caribbean Casanova. Also Porfirio Rubirosa, Dominican ambassador, attends the horrifying spectacle with fear. He eats nothing but coffee for breakfast. The novelties have taken away his hunger. While an army of servants nail drawers and close trunks and suitcases, Rubirosa nervously lights a cigarette and spins his favorite song, called Sabor a Mi, on the record player. In his bed, its fame, the sun never sets. The man from Trujillo in Cuba is a famous charmer of princesses, heiresses, and movie stars. Rubirosa covers them with compliments and plays the ukulele before giving them love or beating them. Some say that his tremendous energy comes from childhood, from when he was given mermaid's teat milk to drink. The patriots assure that the secret lies in the stick, a wild Dominican plant, an elixir of virility that Trujillo makes and exports to the United States. Rubirosa began his career when Trujillo made him a son-in-law. He continued it as ambassador in Paris, selling visas to Jews persecuted by Hitler. He perfected it by marrying billionaires Doris Duke and Barbara Hutton. It is the smell of money that excites the Casanova del Tropico, like the smell of blood to sharks. 1959. Havana. We have only earned the right to begin, says Fidel, who arrives on top of a tank from the Sierra Maestra. In front of the boiling crowd, he explains that all this that seems like an end is only a beginning. As he speaks, the doves rest on his shoulders. Half of the land is uncultivated. The statistics say that last year has been the most prosperous in the history of Cuba, but the peasants, who can't read statistics or anything else, haven't noticed it at all. From now on, another rooster will crow. For it to crow, agrarian reform and literacy are, as in the mountains, the most urgent tasks. And before, the liquidation of this army of butchers. The fiercest go to the wall. The torturer named Bonebreaker passes out every time the squad takes aim. They have to tie it to a post. 1960. Brasilia. A city or delirium in the middle of nowhere. Brazil debuts a new capital. Brasilia is born, suddenly, in the center of a cross drawn on the red dust of the desert, far from the coast, far from everything. At a mind-boggling pace it has been built. For 3 years this was an anthill where workers and technicians work side by side night and day, sharing the task and the plate and the roof. But when Brasilia is finished, the fleeting illusion of brotherhood ends. Doors slam shut, the city does not serve servants. Brasilia leaves out those who raised it with their hands. They will live crowded together in the rancherios that spring up haphazardly on the outskirts. This is the city of the government, the house of power, without people in the squares or sidewalks to walk. Brasilia is on the moon, white, luminous, it floats far away, up there, above Brazil and safe from its filth and madness. Oscar Niemeyer, the architect of his palaces, had not dreamed of it that way. When the grand opening party is held, Niemeyer does not appear in the box. 1960. Rio de Janeiro. Niemeyer. He hates the right angle and capitalism. Against capitalism there is not much he can do, but against the right angle, oppressive of space, his architecture triumphs free and sensual and light as the clouds. Niemeyer conceives of the human dwelling in the form of the body of a woman, the winding coast or the fruit of the tropics. Also in the shape of a mountain, if the mountain is silhouetted in beautiful curves against the sky, as is the case of the mountains of Rio de Janeiro, designed by God on the day that God believed himself to be Niemeyer. 1960. Rio de Janeiro. Guimarães Rosa. Also daring and undulating is the language of Guimarães Rosa, who builds word houses. This formal man creates hot works of passion, adherent of schedules, unable to cross the street with a red light. Tragedy blows ferociously in the stories and novels of this smiling career diplomat. By writing, this conservative bourgeois who dreams of entering the academy violates all the rules. 1960. Sagebrush. Thousands and thousands of machetes. They shake in the air, they sharpen, brushing against each other, rubbing, clashing, temper and edge, and that chaz-chaz of the machetes is the warlike background music for the song or speech that Fidel is pronouncing from the rostrum. To the east of the island, before the sugar workers, Fidel explains why his government has expropriated the Texaco Oil Company. Before each blow, Cuba responds neither by falling nor by keeping silent. The Department of State does not accept the agrarian reform. Cuba gives the peasants the North American latifundia. Eisenhower sends planes to set fire to cane fields and threatens not to buy Cuban sugar. Cuba breaks the trade monopoly by trading sugar for oil to the Soviet Union. U.S. oil companies refuse to refine Soviet oil. Cuba nationalizes them. Each speech is a course. For hours and hours Fidel reasons, questions, learns and teaches, defends and accuses, while Cuba makes its way, still groping, and each step finds a way. 1961. Santo Domingo. In the year 31 of the Trujillo era. The paperweight is a porcelain baseball glove, among golden cupids and ballerinas. Surrounded by busts of Trujillo and photos of Trujillo, Trujillo reviews the latest lists of conspirators, sent by his spies. With a disdainful hand, he crosses out some names, men and women who will not dawn, while the torturers wrest new names from the prisoners who howl in Ozama's fortress. The lists inspire sad reflections in Trujillo. At the head of the conspirators are the ambassador of the United States and the Archbishop Primate of the Indies, who only yesterday shared his government. The empire and the church now deny such a faithful son, who has become unpresentable in the eyes of the world, and spit on his prodigal hand. Such ingratitude hurts a lot to the author of the capitalist development of the Dominican Republic. And yet, among all the decorations that hang from his chest and belly and the walls, Trujillo continues to prefer the Grand Cross of the Order of Saint Gregory the Great, which the Vatican awarded him, and the little medal that rewarded his services many years ago. To the United States Marine Corps. Until death he will be the sentinel of the West, despite all sorrows, the man who has been officially called benefactor of the nation, savior of the nation, father of the nation, restorer of financial independence, champion of world peace, protector of culture, first anti-communist of the Americas, egregious leader, illustrious and generalissimo. 1961. Santo Domingo. The most deceased. He bequeaths an entire country, in addition to 9,600 ties, 2,000 suits, 350 uniforms and 600 pairs of shoes in his closets in Santo Domingo and $530 million in his private accounts in Switzerland. Rafael Leonidas Trujillo has been ambushed, riddled with bullets in his car. His son, Ramfis, flies from Paris to take over the legacy, burial, and revenge. Ramfis Trujillo, a colleague and friend of Porfirio Rubirosa, has gained some notoriety since his recent cultural mission in Hollywood. There he gave away Mercedes-Benz cars and mink and chinchilla coats to Kim Novak and Sasa Gabor, on behalf of the hungry but generous Dominican people. 1961. Bay of Pigs. Against the wind. Against death, always going, never coming back, the Cuban Revolution continues scandalously alive no more than an 8-minute flight from Miami. To end the insolence, the CIA launches an invasion from the United States, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. Somoza too bids farewell to the expedition members on the pier. The Cuban Liberation Army, which the CIA has manufactured and put into operation, is made up of soldiers and police from the Batista dictatorship and the evicted heirs of the sugar plantations, banks, newspapers, gambling dens, brothels, and the political parties. Bring me a couple of hairs from Castro's beard. Somoza orders them. Planes from the United States enter the skies of Cuba. They are camouflaged. They have the star of the Cuban Air Force painted on them. The planes machine gun, flying low, the people who salute them, and drop bombs on the cities. After the bombardment, which prepares the ground, the invaders land in the swamps of the Bay of Pigs. Meanwhile, President Kennedy plays golf in Virginia. Kennedy has given the order, but it had been Eisenhower who had put the invasion plan into motion. Eisenhower had given his go-ahead to the invasion of Cuba at the same desk where he had earlier approved the invasion of Guatemala. The head of the CIA, Alien Dulles, assured him that he would kill Fidel Castro as he had killed Arbenz. It would be a matter of a couple of weeks, a day more, a day less, and the same CIA team would take over, the same men, from the same bases. The landing of the liberators would unleash the popular insurrection on the island subjected to the Red Tyranny. The American spies knew that the people of Cuba, fed up with standing in line, were only waiting for the signal to rise up. 1961. Giron Beach. The second military defeat of the United States in Latin America. In 3 days Cuba ends with the invaders. Among the dead are 4 American pilots. The 7 ships, escorted by the United States Navy, flee or sink in the Bay of Pigs. President Kennedy takes full responsibility for this fiasco of the Inc. The CIA believed, as always, the reports of its rogue local spies, who charged to say what they liked to hear, and, as always, he confused geography with a military map alien to people and history. The swamps that the CIA chose for the landing had been the most miserable place in all of Cuba, a kingdom of crocodiles and mosquitoes, until the revolution came. Then human enthusiasm transformed these quagmires, founding schools, hospitals, and roads in them. The people here were the first to put their chests to the bullets, against the invaders who came to save them. 1961. Havana. Portrait of the past. The invaders, parasites, and executioners, young millionaires, veterans of 1,000 crimes, answer the journalists' questions. Nobody assumes responsibility for Playa Girón or anything else, they were all cooks for the expedition. Ramon Calvino, a famous torturer from Batista's time, suffers total amnesia before the women beaten, kicked, and raped by him, who recognize him and scold him. Father Ismael de Lugo, chaplain of the assault brigade, seeks shelter under the mantle of the Virgin. He had fought on Franco's side in the war. Spanish, on the advice of the Virgin, and now they have invaded Cuba so that the Virgin does not suffer any more contemplating so much communism. Father Lugo invokes an entrepreneurial Virgin, owner of some nationalized bank or plantation, who thinks and feels like the other 1,200 prisoners, the right is the right to property and inheritance, freedom, free enterprise. The model company, a public limited company. The exemplary democracy, an assembly of shareholders. All invaders have been educated in the ethics of impunity. No one admits to having killed anyone. And after all, misery does not sign its crimes either. Some journalists ask them about social injustices, but they wash their hands, the system washes its hands. The children who in Cuba and throughout Latin America die shortly after birth, die of gastroenteritis, not of capitalism. 1961. Washington. Who invaded Cuba? A dialogue in the United States Senate. Senator Capehart, how many planes did we have? Alien Dulles, director of the CIA, how many did the Cubans have? Senator Sparkman, no, the Americans. How many? Dulles, well, it's about Cubans. Sparkman, the rebels. Dulles, we don't call them rebels. Capehart, I mean, the revolutionary forces. Sparkman, when he asked how many planes we had, he meant that, the anti-Castro forces. Richard M. Bissell, Deputy Director of the CIA, we started, sir, with 16 B-26s. 1961. Havana. Mary of the Cross. Shortly after the invasion, the people gather in the square. Fidel announces that the prisoners will be exchanged for medicines for children. Then he hands out diplomas to 40,000 literate peasants. An old woman insists on going up on the platform, and she insists so much that they finally do. He gropes the air in vain, looking for the very high microphone, until Fidel adjusts it for him. I wanted to meet him, Fidel. I wanted to tell you. Look, I'm going to blush. But the old woman, 1,000 wrinkles, 4 little bones, showers her with praise and gratitude. She has learned to read and write at 106 years of age. And it shows up. Her name is Maria de la Cruz, because she was born on the same day the Holy Cross was invented, and her last name is Semanet, because Semanet was the name of the sugar-cane plantation where she was born, a slave, daughter of slaves, granddaughter of slaves. At that time, the masters sent blacks who wanted letters to the stocks, explains Maria de la Cruz, because blacks were the machines that worked to the ringing of the bell and to the rhythm of the whipping, and that is why it has taken her so long to learn. Maria de la Cruz seizes the rostrum. After speaking, sing. After singing, dance. More than a century ago, Maria de la Cruz began to dance. Dancing she came out of the mother's womb, and dancing she went through the pain and the horror until she got here, which was where she had to go, so now there is no stopping her. 1961. East Point. The Letronocracy. After the failure of the landing of the soldiers in Cuba, the United States announced a large landing of dollars in Latin America. To isolate the bearded, President Kennedy offers torrents of donations, loans, investments to Latin Americans. Cuba is the goose that lays the golden eggs, Che Guevara confirms, at the Pan American Conference in Punta del Este. Che denounces this bribery project as a joke. So that nothing changes, the rhetoric of change is unleashed. There are 500,000 pages of the official reports of the conference, and there is not a page that does not speak of revolution, agrarian reform, and development. While the United States knocks down the prices of Latin American products, they promise latrines to the poor, to the Indians, to the blacks, not machinery, nor equipment, but latrines. 4 technical gentlemen, accuses Che, planning is planning the latrine. If we listen to them, Cuba could be a latrine paradise. 1961. Escuinapa. The storyteller. Once he saddled and rode a tiger, thinking it was a donkey, and another time he tied his pants with a live snake and saw that it wasn't a belt because the buckle was missing. Everyone believes him when he explains that no plane lands if they don't throw a few grains of corn on the runway, or when he tells of the terrible slaughter that the railway the day he went crazy and instead of advancing forward he began to run wide. I never lie, lies the Gilo lies. El Gilo, a shrimp fisherman in the Escuinapa estuaries, is a linguist of the course. He belongs to the splendid Latin American lineage of storytellers, magicians of counter or stove talk, always spoken, never written. At 70, his eyes dance. He laughs at death, which one night came looking for him. Knock knock knock, death struck. Come in, invited the Gilo, smoothly, from the bed. I was waiting for you. But when he wanted to lower his pants, death fled in terror. 1961. San Salvador de Bahia. Loved. And while the Gilo meant IRA scares away death in Mexico, in Brazil the novelist Jorge Amado invents a captain that scares away loneliness. The captain, says Amado, defies hurricanes and will-o'-the-wisps and crosses tidal waves and black abysses while he treats the residents of the neighborhood with drinks prepared according to the recipes of an old sea lion from Hong Kong. When the captain is shipwrecked on the coast of Peru, the neighbors are shipwrecked. The neighbors, timid civil servants, pensioners sick with boredom and rheumatism, squeeze their hearts when they see a mountain of ice advancing against the ship, to port, in the misty North Sea, or when the monsoon blows furiously in the Sea of Bengal. Everyone shivers with pleasure every time the captain evokes the Arabian dancer who munched on juicy grapes as she danced on the Alexandrian sands, with no more clothing than a white flower in her groin. The captain has never left Brazil. He has never set foot on a ship, not even a boat, because the sea makes him dizzy, but he sits in the living room of his house and his house sets sail and goes further than Marco Polo or Columbus or the astronauts. 1962. Sew it up. 1 + 1 is 1. Tied to the same palanque, heavily laden with dry firewood, they look at each other. He, dear, she, capricious, while the donkey and the donkey look at each other and look at each other. The devout women cross the square, busy praying, heading towards the church. Because it is Good Friday today, the pious go around misando and lutando for our Lord Jesus Christ, all in black, black mantillas, black stockings, black gloves. Tremendous. Frightened hit the pious when the donkey break moorings, and frolicking they give themselves to enjoy themselves in the middle of the square, facing the church and with their backs to the mayor's office. Shrieks reverberate throughout Mexico. The mayor of Casala, Jose Antonio Ochoa, goes out onto the balcony, screams and covers his eyes. Immediately he orders that the unruly donkeys hooked on love be put to arms. That without letting go they fall, shot. 1962. Village of Jesus Maria. 1 + 1 is all. In another town in the mountains, not far from the town where the donkeys are shot, the Cora Indians mask themselves and paint their naked bodies. Like every Good Friday, things receive new names while the festival is unleashed: the Passion of Christ, or the magical hunt for the deer, or the murder of the sun god, a crime that founds human life on earth. That it die, that it kill, that it engender. At the foot of the cross, the loving dancers offer themselves, embrace each other, enter each other, while the clown dancers imitate them by capering. Loving they all play, caresses, tickles, buffoonery, and everyone plays eating, because the fruits become projectiles and the eggs bombs, and with blows of tortillas and jets of honey the great banquet ends in war. The Cora Indians have fun like crazy, dancing, loving, eating, in homage to Jesus Christ dying and on the edge of his agony. He, from the cross, smiles, grateful. 1963. Bayamo. Cyclone Flora. Pound Cuba with soul and life for more than a week. The longest cyclone in national history attacks and flees and returns as if it had forgotten to break something. Everything revolves, a furious whirlwind, around this gigantic wind serpent that twists and attacks where least expected. There is no use nailing doors and windows. The cyclone uproots everything and plays with the houses and trees, throwing them into the air. The sky empties, frightened by the birds, and the sea floods the entire eastern part of the island. From the Bayamo base, the brigades leave in boats and in helicopters. Volunteers come and go rescuing people and bugs, vaccinating everyone they find alive, and burying or burning the many dead. 1963. Havana. Everyone is seven trades. On this island devastated by the cyclone and blockaded and harassed by the United States, it is a feat every day. The shop windows display solidarity posters with Vietnam instead of shoes or shirts, and any shopping requires hours of queuing. The few automobiles run with hubs made of ox horns, and in art schools pencil graphite is graded to improvise painting. In the factories there are cobwebs on some new machines, because a certain spare part has not finished its 10,000 kilometers of road. Oil and everything else comes from distant Baltic ports, and a letter sent from Cuba to Venezuela goes around the world before reaching its nearby destination. And it's not just missing things. Many people who knew everything have gone to Miami in the footsteps of those who had everything. And now, you have to invent. At the age of 18, Ricardo Gutierrez paraded in Havana with a rifle raised, amid the tide of rifles and machetes and yaturi hats that celebrated the end of the Batista dictatorship. The next day he had to take charge of several companies abandoned by their owners. He had, among others, a women's underwear factory. Immediately the problems of raw material began. There was no latex foam for bra padding. The workers discussed the matter in assembly and decided to gut pillows. It was a disaster. The pillow stuffing could not be washed because it never dried. Ricardo was 20 years old when they put 2 pesos in his pocket and sent him as manager of a sugar mill. Never in his life had he seen a mill, not even close. There he discovered that the garapo has a dark color. The previous administrator, a faithful servant with half a century of experience, had been lost on the horizon carrying under his arm the oil portrait of the boss, Julio Lobo, lord of those cane fields that the revolution had expropriated. Now he is sent for by the Minister of Foreign Relations. Raúl Roa sits on the floor, before a large map of Spain, spread out on the carpet, and begins to draw little crosses. Thus Ricardo finds out, at the age of 22, that he has been made a consul. But if I type with 2 fingers, he stammers, defending himself. I write with one and I am a minister. Roa sentences. 1963. Havana. Portrait of the bureaucrat. Black time that engenders red time that will make green time possible. Solidarity is taking the place of greed and fear. For being capable of inventing, capable of creation and madness, the Cuban Revolution is going. But enemies, you. Left over among its most fearsome enemies is the bureaucrat, devastating as the cyclone, suffocating as imperialism. There is no revolution that does not take him inside. The bureaucrat is the wooden man, born by mistake of the gods, who made it without blood, without breath, or discouragement, and without a word to say. It has an echo, but it has no voice. He knows how to transmit orders, not ideas. Consider any doubt heresy, any contradiction, a betrayal. He confuses unity with unanimity and believes that the people, eternal minors, must be led by the ear. It is highly unlikely that the bureaucrat will risk his life. It is absolutely impossible to risk employment. 1963. Havana. Snowball. This is Yoruba Marxism-Leninism, says Bola de Neve, a singer from Guanabaco, son of the cook Domingo and Mama Inés, and he says it like a murmur, with his enormous little voice, hoarse, fleshy. Yoruba Marxism-Leninism is the name that Bola de Neve gives to the fury and jubilation of this people who dance the Internationale shaking their hips, the Cuban Revolution born from the fierce embrace of Europe and Africa in the sands of America. In this space, the gods that men make intersect with the men made by the gods, some descending to earth, others launched to conquer heaven, and celebrating it, Bola de Neve sings, in a very salty way. 1963. Coconut River. On his shoulders he carries Sandino's embrace. That time has not erased. 30 years later, Colonel Santos Lopez returns to war, in the northern jungle, for Nicaragua to be. A couple of years ago the Sandinista Front was born. He was born, along with Santos Lopez, Carlos Fonseca Amador and Tomas Borga and other boys who did not know Sandino but want to continue him. The task will cost blood, and they know it. So much filth cannot be washed away with water, no matter how blessed it is. Says Carlos Fonseca. Lost, without weapons, drenched by the eternal rain, without eating but eaten, screwed up, the guerrillas roam the jungle. There is no worse moment than sunset. Day is day and night is night, but evening is the hour of agony and terrifying loneliness, and the Sandinistas are still nothing, or almost nothing. 1963. San Salvador. Miguel at 58. Miguel walks around as usual, on the run, committing peasant unions and other mischief, when the police catch him in some small town and bring him, bound hand and foot, to the city of San Salvador. Here he receives a long beating. 8 days they hit him hanging, 8 nights they hit him on the ground. His bones crunch a lot and his meat screams at him, but he doesn't say a word while they demand that he reveal secrets. On the other hand, when the tormenting captain whores his loved ones, the old talker rises from his bleeding remains, the plucked rooster raises his crest and cackles, Miguel orders the captain to shut that filthy mouth. And then the captain plunges the barrel of the pistol into his neck and Miguel challenges him to just throw a bullet. And the two are left face to face, fierce, panting, as if blowing on hot coals, the soldier with his finger on the trigger, the pistol stuck in Miguel's neck and his eyes fixed on his eyes, and Miguel without blinking, checking the passage of the seconds and the centuries and listening to the rumble of the heart that has gone to his head. And Miguel is already considered dead of total death, when suddenly a shadow appears in the glare of fury of the captain's eyes, a fatigue or I don't know what invades him and takes his eyes by storm, and after a while the captain blinks, surprised to be where he is, and slowly drops the gun and gaze. And so the 11th birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, at 58 years of age. 1963. Dallas. The government decides that the truth does not exist. One noon, on a street in Dallas, the President of the United States is assassinated. As soon as he dies, the official version is released. The official version, which will be definitive, affirms that Lee Harvey Oswald has assassinated Kennedy. The gun doesn't match the bullet, and the bullet doesn't match the holes. The culprit does not coincide with the fault. Oswald is a man with lousy marksmanship and a mediocre physique, but according to the official version he acted like an Olympic champion in target shooting and sprinting. He has fired an old rifle at an impossible rate and his magic bullet has taken acrobatic turns to pass through Kennedy and Texas Governor Connally, remaining miraculously intact. Oswald denies, loudly. But no one knows, no one will ever know, what it declares. And 2 days later he collapses before the television cameras, the whole world attends the show. He is shut down by Jack Ruby, a thug dedicated to the trafficking of women and drugs. Ruby says that she has avenged Kennedy out of patriotism and out of pity for the poor widow. 1963. Santo Domingo. Chronicle of Customs of Latin America. From the sands of Sojua, he swam out to sea. Ahead, in a boat, was the music band, scaring away sharks. Now General Tony Imbert is pot-bellied and lazy and rarely jumps into the water, but he usually returns to the beach of his childhood. He likes to sit on the boardwalk, take aim, shoot sharks. In Sojua, sharks compete with the poor for leftovers from the slaughterhouse. General Imbert has sympathy for the poor. Sitting on the boardwalk, he throws $10 bills at them. General Imbert closely resembles his bosom friend General Wesson Y. Wesson. Although they have colds, both are able to recognize the smell of a communist from a distance, and both have won numerous medals for getting up early and killing people while tied up. When they say the President, both always refer to the President of the United States. Generals Imbert and Wesson Y. Wesson, Dominican sons of the School of the Americas in Panama, both grew fat under Trujillo's protection. Later, the two betrayed him. After Trujillo's death there were elections and the people voted en masse for Juan Bosch. They couldn't sit idly by. Bosch refused to buy warplanes, announced land reform and divorce law, and increased workers' wages. The very red lasted 7 months. Generals Imbert and Wesson and other generals of the nation have recovered power, honeycomb of rich honey, through an easy coup at dawn. The United States does not delay in recognizing the new government. 1964. Panama. 23 boys fell riddled with bullets when they tried to raise the Panamanian flag on Panamanian soil. Only duck bullets were used, apologized the commander of the U.S. occupation troops. Another flag flies along the gorge that cuts Panama from sea to sea. Another law governs, another police watch, another language is spoken. Panamanians cannot enter the canal zone without permission, not even to pick up the fallen fruit from a mango tree, and if they work there they receive second-rate wages, like blacks and the women. The canal, a North American colony, is a business and a military base. With the toll that the ships pay, the courses of the School of the Americas are financed. In the Canal Zone barracks, Pentagon officials teach anti-communist surgery to the Latin American soldiers who will soon exercise, in their countries, presidencies, ministries, command posts, or embassies. They are the leaders of the future, explains Robert McNamara, the United States Secretary of Defense. Vigilant in the face of the cancer that lurks, these soldiers will cut off the hands of those who dare to commit agrarian reform or nationalization and will tear out the tongues of answerers and questioners. 1964. Rio de Janeiro. There are gloomy clouds. Lincoln Gordon says. Gloomy clouds hang over our economic interests in Brazil. President João Goulart has just announced agrarian reform, the nationalization of oil refineries and the end of capital evasion, and the United States ambassador, indignant, attacks him loudly. From the embassy, shovelfuls of money fall on the poisoners of public opinion and the military who are preparing the coup. A manifesto that cries out for a coup d'état is disseminated through all the media. Even the Lions Club stamps its signature at the bottom. 10 years after Vargas's suicide, the same cries resound, multiplied. Politicians and journalists call the uniformed messiah capable of bringing order to this chaos. Television broadcasts films that show Berlin walls cutting Brazilian cities in two. Newspapers and radios extol the virtues of private capital, which turns deserts into oases, and the merits of the armed forces, which prevent communists from stealing water. The Family March with God for Freedom asks heaven for mercy, from the avenues of the main cities. Ambassador Lincoln Gordon denounces the communist conspiracy. The rancher Goulart is betraying his class when it comes to choosing between the devourers and the devoured, between the opinionated and the opined, between the freedom of money and the freedom of the people. 1964. Judge of Fora. The Reconquest of Brazil. Almost 30 years ago, Captain Olimpio Morio Filho fabricated a communist conspiracy, the Cohen Plan, on the orders of President Vargas. Now General Morio Filho buys the conspiracy fabricated by Ambassador Gordon. General admits that in political matters he is a cow in uniform, but he does understand communist conspiracies. In the Juiz de Fora barracks, he raises his sword. I'll pull Brazil out of the abyss. Proclamation. Morio Filho has been awake since before dawn. He shaves while reading aloud David's psalm announcing that all greenery will perish. Later he has breakfast and congratulates his wife, for being the wife of a hero, and at the head of his troops he began the march towards Rio de Janeiro. The other generals join him, one after another. Meanwhile, an aircraft carrier, numerous planes, several warships, and 4 oil tankers are advancing towards Brazil from the United States. It is Operation Brother Sam, to help the uprising. João Goulart, perplexed, let's go. His colleague Lyndon Johnson sends the warmest appreciation from Washington to the authors of the coup, although Goulart still holds the presidency, and the State Department announces generous loans for the new government. From the south, Leonel Brizola tries, without echo, the resistance. Finally, Goulart goes into exile. Some Hand of the People writes, on a wall in Rio de Janeiro. Enough of intermediaries. Lincoln Gordon president. But the triumphant military choose Marshal Castelo Branco, a solemn man-at-arms who lacks a sense of humor and a neck. 1964. Peace. Without sorrow or glory. Like the president of Brazil, also the president of Bolivia, Victor Paz Estenssoro, gets on the plane that takes him to exile. The aviator René Barrientos, talkative dictator, dominates Bolivia. Now the ambassador of the United States participates in cabinet meetings, sitting between the ministers, and the manager of Gulf Oil writes the decrees of economy. Paz Estenssoro had been left alone from all solitude. With him has fallen, after 12 years of power, the nationalist revolution. Little by little the revolution had turned around until it turned its back on the workers, the better to nurse the new rich and the bureaucrats who squeezed it dry, and now a little push has been enough to collapse it. Meanwhile, the workers, divided, fight among themselves. They act as if they are all lames and Jucumanis. 1964. North of Potosi. Full fury. Lames Indians fight against the Jucumanis Indians. The poorest of poor Bolivia, pariahs among pariahs, are dedicated to killing each other, in the frozen steppe north of Potosi. 500 have fallen, on both sides, in the last 10 years, and countless ranches have been burned. The battles last for weeks, without truce or forgiveness. The Indians tear themselves to pieces to avenge grievances or to dispute small pieces of barren land, in these high solitudes to which they were expelled in ancient times. Lames and Jucumanis eat potatoes and barley, which is what the steppe barely offers them. They sleep lying on sheepskins, accompanied by lice that appreciate the warmth of the body. For mutual extermination ceremonies, their heads are covered with rawhide caps, which have the exact shape of the conqueror's helmet. The hats. From now on they arrived in Bolivia from Europe, brought by the conquerors and the merchants, but they have become very fond of this land and these people. They were born as cattle brands, obligatory costumes coming from Spain so that each lord could recognize the Indians he owned. With the passage of time, the communities affixed their own seals of pride, their signs of joy, silver stars and moons, colored feathers, glass beads, paper flowers, corn crowns. Later the English flooded Bolivia with bowlers and top hats, a black galley from the Potosi Indians, a white galley from the Cochabamba Indians, and by mistake the Borsalino had arrived from Italy, and stayed to live on the heads of the Indian women of La Paz. The Bolivian Indian, man or woman, boy or girl, may walk barefoot, but without a hat, no. The hat prolongs the head it protects, and when the soul falls, the hat picks it up from the ground. 1965. San Juan de Puerto Rico. Bosh. The people rushed to the streets of Santo Domingo, armed with whatever they had, whatever came their way, and charged against the tanks. Let the usurpers go, the people want. Let Juan Bosch, the legal president, return. The United States has Bosch imprisoned in Puerto Rico and prevents him from returning to his burning country. A stringy man, pure sinew, all tension, Bosch bites his fists, alone in the rage, his blue eyes piercing the walls. Some journalist asks him, on the phone, if he is an enemy of the United States. No, he is an enemy of U.S. imperialism. No one who has read Mark Twain, he says, checking Bosch, can be an enemy of the United States. 1965. Santo Domingo. Camano. Students and soldiers and women with curlers come to the whirlpool. Barricades of overturned barrels and trucks prevent the passage of tanks. Stones and bottles fly. Shrapnel rains down from the wings of the planes, which plummet, over the bridge over the Ozama River and the streets packed with crowds. The popular tide rises, and as it rises, the soldiers who had served Trujillo stand aside. On one side it leaves those who are shooting the town, led by Humbert Y. Wesson, and on the other those led by Francisco Camano, who open arsenals and hand out rifles. Colonel Camano, who in the morning unleashed the uprising for the return of President Juan Bosch, had thought it would be a matter of minutes. At noon he understood that he was going to take a long time, and he knew that he would have to face his comrades in arms. He saw that blood was flowing and sensed, frightened, a national tragedy. At nightfall, he requested asylum at the El Salvador embassy. Lying in an embassy chair, Camano wants to sleep. He takes sedatives, the usual pills and more, but there is no case. The insomnia, the gnashing of the teeth and the hunger of the nails come from the days of Trujillo, when he was an officer in the army of the dictatorship and fulfilled or saw dark, sometimes atrocious tasks fulfilled. But tonight is worse than ever. In her half-sleep, as soon as she manages to close her eyes, she dreams. When he dreams, he is sincere, he wakes up trembling, crying, raging with the shame of his fear. The night ends and the exile ends, which lasted only one night. Colonel Camano wets his face and leaves the embassy. Walk looking at the ground. He passes through the smoke of the fires, thick smoke that casts a shadow, and enters the cheerful air of the day and returns to his post at the head of the rebellion. 1965. Santo Domingo. The invasion. Not by air, not by land, not by sea. Neither the planes of General Wesson and Wesson, nor the tanks of General Imbert are capable of putting out the anger of the burning city. Neither did the boats. They fire cannon shots at the government palace, occupied by Camano, but they kill housewives. Calling the rebels communist scum and gang of thugs, the U.S. Embassy reports that there is no way to stop the rampage and calls for urgent help from Washington. Then the Marines disembark. The next day the first invader dies. He is a boy from the mountains of upstate New York. He was shot from a rooftop in a small street in the city that he had never heard of in his life. The first Dominican victim is a 5-year-old boy. He dies of Grenada, on a balcony. The invaders mistake him for a sniper. President Lyndon Johnson warns that he will not tolerate another Cuba in the Caribbean. And more soldiers land. And more. 20,000, 35,000, 42,000. While U.S. soldiers disembowel Dominicans, U.S. volunteers patch them up in hospitals. Johnson urges his allies to join this Western crusade. The military dictatorship of Brazil, the military dictatorship of Paraguay, the military dictatorship of Honduras and the military dictatorship of Nicaragua send troops to the Dominican Republic to save the democracy threatened by the people. Cornered between the river and the sea, in the old neighborhood of Santo Domingo, the people resist. José Mora Otero, Secretary General of the OAS, meets alone with Colonel Camano. He offers you $6 million if you leave the country. He's sent to hell. 1965. Santo Domingo. 132 nights. This war of sticks and knives and carbines against mortars and machine guns has lasted. The city smells of gunpowder and garbage and the dead. Unable to wrest surrender, the invaders, those of all power, have no choice but to accept an agreement. The no ones, have not allowed themselves to be run over. They have not accepted betrayal or consolation. They fought at night, every night, all night, fierce battles house to house, hand to hand, meter by meter, until from the bottom of the sea the sun raised their flaming flags and then they crouched until the following night. And after so much night of horror and glory, the invading troops were unable to insulate General Imbert, or General Wesson Y. Wesson, or any other general, in power. 1965. Havana. The Rev Multiplier. The Spartan guerrilla, goes to other lands. Fidel reveals Che Guevara's farewell letter, "Nothing legal ties me to Cuba anymore," Che says, "only ties that cannot be broken." Che also writes to his parents and their children. She asks her children to be able to deeply feel any injustice committed against anyone in any part of the world. Here in Cuba, asthma and all, Che has always been the first to arrive and the last to leave, in war and in peace, without letting up one bit. Women, men, children, dogs, and plants have fallen in love with him. Che Guevara says goodbye to his parents. "Once again I feel Rocinante's rib cage under my heels, I return to the road with my shield on my arm. Many will call me an adventurer, and I am, only that of a different type and of those who put their skin to demonstrate their truths. It may be that this is the final one. I'm not looking for it, but it's within the logical calculation of probabilities. If so, one last hug. I have loved them very much, only I have not been able to express my affection. I am extremely rigid in my actions and I think that sometimes they did not understand me. It was not easy to understand me, on the other hand, believe me, only today. Now, a will that I have polished with an artist's delight, will support limp legs and tired lungs. I will do that. Remember from time to time this little 20th century condottiere." 1966. Patio cement. "We know that hunger is deadly," said the priest Camilo Torres. "And if we know," he said, Does it make sense to waste time discussing whether the soul is immortal? Camillo believed in Christianity as a practice of love for his neighbor, and he wanted that love to be effective. He had an obsession with effective love. That obsession raised him up in arms, and because of it he has fallen, in an unknown corner of Colombia, fighting in the guerrillas. 1967. Liligua. The Party of San Juan. Bolivian miners are children of the Virgin and nephews of the devil, but no one saves them from dying early. Tucked into the guts of the earth, they are annihilated by the relentless rain of dust from the tunnel. In just a little while, a few years, the lungs turn to stone and the airways are closed. And before the lungs forget to breathe, the nose forgets the smells and the tongue the flavors, the legs are heavy as lead and the mouth says nothing but grudges and revenge. Coming out of the tunnel, the miners look for the party. While the brief life lasts and the legs want to move, it is necessary to eat spicy stew and drink strong drink and sing and dance by the light of the bonfires that warm the moor. On this night of San Juan, while the best of the parties is taking place, the army hides in the mountains. Almost nothing is known here about the guerrillas from the distant Nankawaza River, although they say that they are fighting for a beautiful revolution never seen before, like the sea, but General Barrientos believes that each miner harbors a cunning terrorist. Before dawn, at the end of the San Juan festival, a hurricane of bullets devastates the town of Liligua. 1967. Katavi. The next day. The light of the new day seems like a glow of bones. Then the sun hides behind the clouds, while the outcasts of the earth count their dead and carry them in wheelbarrows. The miners march through a mud alley in Liligua. The procession crosses the river, a course of dirty saliva between ash stones, and through the vast pampas it reaches the Katavi cemetery. The sky has no sun, an immense tin roof, nor does the earth have bonfires to heat it. Never was this steppe so frozen and so alone. Many wells have to be dug. Bodies of all sizes lie in a row, stretched out, waiting. From the top of the cemetery wall, a woman screams. 1967. Katavi. Domitilla. Shout against the murderers, from the top of the wall. She lives in 2 rooms without a latrine or water, with her minor husband and 7 children. The 8th child is wanting to get out of the belly. Every day Domitilla cooks, washes, sweeps, knits, sews, teaches what she knows and cures what she can, and also prepares 100 empanadas and walks the streets looking for someone to buy. For insulting the Bolivian army, they take her to prison. A soldier spits in his face. Domitilla's interrogation. He spat in my face. Then he kicked me. I couldn't stand it and gave him a slap. He punched me again. I scratched his face. And he hitting me. He put his knee here on my belly. He squeezed my neck and was about to choke me. It looked like it wanted to burst my belly. He squeezed me more and more. Then, with both my hands, with all my strength I lowered his hands. And I don't remember how, but I had grabbed him by the fist and had been biting him, biting. I was terribly disgusted when I felt his blood in my mouth. Then, with all my rage, all over his face I spat out his blood. A terrible scream began. He grabbed me by kicking, shouting. He called the soldiers and had me grabbed by about 4. When I woke up as if from a dream, I had been swallowing a piece of my tooth. I felt it here in my throat. Then I noticed that the guy had broken 6 of my teeth. The blood was dripping from me and neither my eyes nor my nose could open. And as if the fatality of fate did, the labor began. I began to feel aches, pains, and at times the creature would beat me to be born. I couldn't take it anymore. And I went to kneel in a corner. I leaned in and covered my face, because I couldn't do even a bit of force. My face hurt like it would burst. And in one of those moments, he beat me. I noticed that the head of the Huawa was already coming out, and right there I vanished. I don't know after how long. Where I am. I was all wet. Both the blood and the liquid that about during childbirth had soaked me all over. So I made an effort, and it turns out that I found the cord of the Huawa. And through the cord, stretching the cord, I found my Huawita, totally cold, frozen, there on the floor. 1967. Katavi. Inhabited stone. After the gale of bullets, a gale of wind sweeps through the mining town of Liligua and blows its roofs off. In the neighboring parish of Katavi, the wind blows over and breaks the Virgin. The stone on the pedestal, on the other hand, remains intact. The priest comes to pick up the pieces of the Immaculate from the ground. "Look, Father," the workers tell him, and show him how the stone has shaken off the intruding Virgin. Inside that stone, the defeated gods sleep, dream, breathe, attend to the requesters and payers of promises, and announce to the mine workers that the great day will come. Our day, then, the one we await. The priest had condemned the miracle stone from the day it was found and celebrated by the workers. The priest had locked her in a cement cage, so that the workers would not take her out in a procession, and had installed the Virgin on top. The mason who, by order of the priest, imprisoned the stone with blows of a pick and a hammer, has been shivering with fever and has squinted non-stop since that fateful day. 1967. On the banks of the Nankawaza River. 17 men walk towards annihilation. Cardinal Morer arrives in Bolivia from Rome. It brings the blessings of the Pope and the news that God strongly supports General Barrientos against the guerrillas. Meanwhile, harassed by hunger, overwhelmed by geography, the guerrillas circle the bushes of the Nankawaza River. There are few peasants in these immense solitudes, and not one, not a single one, has joined Che Guevara's small troop. His forces are dwindling from ambush to ambush. Che does not falter, he does not let himself falter, even though he feels that his own body is a stone among stones, a heavy stone that he drags advancing at everyone's head, nor is he tempted by the idea of saving the group by abandoning the wounded. By order of Che, they all walk at the pace of those who can least, together they will all be saved or lost. Lost. 1,800 soldiers, led by American Rangers, step on their shadow. The siege tightens more and more. Finally, a couple of informing peasants and the electronic radars of the National Security Agency of the United States reveal the exact location. 1967. Euro Ravine. Che's fall. Shrapnel breaks his legs. Sitting, he continues fighting, until the rifle is blown out of his hands. The soldiers fight over the watch, the canteen, the belt, the pipe. Several officers question him, one after another. Che is silent and blood flows. Rear Admiral Ugartesh, a daring earthen wolf, head of the navy of a landlocked country, insults and threatens him. Che spits in his face. From La Paz, the order arrives to liquidate the prisoner. A gust hits him. Che dies from a bullet, dies treacherously, shortly before his 40th birthday, at exactly the same age at which Zapata and Sandino died, also from a bullet, also treacherously. In the small town of Higueras, General Barrientos exhibits his trophy to journalists. Che lies on a laundry sink. After the bullets, the flashes pepper him. This last face has accusing eyes and a wistful smile. 1967. Fig trees. Chimes for him. Did he die in 1967, in Bolivia, because he made the wrong time and place, rhythm and manner? Or has he never died, anywhere, because he was not mistaken in what really is worth for all times and places and rhythms and manners? He believed that one must defend oneself against the traps of greed, without ever lowering one's guard. When he was president of the Banco Nacional de Cuba, Che signed the bills, to make fun of money. Out of love for people, he despised things. Sick is the world, he believed, where having and being mean the same thing. He never kept anything for himself, nor did he ever ask for anything. To live is to give oneself, he believed, and it was said. 1967. Peace. Portrait of a super male. On the shoulders of Nene, his giant bodyguard, General René Barrientos crosses the city of La Paz. From above the Nene, he greets those who applaud him. Enter the government palace. Sitting at his desk, with Nene behind him, he signs decrees that sell the sky, the soil, and the subsoil of Bolivia at auction prices. 10 years ago, Barrientos was spending time in a Washington, D.C., mental hospital when the idea of being president of Bolivia occurred to him. He made a career through athletics. Disguised as an American aviator, he assaulted power, and it exercises it by machine gunning workers and destroying libraries and salaries. Che's killer is a crowing rooster, a man with 3 eggs, 100 wives and 1,000 children. No Bolivian has flown so much, talked so much or stolen so much. In Miami, Cuban exiles elect him Man of the Year. 1967. Estoril. Social Chronicle. Clinging to the hair of the mistress of the house, some of the largest diamonds in the world flash. The granddaughter holds, in the cross of the necklace, one of the largest emeralds in the world. The Patinos, heirs to one of the largest fortunes in the world, offer one of the biggest parties in the world. To give joy to 1,000 people for 8 nights and days, the Patinos buy all the elegant flowers and fine drinks that exist in Portugal. The invitations have been distributed well in advance, so that the couturiers and social chroniclers have had time to work properly. Several times a day the ladies change their outfits, all of them exclusive, and when 2 identical dresses come across in one of the salons, someone mumbles that they will fry Yves Saint Laurent in oil. The orchestras come chartered from New York. Guests arrive by yacht or private plane. Attending, in full, the European nobility. The late Simon Patino, a cannibal Bolivian who devoured minors, had bought good quality weddings. He had married his daughters to a count and a marquis and his son to a king's cousin. 1967. Houston. There. They called him Cassius Clay, his name is Muhammad Ali, by chosen name. They made him a Christian, he becomes a Muslim, by chosen faith. They forced him to defend himself, he hits like nobody else, fierce and fast, a light tank, a devastating feather, indestructible owner of the world crown. They told him that a good boxer leaves the fight in the ring, he says that the real ring is the other, where a triumphant black fights for the defeated blacks, for those who eat leftovers in the kitchen. They advised him discretion, since then he screams. His phone was tapped, since then he has also shouted on the phone. They put him in a uniform to send him to the Vietnam War, he takes off his uniform and shouts that he is not going, because he has nothing against the Vietnamese, that they have done nothing wrong to him or to any other black American. They took away his world title, prohibited him from boxing, sentenced him to jail and a fine, shouting thanks for these praises for his human dignity. 1968. Memphis. Portrait of a dangerous. Pastor Martin Luther King preaches against the Vietnam War. He denounces that blacks die more there, twice as many as whites, serving as cannon fodder for an imperial adventure comparable to Nazi crimes. The poisoning of the water and the land and the annihilation of people and crops are part of an extermination plan. Of the 1 million dead Vietnamese, reveals the preacher, children are the majority. The United States, he says, suffers from an infection of the soul, and any autopsy would reveal that the infection is called Vietnam. 6 years ago, the FBI classified this man in Section A of the Reserved Index, among the dangerous people to watch and incarcerate in an emergency. Since then, the police have been nipping at his heels, spying on him day and night, threatening him, provoking him. Martin Luther King collapses on a Memphis hotel balcony. A bullet in the face ends with so much discomfort. 1968. San Jose of California. The Chicanos. Judge Gerald Chargin passes sentence on a boy accused of incest, and incidentally advises him to commit suicide and tells him that you Chicanos are worse than animals, you rotten, miserable, lousy people. Chicanos come from Mexico, across the border river, to harvest cheap cotton, oranges, tomatoes, and potatoes. Almost all of them stay in the southern United States, which a little over a century ago was northern Mexico. In these lands, no longer theirs, they are used and despised. Of every 10 Americans killed in Vietnam, 6 are black or Chicano. To Chicanos, they say, "You, so macho and strong, go to the front first." 182, 282, 369 and 403. 1968. San Juan de Puerto Rico. Albizu. Puerto Ricans are also good at dying in Vietnam, in the name of those who have usurped their homeland. The island of Puerto Rico, a North American colony, consumes what it does not produce and produces what it does not consume. On their lands, abandoned, not even the rice and beans of the national dish are grown. The metropolis teaches the colony to breathe air conditioning, to eat canned food, to move in boastfully large cars, to get up to their necks in debt, and to erase their souls by watching television. Pedro Albizu Campos died a while ago. He had spent almost 20 years in jail in the United States for his work as an incessant agitator. To recover the homeland, he believed, one must love it with soul and life, as if it were a woman. To give her breath back, you have to rescue her with bullets. He wore a black tie for the lost homeland. He was increasingly alone. 1968. Mexico City. The students invade the streets. Demonstrations like this have never been seen in Mexico, so immense and joyful, all tied arm to arm, singing and laughing. The students clamor against President Diaz-Ordaz and his ministers, mummies with bandages and all, and against the other usurpers of that revolution by Zapata and Pancho Villa. In Tlatelolco, a square that was already the haunt of Indians and conquerors, the trap occurs. The army blocks all the exits with tanks and machine guns. In the corral, ready for the sacrifice, the students crowd. The trap is closed by a continuous wall of rifles with fixed bayonets. Flares, one green, one red, give the signal. Hours later, a woman is looking for her baby. The shoes leave bloody footprints on the floor. There was a lot of blood, says the mother of a student. To such a degree that I felt the viscous blood on my hands. There was also blood on the walls. I believe that the walls of Tlatelolco have the pores full of blood. The whole of Tlatelolco breathes blood. The corpses lay on the concrete floor waiting for them to be taken away. I counted many from the window, about 68. They were piling them up in the rain. I remembered that Carlitos, my son, wore a green corduroy jacket, and in each corpse I thought I recognized it. 1968. Mexico City. Riots. It is half a century long, but every day commits the crime of being young. He is always at the center of the ruckus, firing off speeches and manifestos. José Revueltas denounces the owners of power in Mexico, who, out of irremediable hatred of everything that throbs, grows, and changes, have just murdered 300 students in Tlatelolco. The gentlemen of the government are dead. That's why they kill us. In Mexico, power assimilates or annihilates, strikes down with a hug or a bullet. Those who don't allow themselves to be included in the budget, put them in the grave or in jail. The incorrigible Revueltas lives in prison. Rarely does he not sleep in his cell, and then he spends the night stretched out on a bench in the mall or on a desk at the university. The policemen hate him for being a revolutionary and the dogmatists for being free. The devout leftists do not forgive him for his tendency to go to canteens. Some time ago, his comrades gave him a guardian angel, to save Revueltas from all temptation, but the angel ended up pawning his wings to pay for the parties they had together. 1968. On the banks of the Yaqui River. The Mexican Revolution is no more. The Yaqui Indians, warriors of many centuries, call Lázaro Cárdenas. They cite him in a luminous meadow in northern Mexico, near the river of their traditions. Standing in the shade of the leafy breadfruit tree, the chiefs of the 8 Yaqui tribes welcome you. On their heads they wear the plumage reserved for great occasions. Do you remember, Daddy? 30 years have passed and this is a great occasion. The principal speaks. Tata Lazaro, do you remember? You gave us back the land. You gave us hospitals and schools. At the end of each sentence, the chiefs hit the ground with their command sticks and the dry echo resounds in the prairie. Do you remember? We want you to know. The rich took our land. The hospitals have been turned into barracks. Schools are canteens. Cardenas listens and is silent. 1968. Mexico City. Rulfo. In the silence, another Mexico beats. Juan Rulfo, narrator of the misadventures of the living and the dead, is silent. 15 years ago he said what he had to say, in a short novel and a few stories, and since then he has been silent. In other words, he made love in a very deep way and then fell asleep. 1969. Lime. Argutas. The skull splits from a bullet. Its history is the history of Peru, and sick of Peru is killed. The son of whites, Jose Maria Argutas had been raised by the Indians. He spoke Quechua throughout his childhood. At 17 he was uprooted from the mountains and thrown onto the coast. He left the community villages to enter the proprietary cities. He learned the language of the victors and in it he spoke and wrote. He never wrote about the defeated, but from them. He knew how to say them, but his feet was his curse. He felt that everything about him was betrayal or failure, useless tearing. He couldn't be an Indian, he didn't want to be white, he couldn't bear to be both scorned and scorned. The solitary walker walked on the edge of that abyss, between the two enemy worlds that divided his soul. Many avalanches of anguish fell on him, worse than any avalanche of mud and stones, until it was shot down. 1969. Sea of Tranquility. The discovery of the Earth. The spacecraft arrives from Houston, Texas, and lands on the moon. Its long spider legs. Astronauts Armstrong and Aldrin see the Earth as no one has seen it before, and the Earth is not the generous breast that gives us milk and poison to suckle, but a beautiful frozen stone that rolls in the solitude of the universe. The Earth seems childless, inhabited by no one, or perhaps indifferent, as if not even tickled by the human passions that swarm its soil. The astronauts broadcast to us on television and radio the pre-programmed words about the great step that humanity is taking, while they plant the banner of the United States of America in the stony sea of tranquility. 1969. Bogota. The gamins. They have the street at home. They are cats in the jump and in the slap, sparrows in the flight, cockerels in the fight. They wander in flocks, in galleys, they sleep in clusters, glued together by the frost of dawn. They eat what they steal or the leftovers they beg for or the garbage they find, they quench their hunger and fear by sniffing gasoline or glue. They have gray teeth and cold scorched faces. Arturo Duenas, from the Galata on Veintidos Street, leaves his gang. He is tired of giving his ass and receiving beatings for being the smallest, the bug, the shishiksha, and decides that it is better to leave alone. One of these nights, a night like any other night, Arturo slips under a restaurant table, grasps a chicken leg and raising it like a banner flees through the alleys. When he finds some dark nook, he sits down for dinner. A puppy looks at him and licks his lips. Several times Arturo throws him out and the puppy returns. They look at each other, they are both the same, nobody's children, beaten, pure bone and filth. Arturo resigns himself and invites. Since then they have been together, happy-legged, sharing the danger and the loot and the fleas. Arturo, who never spoke to anyone, tells his things. The puppy sleeps curled up at his feet. And one bloody afternoon the policemen catch Arturo stealing fritters, they drag him to the 5th station and there they kick him terribly. At the time Arturo returns to the street, all battered. The puppy does not appear. Arturo runs and searches, and searches, and he doesn't appear. Lots of questions and nothing. He calls him a lot and nothing. No one in the world is as alone as this 7-year-old boy who is alone in the streets of the city of Bogotá, hoarse from shouting so much. 1969. In any city. Someone. On a corner, at the red traffic light, someone eats fire, someone washes the windshield, someone sells paper towels, chewing gum, little flags, and dolls that pee. Someone listens to the horoscope on the radio, grateful that the stars take care of him. Walking between the tall buildings, someone would like to buy silence or air, but they don't have enough coins. In a filthy suburb, between the swarms of flies above and the armies of rats below, someone rents a woman for 3 minutes. In a brothel room the raped person is a rapist, better than if he did it with a donkey in the river. Someone speaks alone on the phone, after hanging up the tube. Someone talks alone in front of the television. Someone talks alone at the slot machine. Someone waters a plastic flower pot. Someone gets on an empty bus at dawn and the bus is still empty. 1969. Rio de Janeiro. The expulsion from the favelas. They refuse to leave. They have been the poorest in the country and are now the poorest in the city, always the last in line, people with cheap arms and dancing legs, and at least here they live near the places where they earn their bread. The residents of Praia do Pinto and the other favelas that cover the mountains of Rio de Janeiro have become stubborn. But the military chiefs have had their eye on these highly saleable and resaleable and speculable lands, so the matter is resolved by opportune fires. The firemen never come. Dawn is the time for tears and ashes. After the fire destroys the houses made of garbage, they sweep people away like garbage and throw them away in garbage trucks. 1969. Baixo Grande. A garbage castle. Old Gabriel dos Santos does what his dreams tell him to do. He dreams in Brazil the same crazy dreams that Antoni Gaudí dreamed a century ago in Catalonia, in distant Barcelona, although old Gabriel has never heard of Gaudí or seen any of his works. As soon as he wakes up, old Gabriel begins to model with his hands the wonders he sees in his dreams, before they escape him. This is how he has built the Casa de la Flor. He lives there, on the side of a hill beaten by the sea wind. From dream to dream, over the years, old Gabriel's home grows, this castle or weirdo with bright colors and sinuous shapes, all made of garbage. Old Gabriel, a salt works worker, never went to school, never saw television, never had money. He knows no rules or models. He nonsenses in his own free way and manner, with the leftovers that the nearby city of Cabo Frio throws away, fenders, lanterns, splinters from windows and bottles, broken dishes, old irons, chair legs, wheels. 1969. Arc Gorge. The last caper of the aviator Barrientos. Cardinal Morer says that President Barrientos is like St. Paul, because he goes around the fields of Bolivia distributing truths, but Barrientos also distributes money and soccer balls. Everywhere he comes and goes, spreading tickets, by helicopter. The Gulf Oil has given the helicopter to Barrientos, in exchange for $2 billion in gas and $1 billion in oil that Barrientos has given to Gulf Oil. In this helicopter, Barrientos took the body of Che Guevara, tied to his skates, through the skies of Bolivia. In this helicopter, Barrientos arrives at the Arc Ravine, on one of his incessant tours, and as usual throws money at the peasants, but as he left he collides with a wire, crashes against the rocks and burns alive. After having set fire to so many paintings and books, the fiery Barrientos dies charred in this helicopter packed to the brim with bills that burn with him. 1969. San Salvador and Tegucigalpa. Two turbulent parties. Soccer dispute between Honduras and El Salvador. The ambulances take the dead and wounded from the stands, while the fans continue the brawl in the stadium in the street. The two countries immediately break relations. In Tegucigalpa, Car windshields display stickers that advise, Honduran, take a log, kill a Salvadoran. In San Salvador, the newspapers exhort the army to invade Honduras to teach these barbarians a lesson. Honduras expels Salvadoran peasants, although many of them do not even know they are foreigners and have never seen an identity document. The Honduran government calls the eviction of Salvadorans, forced to emigrate with what they wear, and the burning of their ranches, agrarian reform. The government of El Salvador considers all Hondurans living there to be spies. War does not take long to break out. The Salvadoran army entered Honduras and advanced machine gunning the border villages. 1969. San Salvador and Tegucigalpa. The so-called Soccer War. Its enemies are two pieces of Central America, shreds of what was, a century and a half ago, the only homeland. Honduras, a small agrarian country, is dominated by landlords. El Salvador, a small agrarian country, is dominated by the latifundistas. The peasant people of Honduras have neither land nor work. The peasant people of El Salvador have neither land nor work. In Honduras there is a military dictatorship born from a coup. In El Salvador there is a military dictatorship born from a coup. The general who governs Honduras has been trained at the School of the Americas in Panama. The general who governs El Salvador has been trained at the School of the Americas, in Panama. The weapons and advisors of the Honduran dictator come from the United States. The weapons and advisors of the dictator of El Salvador come from the United States. The dictator of Honduras accuses the dictator of El Salvador of being a communist in the pay of Fidel Castro. The dictator of El Salvador accuses the dictator of Honduras of being a communist in the pay of Fidel Castro. The war lasts a week. While the war lasts, the people of Honduras believe that their enemy is the people of El Salvador, and the people of El Salvador believe that their enemy is the people of Honduras. Both towns leave 4,000 dead on the battlefields. 1969. Port-au-Prince. A law sentences to death anyone who says or writes red words in Haiti. Article 1. Communist activities in whatever form are declared crimes against the security of the state. Any profession of communist faith, verbal or written, public or private, any propagation of communist or anarchist doctrines through conferences, speeches, conversations, readings, public or private meetings, by way of brochures, posters, newspapers, magazines, newspapers, books, and images, all oral or written correspondence with local associations or foreigners or with people dedicated to the dissemination of communist or anarchist ideas, and also the fact of receiving, collecting, or providing funds intended directly or indirectly for the propagation of said ideas. Article 2. The perpetrators and accomplices of these crimes shall be sentenced to death. Their movable and immovable property will be confiscated and sold for the benefit of the state. Dr. François Duvalier, President for Life of the Republic of Haiti. 1970. Montevideo. Portrait of a master torturer. The Tupamaro guerrillas killed Dan Anthony Mitrian, one of the North American instructors for the Uruguayan police. The deceased taught his officer courses in a soundproof basement. For practical lessons he used beggars and prostitutes caught on the street. Thus he showed his students the effect of the various electrical voltages in the most sensitive areas of the human body, and taught them how to effectively apply emetics and other chemical substances. In the last few months, 3 men and 1 woman have died during these interrogation technique classes. Mitrian hated clutter and filth. A torture chamber should have the asepsis of an operating room. And he hated bad language. No eggs, Commissioner testicles. He also hated useless spending, unnecessary movement, avoidable damage. It's an art, more than a technique, he said, the precise pain, in the precise place, in the precise measure. 1970. Managua. Rugama. The haughty poet, the short man in a cassock who received communion standing up, fired until the last shot and fell fighting against an entire battalion of the Somoza dictatorship. Lionel Rugama was 20 years old. Of friends, he preferred chess players. From chess players, to those who lose because of the girl who happens. Of those that pass, to the one that remains. Of those that remain, which has not yet arrived. Of the heroes, he preferred those who do not say that they die for their country. Of the homelands, to the birth of his death. 1970. Santiago de Chile. Landscape after the elections. In an act of unforgivable misconduct, the Chilean people elect Salvador Allende as president. Another president, the president of the company ITT, International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation, offers $1 million to whoever ends with so much misfortune. And the President of the United States dedicates $10 million to the matter. Richard Nixon commissions the CIA to prevent Allende from sitting in the presidential chair, or to knock him down if he does. General René Schneider, head of the army, refused the coup and fell struck down in an ambush. "Those bullets were for me," says Allende. Loans from the World Bank and from all official and private banks are suspended, except for loans for military expenses. The international price of copper plummets. From Washington, Foreign Minister Henry Kissinger explains, "I don't see why we should sit idly by and watch a country go communist because of the irresponsibility of its people." 1971. Santiago de Chile. Donald Duck and his nephews spread the virtues of consumer civilization among the savages, in some underdeveloped country with postcard landscapes. Donald's nephews offer soap bubbles to the stupid natives in exchange for stones of pure gold, while Uncle Donald battles the revolutionary outlaws who are disrupting the order. From Chile, Walt Disney's comics spread throughout South America and enter the soul of millions of children. Donald Duck does not speak out against Allende and his red friends, but he doesn't need to. The world of Disney is the cute zoo of capitalism. Ducks, mice, dogs, wolves, and little pigs do business, buy, sell, obey advertising, receive loans, pay installments, collect dividends, dream of inheritances and compete with each other for having more and earn more. 1971. Santiago de Chile. Shoot Fidel. The CIA has ordered 2 of its agents. They only serve to hide automatic pistols, those television cameras that pretend to be filming. Very busy, Fidel Castro's visit to Santiago de Chile. The agents focus on Fidel, they have him in the center of their sights, but no one shoots. For many years now, specialists from the CIA's Technical Services Division have been imagining attacks against Fidel. They have spent fortunes. They have tried cyanide capsules in the chocolate milkshake and with certain infallible little pills that dissolve in beer or rum and kill without an autopsy revealing them. They have also tried it with bazookas and telescopic sight rifles and with a 30-kilo plastic bomb that an agent had to place in the sewer, under the grandstand. And they've used poisoned cigarettes. They prepared a special cigar for Fidel, which kills as soon as it touches the lips. Since it didn't work, they tried another cigar that causes dizziness and flutters the voice. Since they couldn't kill him, they tried to kill him, at least, his prestige. They tried to spray his microphone with a powder that in the middle of a speech provokes an irresistible tendency to nonsense, and they even prepared a depilatory potion to make his beard fall out and stand naked before the crowd. 1972. Managua. Nicaragua, SA. The tourist arrives in the country by Somoza plane or boat and stays in one of the hotels that Somoza has in the capital. The tourist is tired, and lies down to sleep on a bed and mattress made by Somoza. When he wakes up, he has a Presto coffee for breakfast, owned by Somoza, with milk from Somoza's cows and sugar harvested on one of his farms and refined in one of his mills. He lights a match from Somoza's Mumo Tambo company and tries a cigarette from Tabacalera Nicaragans, which Somoza owns in partnership with the British-American Tobacco Company. The tourist goes out into the street, exchanges money at a Somoza bank, and on the corner buys the Somoza newspaper Novedades. Reading news is an impossible feat, so he throws the paper in the trash, which tomorrow, at dawn, will be picked up by a Mercedes truck imported by Somoza. The tourist boards a bus belonging to the Condor Company, owned by Somoza, which will take him to the mouth of the Masaya volcano. Going towards the plume of fire, he sees, through the window, the neighborhoods of cans and ponds where the extremely cheap labor that Somoza uses survives. The tourist returns at dusk. He drinks a rum distilled by Somoza, with ice from his company Polar, and then eats meat from one of his calves, put to the knife in one of his slaughterhouses, with rice from one of his rice cookers and salad that he garnishes with Corona oil, which is of Somoza and the United Brands. Half an hour after midnight, the earthquake breaks. Perhaps the tourist is one of the 12,000 dead. If it does not end up in a common grave, it will rest in peace inside a coffin from Somoza's funeral company, wrapped in a shroud from the El Porvenir Textile Company, which also belongs to Somoza. 1972. Managua. The other son of Somoza. The cathedral's clock remains fixed, forever, at the time when the earthquake lifts the city up in suspense. The earthquake shakes Managua and destroys it. Faced with the catastrophe, Takahito Somoza proves his virtues as a statesman and businessman. It decrees that Masons will work 60 hours a week without earning a penny more and declares, "This is the revolution of opportunities." Takahito, son of Taco Somoza, has displaced his brother Luis from the Nicaraguan throne. West Point grad, has better fingernails. At the head of a voracious flock of second cousins and third uncles, he plunges into the ruins. He did not fabricate the earthquake, but he collects it. The tragedy of 500,000 homeless people is a splendid Christmas present. Somoza traffics wildly with debris and land, and as if that were not enough, it sells the blood donated to the victims by the International Red Cross in the United States. Then deepens this vein, discovered thanks to fateful circumstances. Showing more initiative and entrepreneurial spirit than Count Dracula, Takahito Somoza founds a corporation to buy cheap blood in Nicaragua and sell it dearly on the North American market. The living thought of Takahito Somoza. I don't wear my money as a symbol of power, but as a symbol of a source of work for Nicaraguans. 1972. Santiago de Chile. Chile wanting to be born. 1 million people parade through the streets of Santiago, in support of Salvador Allende and against the bourgeois dummies who pretend they are alive and pretend they are Chileans. People on fire, people breaking the habit of suffering. In search of itself, Chile recovers copper, iron, saltpeter, banks, foreign trade, and industrial monopolies. The upcoming nationalization of ITT telephones is also announced. They will be paid for what little the ITT says they are worth, on their tax returns. 1972. Santiago de Chile. Portrait of a multinational company. The ITT has invented an infrared machine to detect guerrillas in the dark, but they don't need it to detect them in the Chilean government. The company is spending a lot of money against President Allende. Recent experience shows that it is worth it. The generals who now rule Brazil have returned to the ITT, several times over, the dollars invested to overthrow President Goulart. The ITT earns much more than Chile. 400,000 workers and civil servants work for the company in 70 countries. At its board of directors sit men who were former directors of the CIA and the World Bank. The ITT is in charge of multiple businesses on all continents. It produces electronic equipment and sophisticated weapons, organizes national and international communication systems, participates in space flights, lends money, contracts insurance, exploits forests, provides cars and hotels for tourism, and manufactures telephones and dictators. 1973. Santiago de Chile. The Trap. The green bills that finance strikes and sabotage and cataracts of lies arrive by diplomatic bag. Businessmen paralyze Chile and deny it. Food. There is no other market than the black market. People wait in long lines looking for a pack of cigarettes or a kilo of sugar. Getting meat or oil requires a miracle from the Blessed Virgin Mary. The Christian Democracy and the newspaper El Mercurio slander the government and loudly demand the redemptive coup, that it is time to put an end to this red tyranny. They are echoed by other newspapers and magazines and radio and television channels. It is difficult for the government to move, judges and legislators put sticks in the wheels, while the military leaders whom Allende believes are loyal conspire in the barracks. In these difficult times, workers are discovering the secrets of the economy. They are learning that it is not impossible to produce without bosses, nor to get supplies without merchants. But the working crowd marches without weapons, empty hands, on this road to their freedom. From the horizon come a few warships from the United States, and are displayed off the Chilean coast. And the much-announced military coup occurs. 1973. Santiago de Chile. Allende. He likes the good life. Several times he has said that he does not have the paste of an apostle nor the conditions for a martyr. But he has also said that everything without which life is not worth living is worth dying for. The raised generals demand his resignation. They offer him a plane to leave Chile. They warn him that the presidential palace will be bombarded by land and air. Together with a handful of men, Salvador Allende listens to the news. The military have taken over the entire country. Allende puts on a helmet and prepares his rifle. The roar of the first bombs resounds. The president speaks on the radio, for the last time. I am not going to renounce. 1973. Santiago de Chile. The great boulevards will open, announces Salvador Allende in his final message. I am not going to renounce. Placed in a historic trance, I will pay with my life for the loyalty of the people. And I tell you that I am certain that the seed that we will deliver to the conscience worthy of thousands and thousands of Chileans cannot be definitively reaped. They have the strength. They can overwhelm us, but they don't stop social processes with crime or force. History is ours and the people make it. Workers of my country, I have faith in Chile and in its destiny. Other men will overcome this gray and bitter moment where betrayal tries to prevail. You continue to know that, much sooner rather than later, the great boulevards through which the free man passes will open again to build a better society. Long live Chile, long live the people, long live the workers. These are my last words. I am certain that my sacrifice will not be in vain. 1973. Santiago de Chile. The reconquest of Chile. A great black cloud rises from the burning palace. President Allende dies in his place. The military kill thousands throughout Chile. The civil registry does not record the deaths, because they do not fit in the books, but General Tomasio Pazo Santander affirms that the victims do not add up to more than 0.01% of the population, which is not a high social cost, and the CIA director, William Colby, explains in Washington that thanks to the executions Chile is avoiding a civil war. Mrs. Pinochet declares that the crying of mothers will redeem the country. Power, all power, is held by a four-member military junta, trained at the School of the Americas in Panama. They are led by General Augusto Pinochet, a professor of geopolitics. Martial music sounds against a background of explosions and shrapnel. The radios broadcast proclamations and proclamations that promise more blood, while the price of copper suddenly multiplies by 3 in the world market. The poet Pablo Neruda, dying, asks for news of the terror. From time to time he manages to sleep and delirious asleep. Waking and sleeping are a single nightmare. Ever since he heard Salvador Allende's words on the radio, his dignified goodbye, the poet has gone into agony. 1973. Santiago de Chile. Allende's house. Before the presidential palace, they have bombed Allende's house. After the bombs, the military entered, annihilating what was left. With bayonets they attacked the paintings of Mata, Guayasamín, and Portocarrero, and with axe blows they smashed the furniture. It's been a week. The house is a dump. Tin arms and legs, from the armor that adorned the stairwell, lie scattered about. In the bedroom, a soldier snores, sleeping soundly, surrounded by empty bottles. In the living room, groans and gasps are heard. There it is still standing, all torn apart but standing, a big yellow chair. On the couch, the Allende's bitch is giving birth. The blind puppies still look for warmth and milk. She licks them. 1973. Santiago de Chile. Neruda's house. In the midst of the devastation, in his house also torn to pieces with axe blows, lies Neruda, dead of cancer, dead of grief. His death was not enough, because Neruda was a man with a lot of survival, and the military have assassinated his things. They have shattered his happy bed and his happy table, they have gutted his mattress and burned his books, they have burst his lamps and his bottles of colors, its vessels, its paintings, its snails. The pendulum and needles have been torn off the wall clock, and the portrait of his wife has had a bayonet stuck in one eye. From his destroyed house, flooded with water and mud, the poet leaves for the cemetery. He is escorted by a procession of close friends, headed by Matilda Urrutia. He had told her, it was so beautiful to live when you lived. Block after block, the courtship grows. From all the corners people join, who begin to walk despite the military trucks bristling with machine guns and the policemen and soldiers who come and go on motorcycles and armored cars, making noise, causing fear. Behind some window, a hand greets. At the top of some balcony, wave a handkerchief. Today is 12 days after the coup, 12 days of keeping quiet and dying, and for the first time the International is heard in Chile. The International muttered, moaned, sobbed more than sung until the procession becomes a procession and the procession becomes a demonstration and the people, who walk against fear, break into singing through the streets of Santiago at the top of their lungs, with their whole voice, to properly accompany Neruda, the poet, their poet, on his final journey. 1973. Miami. The holy consumerism against the dragon of communism. The bloodbath in Chile provokes anger and disgust around the world, but not in Miami. A jubilant demonstration of Cuban exiles celebrates the assassination of Allende and everyone else. Miami has become the most populous Cuban city after Havana. Calle Ocho is the Cuba that it was. In Miami the illusions of overthrowing Fidel have already been extinguished, but driving down Calle Ocho anyone returns to the good times lost. Bankers and mobsters rule there, everyone who thinks is crazy or dangerous communist, and the blacks have not left their place. Even the silence is strident. Plastic souls and flesh and blood automobiles are manufactured. In supermarkets, things by people. 1973. Recife. Praise of humiliation. In the capital of northeastern Brazil, Gilberto Freire attends the inauguration of a restaurant called, after his famous book, Casa Grande e Centella. Here the writer celebrates the 40 years of the first edition of the work. The waiters who serve the tables are disguised as slaves. The environment is decorated with a few whips, stocks, pillories, chains and iron rings that hang from the walls. The guests feel that they have returned to the good old days when the black man served the white man without a word, as the son served the father, the wife the husband, the civilian the military and the colony the metropolis. The Brazilian dictatorship is doing everything possible to make it so. Gilberto Freire applauds her. 1974. Brasilia. 10 years after the reconquest of Brazil. The economy is doing very well. To the people, very bad. The official statistics say that the military dictatorship has turned Brazil into an economic power, with a high rate of growth of the gross domestic product. Statistics also say that the number of malnourished Brazilians has gone from 27 million to 72 million, of which 13 million are so overcome by hunger that they can no longer even run. 1974. Rio de Janeiro. Boy. This dictatorship hurts people and offends music. Chico Buarque, made of music and people, sings against power. 2 out of every 3 songs are banned or mutilated by censorship. One day in and another, the political police subject him to lengthy interrogations. At the entrance, they check his clothes. On the way out, Chico checks himself inside, to see if the police have not put a sensor in his soul or if they have not seized his joy in a moment of distraction. 1974. Guatemala City. 20 years after the reconquest of Guatemala. In towns and cities you see gates marked by tarred crosses, and at the edge of the roads there are heads nailed to the top of the pikes. As a lesson and a warning, crime is turned into a public spectacle. The victims are stripped of name and history, they are thrown into the mouth of a volcano or to the bottom of the sea, or buried in mass graves under the inscription NN, which means non-nato, which means not born. Most of the time, state terrorism operates without uniform. It is called, then, the Hand, the Shadow, the Lightning, Anti-Communist Secret Army, Death Order, Death Squad. General Kiel Lagarud, who had recently become president for falsifying elections, promised to continue applying in Guatemala the techniques that the Pentagon had tested in Vietnam. Guatemala is the first Latin American laboratory of the Dirty War. 1974. Guatemalan jungles. The Quetzal. It was always the joy of the air in Guatemala. The most resplendent of birds continues to serve as a symbol for this country, although it is seen little or nothing in the high jungles where it once abounded. The Quetzal is becoming extinct, and meanwhile the vulture is multiplying. The vulture, which has a good nose for smelling death from afar, completes the task of the army. It chases the executioners from village to village, flying in anxious circles. Will the vulture, shame on heaven, replace the Quetzal on bank notes, in the anthem, on the flag? 1974. Ixcan. A political education class in Guatemala. Full of worms and uncertainties, the guerrillas cross the jungle. These starving shadows have been walking in the dark for many days, under a roof of trees closed to the sun. As a clock, they use the voices of the thicket, announcing the dawn sings the road block from the river. At sunset the scandal of the parrots and macaws breaks out. When night falls, the coyotes squeal and the mico-leones cough. This time, for the first time in months, the guerrillas hear a rooster crow. A village is coming. In this village and in this mountain range, a landowner called the Tiger of Ixcan rules. Like all landowners, the law exempts him from criminal liability. On their farms there are gallows, whippings, and stocks. When local labor is not enough, the army sends Indians by helicopter to clear the jungle or collect coffee for free. Few have seen the Tiger of Ixcan. They all fear him. He has killed many, many he has ordered to be killed. The guerrillas gather the Indians and show it. The tiger, dead, looks like an abandoned costume. 1974. Euro. Rain. In Chile he has seen a lot of death. His dearest companions have been shot or blown up with rifle butts and kicks. Juan Bustos, one of President Allende's advisors, has been saved by a hair. Exiled in Honduras, Juan drags his days in a bad way. Of those who died in Chile, how many died instead of him? Who's usurped the air you are breathing? He has spent months, like this, from grief to grief, ashamed of surviving, when one afternoon his legs bring him to a town called Euro, in the center and in the depths of Honduras. He comes to Euro because yes, because no, and in Euro he spends the night under any roof. Very early in the morning he gets up and begins to walk through the dirt streets, listless, fearing sadness, looking without seeing. And suddenly, the rain hits him. It is a violent rain and one protects his head. But immediately he notices that this prodigious rain is not made of water or hail. Crazy silver lights bounce off the ground and leap into the air. It's raining fish. Shouts Juan, clutching at the live fish that plummet from the clouds and leap and flash around him, so that Juan will never again curse the miracle of being alive and never again forget that he has been lucky enough to born in America. And yes, a neighbor tells him, calmly, as if nothing had happened. Here, in Euro, it rains fish. 1975. San Salvador. Michael at 70. Every day of life is the unrepeatable chord of a music that laughs at death. The dangerous Miguel has gone too far, and the owners of El Salvador decide to buy a murderer so that life can go elsewhere with music. The murderer brings a dagger hidden under his shirt. Miguel is sitting, speaking to the students at the university. He is telling them that the young have to take the place of the little tititas, and that they need to act, to play, to do things, without clucking like chickens every time they lay an egg. The assassin slowly makes his way through the audience and runs until he stands behind Miguel. But the moment he raises the edge, a woman screams tremendously and Miguel throws himself to the ground and avoids the stab wound. And so the 12th birth of Miguel Marmol occurs, at 70 years of age. 1975. San Salvador. Rock. Roque Dalton, a student of Miguel Marmol in the arts of resurrection, was twice saved from being shot. Once it was saved because the government fell, and another time it was saved because the wall fell, thanks to a well-timed earthquake. He was also saved from the torturers, who left him battered but alive, and from the policemen who fired bullets at him, and he was saved from the soccer fans who threw stones at him, and he was saved from the fury of a newly born pig and of numerous husbands thirsty for revenge. A deep and Joe Don poet, Roque preferred to tease himself than to take himself seriously, and thus he saved himself from the grandiloquence and solemnity and other diseases that seriously afflict Latin American political poetry. He is not saved from his companions. It is his own colleagues who condemn Roque for the crime of discrepancy. This bullet had to come from next door, the only bullet capable of finding him. 1975. Amazon River. Tropical landscape. The ship advances slowly through the waters of the Amazon, on a never-ending journey from Belém to Manaus. Rarely does a hut appear, in the jungle masked by tangles of lianas, and some naked child waves to the sailors. On the packed deck, someone reads the Bible aloud, loud praises to God, but the crowd prefers to laugh and sing while bottles and cigarettes pass from mouth to mouth. A trained cobra coils around the bars, brushing against the air-drying skins of deceased colleagues. The owner of the cobra, sitting on the ground, challenges the other passengers to a card duel. A Swiss journalist travels on this ship. He has spent hours observing a poor and bony old man, who spends all his time hugging a large cardboard box and does not let go even to sleep. Stung by curiosity, the Swiss offers cigarettes, biscuits, and conversation, but the old man is a man without vice, with little food and no prose. Halfway, in the middle of the jungle, the old man disembarks. The Swiss helps him lower the large cardboard box and then, opening the lid a little, he spies, inside the box, wrapped in cellophane, is a plastic palm tree. 1975. Amazon River. This is the father river of 1,000 rivers. The mightiest river in the world, and the jungle sprouted from its breath is the last lung of the planet. The adventurous and greedy have come to the Amazon since ancient times, when the first Europeans who walked here discovered Indians with their feet backwards, who instead of walking walked on these promising lands of prodigious fortune. Since then, in the Amazon any business starts with a massacre of Indians. At an air-conditioned desk, in Sao Paulo, New York, or wherever, a company executive signs a check and issues the extermination order. The task begins by clearing the jungle of Indians and other beasts. They give the Indians sugar or salt mixed with rat poison, or bomb them from the air, or bleed them by hanging them by the feet, without bothering to skin them because no one would buy the skin. Dow Chemicals defoliants, which devastated the forests of Vietnam and are now devastating those of Brazil, complete the task. Tortoises, blind, wander where there were trees. 1975. Ribeirão Bonito. A day of justice. As large as countries are the lands of the cattle companies launched to conquer the Amazon. The Brazilian generals forgive them taxes, open roads for them and give them credits and permission to kill. The companies use the ragged peasants that the rivers and misery bring from the northeast. The peasants kill Indians, and they are killed. They usurp the land of the Indians, and they are usurped. They are evicted by cows whose meat they will never taste. When the highway reaches the town of Ribeirão Bonito, the police begin the expulsion. The peasants who refuse are convinced in jail, beating them to a pulp or sticking needles under their fingernails. Father João Bosco Berni arrives in town, enters the jail, asks about the tortured. A policeman responds by blowing his head off with a bullet. The next day, the women lead the fury. Carme Sinha, Nade, Margarita, raise an immense cross. Behind them, 600 peasants wield axes, picks, sticks, you name it. The entire town charges, singing in chorus, great voice of voices, and where the jail was, there is a piece of garbage. 1975. Huayana. Another day of justice. The community of Huayana, in the Andes of Peru, had spent a few years suffering the black penalty because of Matías Escobar. This scoundrel, thief of goats and women, arsonist and murderer, had done a lot of damage when the community caught him, tried him, sentenced him, and executed him. Matías died of 230 blows. In the town's Plaza de Armas, each member of the community hit his blow, and later there were 230 fingerprints signing the confession. Nobody has paid the slightest attention to the decree of General Velasco Alvarado that gave Quechua the status of official language. Quechua is not taught in schools or accepted in courts. In an incomprehensible Spanish language, a judge interrogates several Huayana Indians, prisoners in Lima. He asks them who killed Matías Escobar, as if he didn't know. 1975. Cuzco. Condori measures time in loaves. He works as a mule. When the rooster crows, the first load is thrown on his back, in the market or the station, and until nightfall he walks the streets of Cuzco carrying whatever comes, in exchange for the coins they want to throw at him. Crushed under the weight of the bundles and the years, clothes in tatters, a man in tatters, Gregorio Condori works and remembers as long as his back and his memory bear their fucking load. Since his bones were hard, he was a shepherd and a pilgrim, a farmer and a soldier. In Urcos he was imprisoned for 9 months, for accepting a treat of a stolen cow broth. In Sicuani he saw a train for the first time, a black snake that breathed fire from its head, and years later he fell to his knees when a plane crossed the sky like a condor announcing the end of the world in hoarse cries. Condori remembers in breads the history of Peru. When 5 large loaves of pure wheat cost 1 real, and 3 half-real loaves, Adria took the presidency from Bustamante. And another came who took power from Adria, and another from the other, and another, and finally Velasco threw out Belanda. And now, who will throw out Velasco? Condori has heard that Velasco is in favor of the poor. 1975. Lime. Velasco. Definitely a rooster. Hungry birds peck dry grains. Blackbirds flutter over other people's nests. Not thrown out, but he is leaving, sick, mutilated, discouraged. General Juan Velasco Alvarado leaves the presidency of Peru. The Peru that he leaves behind is less unfair than the one he had found. He fought against the imperial monopolies and the feudal lords, and he wanted the Indians to stop being exiled in his land. The Indians, enduring as wild straw, continue to wait for their day to come. By Velasco's decree, the Quechua language now has the same rights as the Spanish language, and is as official as it, but no official recognizes that decree, nor is it applied by any judge, policeman, or teacher. The Quechua Language Academy receives a subsidy from the state. That subsidy equals $6.75 per year. 1975. Lime. The altarpieces of Huamanga. In Lima, easel artists, academics, and avant-garde artists are outraged. The National Art Prize has been awarded to Joaquim Lopez Antavi, an altarpiece artist from Huamanga, and that is a scandal. Crafts are not bad, Peruvian artists say, but as long as they don't get out of place. The Huamanga altarpieces, which began as portable altars, have changed characters over time. The saints and apostles have given place to the sheep that suckles the lamb and the condor that watches over the world, to the farmer and the shepherd, to the punishing boss, to the hatter in his workshop and to the singer who sadly caresses his charango. Lopez Antavi, the intruder in the select skies of art, learned the trade of altar pieces from his Indian grandmother. She taught him to model saints, more than half a century ago, and now she watches him do it, sitting, calm, from death. The molas of San Blas. The Cuna Indians make the molas, on the San Blas Islands, in Panama, to wear them attached to the back or chest. With needle and thread, talent and patience, they combine pieces of colored fabric in designs that are never repeated. Sometimes they imitate reality, sometimes they invent it. And sometimes it happens that wanting to copy, just copy, some bird they have seen, they begin to cut and sew, stitch after stitch, and end up discovering something more colorful and singing and flying than any of the birds that are in the sky. The Amadis of the Balsas River. Before the rains, in the time of the tender moon, the bark of the Amadi tree is torn off. The tree, stripped, dies. On her skin, the Mexican Indians of the Balsas River paint flowers and delusions, radiant birds of the mountain and lurking monsters, and they paint the works and days of the communities that salute the Virgin in devout procession and secretly call for rain in a secret ceremony. Before the European conquest, other Indians had painted, on Amadi bark, the codices that recounted the lives of people and the stars. When the conquerors imposed their role and their images, the Amadis disappeared. For more than 4 centuries, no one painted anything on these forbidden papers from the Mexican land. Not long ago, in the middle of our century, Amadis returned. The whole town is a painter. All. Remote life breathes in the Amadis, who come from far, far away, but they do not arrive tired. The Apilaras of Santiago. The children, who sleep 3 to a bed, stretch out their arms towards a flying cow. Santa brings a bag of bread, not toys. At the foot of a tree, a woman begs. Under the red sun, a skeleton drives a garbage truck. Through the endless roads, faceless men walk. A huge eye watches. In the center of silence and fear, the popular pot smokes. Chilly is this world of colored rags on a background of flour bags. The women of the miserable suburbs of Santiago embroider sackcloth with leftover wool and old rags. Burlaps are sold in churches. That there are those who buy them, is something of not believing. They are amazed. We embroider our problems, and our problems are ugly. First it was the wives of the prisoners. Later, many others began to embroider. For the money, which helps remedy, but not only for the money. Embroidering sackcloth, the women get together, interrupt their loneliness and sadness, and for a few hours break the routine of obedience to their husbands, their fathers, their sons, and General Pinochet. The little devils of Acapulco. Like the Chilean Apilaras, the clay devils of the Mexican town of Acapulco are born from the hands of women. The little devils make love, in pairs or in groups, and attend school, drive motorcycles and planes, sneak into Noah's Ark, hide among the rays of the moon-loving sun and get in, disguising themselves as newborns in Christmas cribs. Little devils lurk under the table of the Last Supper, while Jesus Christ, nailed to the cross, eats fish from Lake Pátzcuaro together with his Indian apostles. Eating, Jesus Christ laughs from ear to ear, as if he had discovered that this world can be redeemed by pleasure rather than pain. In gloomy, windowless houses, the Acapulco potters model these luminous figures. Women tied to their incessant children, prisoners of husbands who get drunk and beat them, make a free art. Condemned to submission, destined for sadness, each day they create a new rebellion, a new joy. On the private property of the right of creation. The buyers want the Acapulco potters to sign their work. They use a seal to engrave the name at the foot of their little devils. But many times they forget to sign, or apply the neighbor's stamp if they can't find their own stamp by hand, so that Maria turns out to be the author of a work by Nicolasa, or vice versa. They don't understand this lonely glory thing. Within his community of Tarascan Indians, one is all. Outside of the community, one is none, as is the case with the tooth that is knocked out of the mouth. 1975. Cabins. Vargas. Along the shores of Lake Maracaibo, oil passed and took away the colors. In this dump, sordid streets, dirty air, oily waters, Rafael Vargas lives and paints. The grass does not grow in Cabimas, a dead city, an empty land, nor are there fish in its waters, nor birds in its air, nor roosters that brighten its dawn, but in Vargas paintings the world is celebrating, the earth breathes to the full lung, the green trees burst with fruit and flowers, and prodigious fish and birds and roosters rub shoulders equally with people. Vargas hardly knows how to read or write. He knows well, yes, earning a living, as a carpenter, and as a painter, earning the clean light of his days, revenge and prophecy of those who do not paint the reality they know but the reality they need. 1975. Jump. The joyful colors of change. As in a painting by the Venezuelan Vargas, in the Argentine province of Salta the police patrol cars were painted yellow and orange. Instead of a siren they carried music, and instead of prisoners they carried children. The patrol cars were full of children who came and went from the distant ranches to the schools of the city. Punishment cells and torture chambers were demolished. The police disappeared from soccer matches and worker demonstrations. The tortured were released, and the torturers, officers specialized in breaking bones with hammers, were imprisoned. The police dogs, which had been the terror of the population, began to perform acrobatics to amuse the poor neighborhoods. This happened a couple of years ago, when Ruben Fortuny was Salta's police chief. Fortuny did not last long. While he was doing what he was doing, other men like him were committing similar crazy things throughout Argentina, and the entire country was euphoric and embracing. Sad epilogue of the Peronist government. Perón, who had regained power, has died, and after his death the executioners once again enjoy freedom and employment. Fortuny is shot to death at the level of the heart. Then they kidnap the governor who had appointed him, Miguel Ragoni. To Ragoni they leave nothing but a bloodstain and a shoe. 1975. Buenos Aires. Against the children of Evita and Marx. But town inside blows, continues to blow, the dangerous wind of change. The military see that the threat of the social revolution looms everywhere, and they prepare to save the nation. They have been saving the nation for almost half a century, and in the courses in Panama, the doctrine of national security has confirmed that the enemy is not outside but inside and below. The next coup is ready. The national purification program will be applied by all means. This is a war, the war against the children of Evita and Marx, and in war the only immoral thing is inefficiency. 1976. Madrid. Unity. He does not expect any message put in any bottle ever thrown into the sea, none. But the desperate Juan Carlos Unity is not alone. He would be alone, if it weren't for the residents of the town of Santa Maria, sad like him, invented by him to accompany him. Unity has lived in Madrid since he was released from prison. The soldiers in charge of Uruguay had put him in jail because they didn't like a story he had won prizes in a contest. With his hands behind his neck, the exile contemplates the damp spots on the ceiling of his room in Santa Maria or Madrid or Montevideo or who knows. Sometimes he gets up and writes screams that seem like whispers. 1976. Saint Joseph. A broken country. President Aparicio Mendez declares that the United States Democratic Party and the Kennedy family are the best partners in sedition in Uruguay. A journalist records this sensational revelation, in the presence of the bishop of the city of San Jose and other witnesses. Aparicio Mendez is president by elections in which a total of 22 citizens voted, 14 generals, 5 brigadiers, and 3 admirals. The military had prohibited the president-elect from speaking to journalists or to anyone other than his wife. Therefore, they punish the newspaper that publishes the statements, suspending it for 2 days, and the journalist is fired. Before prohibiting the president from speaking, the military had prohibited it from other Uruguayans. Any word that does not lie is subversive. None of the thousands of politicians, trade unionists, artists, and scientists placed outside the law can be mentioned. The term guerrilla is officially prohibited, and in its place should be said lowlife, criminal, delinquent or criminal. The carnival Murgas, with a responsive tradition, always mocking power, cannot sing the words agrarian reform, sovereignty, hunger, clandestine, dove, green, summer or counter song. They also cannot sing the word town, even though they use town in the sense of small town. In the Kingdom of Silence, the main prison for political prisoners is called Libertad. Isolated prisoners invent codes. They speak without a voice, tapping the wall with their knuckles, from cell to cell, making letters, making words, to continue loving and bitching. A Uruguayan political prisoner, Mauricio Rosenkoff, testifies. It is the struggle of the man who resists being turned into a cow. Because they put us in a cow machine, they demanded that instead of speaking, we moo. And that is the theme, how a prisoner is able to resist, in such a situation, his animalization. It's a fight for dignity. There was a comrade who got a piece of cane, worked a hole with his fingernail and created a flute. And that clumsy, elemental sound is a babble of music. 1976. Freedom. Forbidden birds. Uruguayan political prisoners are not allowed to speak without permission, whistle, smile, sing, walk fast, or greet another prisoner. They also cannot draw or receive drawings of pregnant women, couples, butterflies, stars, or birds. Didasco Perez, a school teacher, tortured and imprisoned for having ideological ideas, receives a visit from his 5-year-old daughter Miley one Sunday. The daughter brings him a drawing of birds. The censors tear it up at the entrance to the jail. The following Sunday, Miley brings him a drawing of trees. The trees are not prohibited, and drawing passes. Didasco praises her work and asks her about the little colored circles that appear on the tree tops, many small circles between the branches. Are they oranges? What fruits are they? The girl silences him. SSSHHH. And in secret he explains. Fool! Do not you see that they are eyes? The eyes of the birds that I brought you on the sly. 1976. Montevideo. 75 methods of torture. Some copied, others invented by the creative Uruguayan military, punish solidarity. Whoever doubts the right to property and the duty of obedience will end up in jail, in a pit or in exile. The hazard meter classifies citizens into 3 categories, A, B and C, according to whether they are dangerous, potentially dangerous, or not dangerous. Unions are converted into police stations and salaries are cut in half. Whoever thinks or has thought loses his job. In schools, in high schools, in the university, it is forbidden to talk about the agrarian reform of José Artigas, which was the first in America, and about anything that contradicts the order of deaf mutes. New mandatory texts impose military pedagogy on students. 1976. Montevideo. You have to obey, they teach Uruguayan students the new official texts. The existence of political parties is not essential for a democracy. We have the clear example of the Vatican, where there are no political parties and yet there is a real democracy. The equality of women, misinterpreted, means stimulating their sex and their intellectuality and postponing their mission as mother and wife. Although from the legal point of view men and women are obviously equal, it is not so from the biological point of view. The woman as such is subject to her husband and therefore owes him obedience. It is necessary that in every society there is a boss who serves as a guide and the family is a society. It is necessary that some obey so that others can exercise command. If no one obeyed, it would be impossible to command. 1976. Montevideo. Head reducers. Dedicated to the prohibition of reality and the burning of memory, the Uruguayan military has broken the world record for closing down newspapers. The long-lived weekly March no longer exists. One of its editors, Julio Castro, has been killed under torture. Later, dead without a body, they disappeared him. The other editors have been sentenced to jail, exile or silence. Hugo Alfaro, a film critic condemned to silence, sees a film that excites him one night. As soon as he finishes he runs home and types a few pages, in a hurry because it has gotten late and tomorrow the workshop will be very early. March closes the show pages. Putting the full stop, Alfaro suddenly notices that Marca has not existed for 2 years. Embarrassed, he drops the chronicle in a drawer of his desk. This chronicle, written for no one, comments on a film by Joseph Losey about the times of the Nazi occupation in France, which shows how the machine of repression crushes the persecuted and also those who believe they are safe, the informed, and also the they prefer not to know. Meanwhile, on the other bank of the Rio de la Plata, the Argentine military staged their coup d'état. One of the leaders of the new dictatorship, General Iberico Saint Jean, announces, "First we will kill all the subversives. Then we will kill the collaborators. Then to the supporters. Then, to the undecided. And finally, we will kill the indifferent." 1976. The Pearl. The Third World War. From the top of a hill, mounted on his chestnut, an Argentine gaucho watches. José Julián Solanil sees a long military caravan coming. He recognizes General Menendez, who is getting out of a Ford Falcon. Many men and women come out of the trucks, pushed with rifle butts. They are hooded and their hands are tied behind their backs. The gaucho sees that one of the hooded men starts to run. Listen to the shots. The fugitive falls and gets up several times before falling completely. When the general firing squad begins, and men and women collapse like dolls, the gaucho spurs his horse and leaves. Behind him grows a black smoke. This valley, between the first undulations of the Sierra de Córdoba, is one of the many dumping grounds for corpses. When it rains, smoke rises from the wells, because of the quicklime that they throw on the bodies. In this holy war, the victims disappear. Those who are not swallowed by the earth are devoured by fish at the bottom of the river or the sea. Many have committed no more crime than appearing in a phone book. They march towards nothing, towards the mist, towards death, after being tortured in the barracks. There are no innocents, says Monsignor Plaza, Bishop of La Plata, and General Camps believes that it is fair to liquidate 100 suspects even if only 5 of the 100 turn out to be guilty. Guilty of terrorism, terrorists, explains General Videla, are not only those who plant bombs, but also those who activate with ideas contrary to our civilization. Western and Christian. This is revenge for the defeat of the West in Vietnam. We are winning the Third World War, General Menendez celebrates. 1976. Buenos Aires. The herd. A pregnant prisoner is given a choice between rape and an electric prod. She chooses the cattle prod, but after an hour she can't stand the pain. So, they all rape her. As they rape her, they sing the wedding march. Well, it's the war, Monsignor Gracelli says. The men who burn breasts with a torch in the barracks wear a scapular and receive communion every Sunday. Above all, there is God, General Videla says. Monsignor Tortolo, president of the episcopate, compares General Videla with Jesus Christ and the military dictatorship with Easter. In the name of the Holy Father, Nuncio Pio Laghi visits the death camps, exalts the love of the military for God, the fatherland, and the family, and justifies state terrorism because civilization has the right to defend itself. 1976. The Silver. Kneeling on its ruins, a woman searches something that has not been destroyed. The forces of order have razed the house of Maria Isabel de Mariani and she rummages through the remains in vain. What they have not stolen, they have pulverized. Only one record, Verdi's Requiem, is intact. Maria Isabel would like to find in the jumble some memento of her children and her granddaughter, some photo, or toy, book or ashtray or whatever. His sons, suspected of running a clandestine printing press, have been shot to death. Her 3-month-old granddaughter, spoils of war, has been given away or sold by the officers. It's summer, and the smell of gunpowder mixes with the scent of blossoming lime trees. The scent of lime trees will be forever unbearable. Maria Isabel has no one to accompany her. She is the mother of subversives. Friends cross the sidewalk or look away. The phone is silent. Nobody tells him anything, not even lies. Without anyone's help, he is putting the pieces of his annihilated house in boxes. Late at night, take the boxes out to the sidewalk. Very early in the morning, the garbage collectors pick up the boxes, one by one, gently, without hitting them. The garbage collectors treat the boxes with great care, as if knowing that they are full of bits of broken life. Hidden behind a window, in silence, Maria Isabel thanks them for this caress, which is the only one she has received since the pain began. 1976. Zenica Jungle. Carlos. He criticized from the front, praised from the back. He looked like an angry rooster, due to myopic and fanaticism, abrupt blue eyes of the one who saw beyond the others, a man of all or nothing, but the joys made him jump like a small child, and when he issued orders it seemed that he was asking for favors. Carlos Fonseca Amador, leader of the Nicaraguan Revolution, has fallen fighting in the jungle. A colonel brings the news to the cell where Tomas Borga lies exhausted from torture. They had come a long way together, Carlos and Tomas, since the days when Carlos sold newspapers and candies in Matagalpa, and together they had founded, in Tegucigalpa, the Sandinista Front. He died, the colonel says. You're wrong, Colonel, Tomas says. 1977. Managua. Thomas. Tied to a ring, shivering, all covered in shit and blood and vomit, Tomas Borga is a little pile of broken bones and bare nerves, a wreck lying on the ground waiting for the next turn of torture. But that remnant of him can still navigate secret rivers that travel him beyond pain and madness. Letting himself go, he arrives at another Nicaragua, and sees her. Through the hood that squeezes her face swollen from the blows, he sees her. He counts the beds in each hospital, the windows of each school, the trees in each park, and he sees the sleepers blinking, dazzled, the starving, and the dead of all who are being awakened by the newborn sons of their flight. 1977. Solentiname Archipelago. Cardinal. The herons, who are looking at themselves in the mirror, raise their beaks, the fishermen's boats are returning, and behind them the turtles that come to give birth on the beach. In a wooden hut, Jesus eats sitting at the fisherman's table. He eats turtle eggs and the meat of freshly caught guapotes, and eats cassava. The jungle, looking for him, puts its arms through the windows. To the glory of this Jesus writes Escobedo Cardinal, the poet-monk of Solentiname. The clarinero Zanate sings to his glory, a bird without ornaments, always flying among the poor, that refreshes its wings in the waters of the lake. And to its glory the fishermen paint. They paint dazzling pictures that announce paradise, all brothers, no one a boss, no one a pawn, until one night when the fishermen who paint paradise decide to start doing it and cross the lake and launch the assault on the San Carlos barracks. Fuck. Damn. The dictatorship kills many while the seekers of paradise walk through the mountains and the valleys and the islands of Nicaragua. The mass rises, the great bread rises. Omar Cabezas recounts the morning of the mountain for the death of a guerrilla in Nicaragua. I never forgave Tello for being shot to death, just like that. I felt a great fear, and it seemed that fear also entered the mountain. The mountain wind died down and the trees stopped swaying, not a leaf moved. The birds stopped singing. Everything turned gloomy, waiting for the moment when they would arrive and kill us all. And we started walking. When we started walking up the ravine in combat, it was like we shook the mountain, like we grabbed it and said, "Well, bitch, what's wrong with you?" Tello lived with the mountain. I'm sure he had relations with her, she gave birth to Tello's children, and when Tello dies, the mountain feels that it no longer has any commitment, that the rest is silly. But when she sees the combat readiness of the group of men marching there, on her, in her heart, she realizes that she has screwed up, that she should not have remained silent that afternoon Tello died. She feels that Tello is not the end of the world, nor its beginning, that Tello has been her son. That Tello has been his son, although it has been his life, although he has been his secret lover, although Tello has been his brother, his animal, his stone, although Tello has been his river, and that all of us came after him that we could set fire to his heart. 1977. Brasilia. Scissors. More than 1,000 Brazilian intellectuals sign a manifesto against censorship. In July of last year, the military dictatorship prevented the weekly movement published the United States Declaration of Independence of 1776, because it says that the people have the right and duty to abolish despotic governments. Since then, censorship has banned, among many other things, the Bolshoi Ballet, as Russian, the erotic engravings by Pablo Picasso, as erotic, and the book History of Surrealism, because one of its chapters has the word revolution in the title, Revolution in Poetry. 1977. Buenos Aires. Walsh. Dispatch a letter and several copies. The original letter, to the military junta that governs Argentina. Copies, to foreign press agencies. 1 year after the coup, he is sending something like a memorial of grievances, a record of the infamies committed by a regime that can only stammer the speech of death. At the bottom, he stamps his signature and document, Rodolfo Walsh, CI 284-5022. He leaves the post office and shortly after walking he is shot down and taken away wounded, with no return. His naked word was scandalous where fear rules. His stripping word was dangerous where the great masquerade ball is danced. 1977. Fourth quarter. Burnt books by Walsh and other authors are removed. Scene, the measure ordered by the former military intervention of this national university in compliance with express superior directives, with reference to withdrawing from the library area all the bibliography of a dissociative nature and that its content reflected foreign ideologies to the Argentine national being, constituting a source of high Marxist and subversive indoctrination, and whereas, since said literature has been duly cremated, it is appropriate to remove it from the patrimony of this House of Advanced Studies. The Rector of the National University of Rio Cuarto resolves, remove from the assets of the National University of Rio Cuarto, library area, all the bibliography whose detail is added. Long list of books by Rudolph Walsh, Bertrand Russell, Wilhelm Dilthey, Maurice Dobb, Karl Marx, Paulo Freire and others follows. 1977. Buenos Aires. The mothers of Plaza de Mayo. Women given birth by their children, are the Greek chorus of this tragedy. Holding up the photos of their disappeared, they go round and round the pyramid, in front of the pink government house, with the same obstinacy with which they make a pilgrimage through barracks and police stations and sacristies, dry from so much crying, desperate from waiting so long for those who were and they are no longer there, or maybe they are still there, or who knows. I wake up and I feel like he's alive, one says, they all say. I'm deflating as the morning goes by. I die at noon. He rises in the afternoon. Then I believe again that he will arrive and I put a plate for him on the table, but he dies again and at night I fall asleep without hope. I wake up and feel that he is alive. They call them crazy. They are not usually talked about. Once the situation is normalized, the dollar is cheap and so are certain people. Crazy poets go to death and normal poets kiss the sword and commit praise and silence. With all normality, the Minister of Economy hunts lions and giraffes in the African jungle, and the generals hunt workers in the suburbs of Buenos Aires. New language rules make it necessary to call the military dictatorship a national reorganization process. 1977. Buenos Aires. Alice Moro. Sometimes his faith goes too far, and he announces the social revolution in an unrealistic way, or he publicly shoots himself in fury against the military power and the Pope of Rome. But what would the mothers of Plaza de Mayo be without the enthusiasm of this girl? She doesn't let the mothers get down, when they already seem defeated by so much silence and mockery. You can always do something, he tells them. United. Each for their own, no. Let's. We have to. And she picks up the cane and is the first to move. Alicia Moro is already going for 100 years. He has been in the fight since the days when the socialists drank nothing but water and sang nothing but the Internationale. Since then, wonders and betrayals have happened in quantity, many births, many deaths, and despite all the sorrows she continues to believe that believing is worth it. Alicia Moro is graceful and spirited as at the beginning of the century, when she spoke in the working-class neighborhoods of Buenos Aires, standing on a crate, among red flags, and she crossed the Andes mountain range on muleback, speeding up so as not to arrive late. To the Feminist Congress. 1977. Buenos Aires. Portrait of an artist from money. The Minister of Economy of the Argentine dictatorship, José Alfredo Martínez de Hoz, is a devotee of private enterprise. He thinks of her on Sundays, when he kneels at Mass, and also on weekdays, when he teaches courses at the military school. However, the minister is detached from the private company he runs. He generously hands it over to the state, which pays for it 10 times what it is worth. The generals turn the country into a barracks. The minister turns it into a casino. A deluge of dollars and things falls on Argentina. It is the hour of the executioners, but also of the gamblers and the jugglers. The generals order silence and obey, while the minister orders to speculate and consume. The one who works is a gill, the one who protests, a corpse. To cut wages in half and reduce rebellious workers to nothing, the minister bribes the middle class with sweet silver, who travels to Miami and returns loaded with mountains of gadgets and gizmos and knickknacks. Faced with the daily slaughter, the half-haired Tilingos shrug their shoulders. They must have done something. There must be a reason. Or they whistle looking the other way. Don't mess around. 1977. Caracas. The exodus of the intruders. The prophet spoke in a cafe on Calle Real de Sabana Grande, in Caracas. An alien with flaming eyes let himself be seen for a moment and announced that on a certain Sunday in August the furious sea would split the mountains and annihilate the city. The bishops, sorcerers, astronomers, and astrologers said and repeated that there was nothing to worry about, but they could not prevent panic from growing like a snowball rolling through the neighborhoods of Caracas. Yesterday was the designated Sunday. The President of the Republic ordered the police to take over the city. More than 1 million people from Caracas fled in a stampede, with their stuff on their backs. More automobiles than people remained in Caracas. And today, Monday, the fugitives begin to return. The sea is where it was, the mountains too. In the valley, Caracas remains. The oil capital recovers its terrified inhabitants. They enter as if apologizing, because they know they are too many. This is a world of wheels, not legs. Caracas belongs to the arrogant automobiles, and not to the little people who sometimes dare to cross the streets bothering the machines. What would become of those little people, condemned to live in a foreign city, if Maria Lianza did not protect them or Jose Gregorio heal them? Maria Lianza. Her tits rise up in the heart of Caracas and reign, naked, over the vertigo. In Caracas, and throughout Venezuela, she is the goddess Maria Lianza. His invisible palace is far from the capital, on a mountain in the Serranía de Sort. The rocks of that mountain have been lovers of Maria Lianza, men who have paid for a night of embraces becoming stones that breathe. Simon Bolivar and Jesus de Nazareth work for her in her sanctuary. She is also helped by 3 secretaries, 1 black, 1 Indian, and 1 white. They attend to the faithful, who arrive laden with offerings of fruit, flowers, perfumes, and intimate clothing. Maria Lianza, brave woman, feared and desired by God and the devil, has the powers of heaven and hell. She can cause happiness or misfortune, save if you want, and strike if you want. Jose Gregorio. Lianza is chaste of all chastity. Dr. Jose Gregorio Hernandez has never given in to the temptations of the flesh. All the women who approached him insinuatingly ended up in the convent, repentant, bathed in tears. The virtuous doctor of the poor, the apostle of medicine, ended his days undefeated in 1919, when his never-stained body was mercilessly crushed by one of the 2 or 3 automobiles that in those happy times traveled through Caracas at a snail's pace. After his death, the miraculous hands of Jose Gregorio have continued to prescribe remedies and operate on patients. At the Maria Lianza Sanctuary, Jose Gregorio deals with public health issues. He has never stopped coming from the beyond, to the call of the sufferers, the only saint in a tie and hat that he has been in the world. 1977. Graceland. Elvis. His way of shaking his left leg caused the crowds to howl. His lips, his eyes, and his sideburns were sexual organs. Elvis Presley, dethroned king of rock and roll, is now a soft globe lying in bed, his eyes drifting across 6 television screens. The televisions, suspended from the ceiling, are all turned on at the same time, on different channels. Between dreams, always more asleep than awake, Elvis plays at shooting unloaded pistols, click, click, against the images he doesn't like. The fat ball of his body encases a soul made of codeine, morphine, Valium, Seconal, Placidil, Quaalude, Nembutal, Valmid, Demerol, Elabel, Evental, Carbital, Sinutab, and Amitol. 1978. San Salvador. Rosemary. The Archbishop offers him a chair. Marianela prefers to speak standing up. He always comes for others, but this time, Marianela comes for her. Marianela Garcia Villas, a lawyer for the tortured and the disappeared in El Salvador, does not come this time in search of the Archbishop's solidarity for one of the victims of Dogwison, Captain Torch, who tortures with a torch, or some other military specialized in horror. Marianela does not come to ask for help for any investigation or complaint. This time, he has something personal to tell her. Very softly, she recounts that the police have kidnapped her, tied her up, beaten her, humiliated her, stripped her naked, and that they have raped her. He tells it without tears or shocks, with his usual calm, but Archbishop Arnulfo Romero had never heard these vibrations of hate in Marianela's voice, echoes of disgust, calls for revenge, and when Marianela is silent, the Archbishop, astonished, is silent as well. After a long silence, he begins to tell her that the Church does not hate or have enemies, that all infamy and contradictions are also part of the divine order, that criminals are also our brothers, and that she must pray for them, that she must forgive their persecutors, that he must accept the pain, that he must. And suddenly, Archbishop Romero is interrupted. He looks down, puts his head in his hands. He shakes his head, denying, and says, "No, I don't want to know." 1978. Saint Savior. The Revelation. "I don't want to know," he says, and his voice cracks. Archbishop Romero, who always gives comfort and protection, is crying like a child without a mother and without a home. Archbishop Romero is doubting, who always gives certainty, the reassuring certainty of a neutral God who understands everyone and embraces everyone. Romero is crying and doubting, and Marianela caresses his head. 1978. Peace. 5 women. The main enemy, what is it? The military dictatorship? The Bolivian bourgeoisie? The imperialism? No, comrades. I want to tell you, little girl, our main enemy is fear. We have it inside. Estito said Domitila in the Katavi tin mine, and then he came to the capital with 4 other women and about 20 children. At Christmas they began the hunger strike. Nobody believed in them. More than one thought it was a good joke. So 5 women are going to overthrow the dictatorship. The priest Luis Espinal is the first to join. After a while there are already 1,500 who are hungry in all of Bolivia. The 5 women, accustomed to hunger since they were born, call water chicken or turkey and salt chop, and laughter feeds them. Meanwhile, the hunger strikers multiply, 3,000, 10,000, until countless Bolivians stop eating and stop working, and 23 days after the beginning of the hunger strike the people invade the streets, and there is no way to stop this. The 5 women have overthrown the military dictatorship. 1978. Managua. La Chanchera. Calls the Nicaraguan people to the National Palace. On the first floor of this pretentious Parthenon the senators give speeches. In the second, the deputies. One August noon, a handful of guerrillas under the command of Eden Pastora and Dora Maria Tellez assaulted the Chanchera and in 3 minutes seized all of Somoza's legislators. To recover them, Somoza has no choice but to free the imprisoned Sandinistas. The people cheer the Sandinistas all along the way to the airport. This is going to be a year of continuous war. Somoza inaugurated it by ordering the journalist Pedro Joaquim Chamorro to be killed. Then the people in fury burned several companies of the dictator. Flames engulfed the prosperous Plasmapheresis, S.A., which exported Nicaraguan blood to the United States, and the people swore they would not rest until they buried the vampire, somewhere darker than night, with a stake driven through his heart. The living thought of Takito Somoza. I am an entrepreneur, but humble. 1978. City of Panama. Torrijos. General Omar Torrijos says that he does not want to enter history. He wants to enter nothing more than the Canal Zone, which the United States has usurped from Panama since the beginning of the century. That is why he is touring the world backwards and forwards, country by country, from government to government, from platform to platform. When they accuse him of serving Moscow or Havana, Torrijos laughs out loud. He says that each town has its own aspirin for its own headache and that he gets along better with the Castroites than with the castrated ones. Finally, the barbed wire falls. The United States, pushed by the entire world, signed a treaty that restored to Panama in stages the canal and the prohibited zone. It's better that way, says Torrijos, with relief. They have spared him the unpleasant task of blowing up the canal with all its facilities. 1979. Madrid. The intruders disturb a calm digestion of the body of God. In a large church in Madrid, the anniversary of Argentine independence is celebrated with a special mass. Diplomats, businessmen, and the military have been invited by General Leandro Anaya, ambassador of the dictatorship that far away is taking care of ensuring the inheritance of the country, faith, and other properties. Beautiful lights fall from the stained glass windows on the faces and clothing of ladies and gentlemen. On Sundays like this, God is trustworthy. Very occasionally a little cough decorates the silence, while the priest is performing the rite, imperturbable silence of eternity, eternity of the Lord's chosen ones. The moment of communion arrives. Surrounded by bodyguards, the Argentine ambassador approaches the altar. He kneels, closes his eyes, opens his mouth. But the white handkerchiefs are already unfolding, the handkerchiefs are already covering the heads of the women who advance through the central nave and the side aisles. The mothers of the Plaza de Mayo walk softly, a cottony noise, until they surround the bodyguards who surround the ambassador. Then they stare at him. They just stare at it. The ambassador opens his eyes, looks at all those women who are looking at him without blinking, and swallows, while the priest's hand with the host between 2 fingers freezes in the air. The whole church is full of them. Suddenly in the temple there are no longer saints or merchants, nor anything more than a crowd of uninvited women, black garments, white scarves, all silent, all standing. 1979. New York. The Rockefeller banker congratulates the dictator Videla. His Excellency Jorge Rafael Videla, President of the Argentine Republic. Buenos Aires, Argentina. Dear Mr. President, thank you very much for taking the time to receive me during my recent visit to Argentina. Having not been for 7 years, it was heartening to see how much progress your government has made over the last 3 years in controlling terrorism and strengthening the economy. I congratulate you on what you have achieved and wish you every success for the future. Chase Manhattan Bank is very pleased to have a presence in Argentina, through Banco Argentino de Comercio, and we hope that in the coming years we can play an increasing role in supporting the development of your country. With warm good wishes. Sincerely, David Rockefeller. 1979. Yesuna. Portrait of a worker in Nicaragua. Jose Villarena, married, 3 children. A miner from the North American company Rosario Mines, who overturned President Zelaya 70 years ago. Since 1952, Villarena has been mining gold in the Suna tunnels, but his lungs are not quite rotten yet. At 1:30 in the afternoon of July 3, 1979, Villarena peeps out of one of the chimneys of the tunnel and a wagon of ore rips off his head. 35 minutes later, the company informs the deceased that in accordance with the provisions of Articles 18, 115 and 119 of the Labor Code, he is dismissed for breach of contract. 1979. In all of Nicaragua. Buck the earth. More than in all earthquakes combined. The planes fly over the vast jungle dropping napalm and bomb the cities bristling with barricades and trenches. The Sandinistas take over Leon, Masaya, Jinotega, Chinandega, Estili, Carazo, Jinotep. While Somoza awaits a loan of $65 million, which has the approval of the International Monetary Fund, throughout Nicaragua the fight is going on tree by tree and house by house. Masked behind masks or handkerchiefs, the boys attack with rifles or machetes or sticks or stones or whatever comes their way, and if the rifle is not real, the toy one serves to impress. In Masaya, which in the Indian language means burning city, the people, savvy in fireworks, turn water pipes into mortar cannons and also invent the contact bomb, without a wick, which explodes when struck. In the midst of the shooting, the old ladies walk carrying large bags full of bombs, and they distribute them like someone who distributes bread. 1979. In all of Nicaragua. Let no one be left alone. Let no one get lost. The runga broke out, the shit broke out, the great run, the horny people fighting to their heart's content against tanks, trucks and planes, rifles and submachine guns, everyone to the noise. From here no one backs down, my and yours sacred war and not a little raffle war, fierce people, homemade arsenal, fighting by the clean dick, if you don't die killing you're going to die dying, that side by side is the way, everyone with everything, town. Being. From Takahito Somoza's Agenda. 1979. July 12, Thursday Love. 1979. Managua. Tourism must be stimulated. Orders the dictator while the eastern neighborhoods of Managua burn, set on fire by the planes. From the bunker, a great womb of steel and cement, Somoza governs. There you don't hear the thunder of the bombs, nor the howls of the people, nor anything that disturbs the perfect silence, from there nothing can be seen or smelled. Somoza has lived in the bunker for a long time, in the heart of Managua but infinitely far from Nicaragua, and in the bunker he meets, now, with Fausto Amador. Fausto Amador, father of Carlos Fonseca Amador, is the general manager of the richest man in Central America. The son, founder of the Sandinista Front, understood the homeland, the father, patrimony. Surrounded by mirrors and plastic flowers, Sitting in front of a computer, Somoza and Fausto Amador organize the liquidation of the businesses and the total looting of Nicaragua. Later, Somoza declares by telephone, "I'm not leaving or they're leaving." 10, 320 and 460. 1979. Managua. Somoza's grandson. They go and go. At dawn, Somoza boards the plane for Miami. In these last days the United States has abandoned him, but he has not abandoned the United States. In my heart, I will always be a part of that great nation. Somoza takes from Nicaragua the gold ingots from the central bank, 8 colored parrots and the coffins of his father and brother. He also takes away, alive, the crown prince. Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero, grandson of the founder of the dynasty, is a corpulent soldier who has learned the arts of command and good government in the United States. In Nicaragua he founded and directed, to this day, the Basic Infantry Training School, a youth army corps specialized in the interrogation of prisoners and famous for their skills. Armed with forceps and spoons, these boys know how to pull out nails without breaking the roots, and they know how to gouge out eyes without hurting the eyelids. The lineage of the Somozas goes into exile while Augusto Cesar Sandino walks throughout Nicaragua, under a shower of flowers, half a century after his execution. This country has gone crazy. Lead floats, cork sinks, the dead escape from the cemetery and the women from the kitchen. 1979. Grenade. The commanders. Behind, an abyss. Ahead and to the sides, the armed people attacking. The La Polvora barracks, in the city of Granada, the last stronghold of the dictatorship, is about to fall. When the colonel found out about Somoza's escape, he ordered the machine guns to silence. The Sandinistas also stop shooting. After a while the iron gate of the barracks opens and the colonel appears waving a white cloth. "Don't shoot." The colonel crosses the street. "I want to speak to the commander." The scarf that covers the face falls. "I am the commander," says Monica Baltodano, one of the Sandinista women in command of the troops. What? Through the mouth of the colonel, a haughty male, speaks the military institution, defeated but dignified, manliness of the pants, honor of the uniform. "I don't give in to a woman," roars the colonel. And he gives up. 1979. In all of Nicaragua. Being born. The newborn Nicaragua in the rubble is a few hours old, new greenery among the ruins of looting and war, and the singing light of the first day of creation brightens the air that smells of burning. 1979. Paris. Darcy. The Sorbonne awards the title of Doctor Honoris Causa to Darcy Ribeiro. He accepts, he says, on the merit of his failures. Darcy has failed as an anthropologist, because the Brazilian Indians remain doomed to annihilation. He has failed as rector of a university that he wanted to transform reality. He has failed as Minister of Education, in a country that multiplies illiterates. He has failed as a member of a government that tried to do land reform and control cannibalistic foreign capital. He has failed as a writer who dreamed of prohibiting history from repeating itself. These are your failures. These are their dignities. 1979. Santiago de Chile. Stubborn faith. General Pinochet stamps his signature at the bottom of a decree law that imposes private property on the Mapuche Indians. The government offers money, wire, and seeds to those who agree to parcel up their communities for good. If they don't take it the hard way, the government warns, they will take it the hard way. Pinochet is not the first to believe that greed is in human nature and that God wants it that way. Some time before, the conquistador Pedro de Valdivia had tried to break up the indigenous communities of Chile. Since then, everything has been taken from the Indians, by blood and fire everything, land, language, religion, customs. But the Indians, cornered in their last regions, condemned to the ultimate misery, exhausted from so much war and so much fraud, persist in believing that the world is a shared home. 1979. Chajal. Another kind of political education in Guatemala. Patrocinio Menchu, a Mayaquiche Indian, born in the village of Chimel, had defended the lands of his harassed community with his parents. From his parents he had learned to walk in height without falling off the cliff, to greet the sun according to the ancient custom, to bear and fertilize the earth and play for it. Now, he is one of the prisoners that the military trucks have brought to the village of Chajal, for the people to see. Rigoberta, his sister, recognizes him, although he is swollen from the blows and blood is flowing from his eyes and from his mouth without a tongue and from his fingers without nails. 500 soldiers, Indians themselves, Indians from other regions, watch over the ceremony. The entire town of Chajal, formed in a circle, is forced to watch. Rigoberta is forced to watch, and in her grows, as in all, a quiet, a wet curse. The captain shows the bodies naked, skinned, mutilated, still alive, and says that these are Cubans who have come to make trouble in Guatemala. Displaying in full detail the punishments that each one has deserved, the captain shouts. Look carefully at what awaits the guerrillas. He then douses the prisoners with gasoline and sets them on fire. Patrocinio Menchu was still tender corn. It had been only 16 years since it had been planted. The Mayans sow each child that is born. High up in the mountains, the Guatemalan Indians bury the navel and present the child to Grandfather Volcano, Mother Earth, Father Sun, Grandmother Moon, and all the powerful grandparents, asking them to protect the newborn against harm and error. Before the rain that waters us and before the wind that bears witness to us, we, who are part of you, sow this new son, this new companion, in this place. 1980. Peace. The Cococracy. General Luis Garcia Meza, author of the 189th coup in a century and a half of Bolivia's history, announces that he will establish a free economy, as in Chile, and that he will make the extremists disappear, as in Argentina. With Garcia Meza, cocaine traffickers take over the state. His new Minister of the Interior, Colonel Luis Arce Gomez, distributes his hours and fervor between drug smuggling and the leadership of the Bolivia section of the World Anti-Communist League. He will not rest, he says, he will never rest, until he has extirpated the cancer of Marxism. The military government makes its debut by assassinating Marcelo Quiroga Santa Cruz, the enemy of Gulf Oil and his 40 thieves, implacable denouncer of hidden filth. 1980. Santa Anna de Yakima. Portrait of a modern businessman. He fires bullets and bribes. At his belt he carries a golden pistol and a golden smile on his mouth. His bodyguards use telescopic sight machine guns. It has 12 combat planes, with missiles and all, and 30 cargo planes that take off from the Bolivian jungle every dawn carrying basic cocaine paste. Roberto Suarez, cousin and colleague of the new Minister of the Interior, exports 1 ton per month. My philosophy, he says, is to do good. He says that the money he has given to the Bolivian military would be enough to pay off the country's external debt. As a good Latin American businessman, Suarez sends his earnings to Switzerland, where they rest under bank secrecy. But in Santa Anna de Yakima, the town where he was born, he has paved the main street, has restored the church and has given sewing machines to widows and orphans, and when he appears there, he bets thousands of dollars on dice and roosters. Suarez is the most important Bolivian capitalist of a huge multinational company. In their hands, the coca leaf rises 10 times in price, for being turned into paste and leaving the country. Later, for becoming dust and reaching the nose that inhales it, the price goes up 200 times. Like any raw material from a poor country, coca gives profit to intermediaries, and especially to the intermediaries of the rich country that consumes it transformed into cocaine, a white goddess. The white goddess. It is the most expensive of the divinities. It costs 5 times more than gold. In the United States, 10 million devotees, yearning, inhaling, are willing to kill and kill themselves for it. $30 billion are thrown at the foot of their shining altar of pure snow every year. In the long run, she will annihilate them, and in the first place she steals their souls, but in exchange he offers them to be, by his work and grace, supermen for a while. 1980. Santa Marta. Marijuana. For every dollar of dreams purchased by the marijuana smoker in the United States, barely 1 cent reaches the hands of the Colombian peasants who grow it. The other 99 go to the traffickers, who in Colombia own 1,500 airports, 500 planes and 100 ships. In the surroundings of Medellin or Santa Marta, drug gangsters live in ostentatious mansions. In front they usually look, on a granite pedestal, the plane of the first smuggling. They cradle their children in a golden cradle, give gold nails to their lovers and display discreet diamonds as reflectors in their ring or tie. The mobsters have the habit of spraying each other with shots. 4 years ago, Lucho Barranquilla, the most popular of the traffickers, was machine-gunned in a corner of the city of Santa Marta. The murderers sent a heart-shaped wreath to the burial and announced a collection to erect a statue of him in the main square. 1980. Santa Marta. Saint Agathon. Lucho Barranquilla was greatly cried. The children, who played in his amusement park, and the widows and orphans he protected, and the policemen who ate out of his hand, and the entire city of Santa Marta, who lived thanks to his loans and donations, mourned him. And so did Saint Agathon. Saint Agathon is the patron saint of drunkards. On Carnival Sundays, drunkards from all over the Colombian coast flock to the town of Mamatoco, in the surroundings of Santa Marta. They take Saint Agathon out of the church and take him in a procession, singing dirty songs to him and showering him with brandy, as he likes. But the drunks drive an impostor with a white beard, who came from Spain. The real Saint Agathon, who had the face of an Indian and a straw hat, was kidnapped half a century ago by an anti-alcoholic priest, who fled with the saint under his cassock. God punished that priest with leprosy, and the sacristan who accompanied him turned his eyes, but San Agathon remained hidden in the distant town of Sucre. A delegation has traveled to the town of Sucre these days to ask him to return. Since you left, they tell him, there are no miracles or joy. Saint Agathon refuses. He says that he does not return to Santa Marta, because his friend Lucho Barranquilla has been killed there. 1980. Guatemala City. News. General Romeo Lucas Garcia, President of Guatemala, was the one who gave the order to set fire to the Spanish embassy, with its occupants inside. This is one of the revelations of Elias Barahona, official spokesman for the Ministry of the Interior, who called the press after requesting asylum in Panama. According to Barahona, General Lucas Garcia is personally responsible for the death of 39 people, burned by the bombs that the police threw at the Spanish embassy. Among the victims were 27 Indian leaders who had peacefully occupied the embassy to denounce the massacres in the Quiche region. Barahona also revealed that General Lucas Garcia commands the paramilitary and parapolice gangs, called death squads, and participates in drawing up lists of opponents condemned to disappear. The former press secretary of the Ministry of the Interior denounced that a 420-page program for the pacification and eradication of communism is being applied in Guatemala, prepared by specialists from the United States on the basis of the experience of the Vietnam War. In the first half of 1980, 27 university professors, 13 journalists, and 70 peasant leaders, mostly indigenous, were assassinated in Guatemala. The repression has been unleashed with particular intensity on the Indian communities of the Quiche region, where large oil deposits have been discovered. 1980. Uspantan. Rigoberta. She is a Maya Quiche Indian, born in the village of Chimel, who has picked coffee and cut cotton in plantations along the coast since she learned to walk. In the cotton fields she saw 2 of her brothers fall, Nicholas and Felipe, the youngest, and her best friend, still half-grown, all successively struck down by the pesticides. Last year, in the village of Chajul, Rigoberta Menchú watched as the army burned her brother Patrocinio alive. Shortly after, at the Spanish embassy, his father was also burned alive along with other representatives of the Indian communities. Now, in Uspantan, the soldiers have killed her mother little by little, cutting her into little pieces, after having dressed her in guerrilla clothing. In the community of Chimel, where Rigoberta was born, no one remains alive. Rigoberta, who is a Christian, had been taught that the true Christian forgives his persecutors and prays for the souls of his tormentors. When one cheek is struck, he had been taught, the true Christian offers the other. I no longer have a cheek to offer, Rigoberta confirms. 1980. San Salvador. The offering. Until a couple of years ago, he only dealt with God. Now speak to everyone and for everyone. Every son of the people tormented by the powerful is the crucified Son of God, and in the people God resurrects after each crime that the powerful commit. Monsignor Romero, Archbishop of El Salvador, world breaker, now has nothing to do with that hesitant shepherd of souls that the powerful applauded. Now the people interrupt his homilies accusing state terrorism with applause. Yesterday, Sunday, the Archbishop exhorted the policemen and soldiers to disobey the order to kill their peasant brothers. In the name of Christ, Romero told the Salvadoran people, get up and walk. Today, Monday, the murderer arrives at the church escorted by 2 police patrol cars. Go inside and wait, hidden behind a column. Romero is celebrating Mass. When he opens his arms and offers the bread and wine, body and blood of the people, the murderer pulls the trigger. 1980. Montevideo. Town that says no. The Uruguayan dictatorship calls a plebiscite and loses. It seemed mute this town forced to silence, but he opens his mouth and says no. The silence of these years had been resounding, which the military mistook for resignation. They did not expect such a response. After all, they asked for the sake of asking, like a cook who tells the chickens to say what sauce they want to be eaten with. 1980. In all of Nicaragua. Walking. The Sandinista revolution does not shoot anyone, but not even the music band remains of Somoza's army. The rifles pass into the hands of all, while the agrarian reform is unleashed in the desolate fields. An immense army of volunteers, armed with pencils and vaccines, invades their own country. Revolution, revelation, of those who believe and create, not infallible gods of majestic gait but just little people, for centuries forced to obey and trained for impotence. Now, stumbling, they begin to walk. They go in search of bread and words. This land, which opened its mouth, is eager to eat and speak. 1980. Assumption of Paraguay. Stroessner. Takeito Somoza, dethroned, exiled, flies through the air in a corner of Asunción. Who was? Ask the journalists in Managua. Funtiovjuna, answers Commander Tomas Borga. Takeito had found refuge in the capital of Paraguay, the only city in the world where there is still a bronze bust of his father, Taco Somoza, and where a street is still called Generalissimo Franco. Paraguay, or what little of Paraguay has remained after much war and plunder, belongs to General Alfredo Stroessner. Every 5 years, this veteran colleague of Somoza and Franco confirms his power through elections, so that the people can vote for him. He suspends, for 24 hours, the eternal state of siege. Stroessner thinks he is invulnerable because he does not love anyone. He is the state. Every day, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he calls the president of the central bank and asks him, "How much did we do today?" 1980. In all of Nicaragua. Discovering. Riding, rowing, walking, the Literacy Brigade members penetrated the most hidden regions of Nicaragua. By the light of the oil lamp, they teach those who don't know how to handle the pencil, so that those who are too quick will never deceive them again. While they teach, the brigadistas share the little food, squat in the hauling and weeding, peel their hands axing firewood, and spend the night stretched out on the ground, applauding mosquitoes. They discover wild honey inside the trees and inside the people, legends and couplets and lost wisdom. Little do they learn the secret languages of the herbs that brighten flavors and cure ailments and snake bites. By teaching, the brigadistas learn all the curse and wonder of this country, their country, inhabited by survivors. In Nicaragua, whoever does not die of hunger or plague or shooting, dies of laughter. 1980. New York. The Statue of Liberty looks like pockmarked. Because of the poisonous gases that the factories throw into the sky and that the snow and rain return to the earth. 170 lakes have been killed by that acid rain in New York State, but the director of the Federal Office of Management and Budget says it's not worth worrying about, because those lakes make up no more than 4% of the total. The world is a racetrack. Nature, an obstacle. The deadly breath of the chimneys has left 4,000 lakes without fish or plants in the province of Ontario, Canada. We should ask God to start over, says a fisherman. 1980. New York. Lenin. A shirt, hanging on a roof, slaps. The wind complains. The roars and screams of the city are joined by the wail of a siren racing through the streets. On this dirty day, John Lennon, founder of music, has been assassinated on a corner of Manhattan. He did not want to win or kill. He did not accept that the world was a stock exchange or a military barracks. Lennon was on the sidelines of the track, singing or whistling with an air of distraction. He watched the wheels of the others turn in the incessant vertigo that comes and goes between the asylum and the slaughterhouse. 1981. Surahammer. Exile. What is the distance that separates a mining camp in Bolivia from a city in Sweden? How many leagues, how many centuries, how many worlds? Domitila, one of the 5 women who overthrew a military dictatorship, has been sentenced to exile by another military dictatorship and has ended up, with her minor husband and their many children, in the snows of Northern Europe. From where everything is lacking to where everything is superfluous, from the last misery to the first opulence, stupefied eyes on these mud faces. Here in Sweden almost new televisions are thrown away, barely used clothes and furniture and refrigerators and stoves and dishwashers which work perfectly. The penultimate model cars go to the die. Domitila appreciates the solidarity of the Swedes and admires their freedom, but waste offends her. Loneliness, on the other hand, makes him sad. Poor rich people alone in front of the television, drinking alone, eating alone, talking alone. We, she says. Domitila recommends we, there in Bolivia, even if it's to fight, we get together. 1981. Celica Canton. Bad luck, human error, bad weather. A plane crashes, at the end of May, and that is how Jaime Rodas, president of Ecuador, ends. Some local peasants hear the plane explode, and see it on fire before it crashes. Doctors are not allowed to analyze the corpse. No autopsy is attempted. The black box does not appear. They say that the plane did not have it. Tractors flatten the terrain of the disaster. The recordings of the control towers of Quito, Guayaquil, and Loja are deleted. Several witnesses die in successive accidents. The Air Force report rules out in advance any attack. Bad luck, human error, bad weather. But President Rodas was defending Ecuador's coveted oil, had re-established relations with forbidden Cuba, and was supporting the damned revolutions in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Palestine. 2 months later, another plane crashes, in Panama. Bad luck, human error, bad weather. 2 peasants who have heard the explosion of the plane exploding in the air disappear. Omar Torrijos, guilty of the rescue of the Panama Canal, knew that he was not going to die of old age in a bed. And almost immediately, a helicopter collapses in Peru. Bad luck, human error, bad weather. This time the victim is the commander of the Peruvian army, General Rafael Hoyos Rubio, an old enemy of Standard Oil and other international charities. 1982. South Georgia Islands. Portrait of a Brave Man. The mothers of Plaza de Mayo called him the Angel, because of his blonde baby face. He had been working with the mothers for a few months, always smiling, always ready to lend a hand, when one afternoon, as they were coming out of a meeting, the soldiers caught several of the movement's most active militants. Those mothers disappeared, like their children, never to be heard from again. The kidnapped mothers had been pointed out by El Angel, that is, Frigate Lieutenant Alfredo Ostiz, a member of Task Group 3-3-2 of the Navy School of Mechanics, with a long and lucid performance in the torture chambers. The spy and torturer Ostiz, now a lieutenant, is the first to surrender to the British in the Malvinas War. He surrenders without firing a shot. 1982. Falkland Islands. The Falklands War. Patriotic war that for a while united the Argentinian footsteps, and the Argentinian footsteps culminated in the victory of the colonialist army of Great Britain. The Argentine generals and colonels who had promised to shed every last drop of blood have not made a dent. Those who declared war were not there or visiting. For the Argentine flag to wave on these ice, a just cause in the wrong hands, the High Command sent to the slaughterhouse the little boys engaged in compulsory military service, who died more of cold than bullet. Their pulse does not tremble, with a sure hand the rapists of tied women sign the surrender, the executioners of unarmed workers. 1982. Roads of La Mancha. Master Wanderer. Celebrates half a century of life, very far from the country where he was born. In a Castilian village, in front of one of the windmills that defied Don Quixote, Javier Villafani, patriarch of the American puppeteers, celebrates the birthday of his favorite son. To live up to the great date, Javier decides to marry a pretty gypsy he has just met, and Master Wanderer presides over the ceremony and the banquet with his characteristic melancholy dignity. All their lives they have walked together, puppeting along the roads of the world, sweetness and mischief, Miss Wanderer and the pilgrim Javier. Every time Master Wanderer falls ill, attacked by worms or moths, Javier heals his wounds with infinite patience and then sleeps over him. At the beginning of each performance, before the crowd of waiting kids, the two tremble like the first time. 1982. Stockholm. The novelist Gabriel Garcia Marquez receives the Nobel Prize and talks about our lands condemned to 100 years of solitude. I dare to think that it is this enormous reality, and not only its literary expression, which this year has deserved the attention of the Swedish Academy of Letters. A reality that is not that of paper, but that lives with us and determines every moment of our countless daily deaths, and that sustains a spring of insatiable creation, full of misery and beauty, of which this wandering and nostalgic Colombian is no more than a number indicated by luck. Poets and beggars, musicians and prophets, warriors and scoundrels, all the creatures of that unbridled reality have had to ask very little of the imagination, because the greatest challenge for us has been the insufficiency of conventional resources to make our lives credible. This, my friends, the crux of our solitude. The interpretation of our reality with other people's schemes only contributes to making us more and more unknown, less and less free, more and more lonely. No, the excessive violence and pain of our history are the result of secular injustices and bitterness without account, and not from a conspiracy hatched 3,000 leagues from our house. But many European leaders and thinkers have believed it, with the childishness of grandparents who forgot the fruitful follies of their youth, as if no other destiny was possible than to live at the mercy of the two great masters of the world. This, my friends, the size of our loneliness. 1983. St. George's. The reconquest of the island of Grenada. Tiny Grenada, a tiny green speck barely visible in the immensity of the Caribbean Sea, suffers a spectacular invasion by the Marines. President Ronald Reagan sends them to kill socialism. Marines kill one dead. Some native military, greedy for power, have taken it upon themselves to assassinate socialism, in the name of socialism, a few days before. After the Marines, the U.S. Secretary of State, George Shultz, disembarks. In a press conference, he declares, "At first glance I saw that this island could be a splendid real estate deal." 1983. Bermuda. Marianela. Every morning, at dawn, they queued up. They were relatives, friends, or loved ones of the disappeared in El Salvador. They were looking for news or came to give it. They had no other place to ask questions or testify. The door of the Human Rights Commission was always open, and it was also possible to enter through the hole that the last bomb had opened in the wall. Since the guerrillas grew in the Salvadoran fields, the army no longer used prisons. The commission denounced before the world, July, 15 children under the age of 14 who had been detained under the accusation of terrorism appear decapitated. August, 13,500 civilians have been killed or disappeared so far this year. Of the commission workers, Magdalena Enriquez, the one who laughed the most, was the first to fall. The soldiers threw her, skinned, on the seashore. Then it was the turn of Ramon Valladares, riddled with bullets in the mud on the road. Marianela Garcia Villas remained. "Yerba Mala never dies," she said. They liquidate her near the village of La Bermuda, in the burned lands of Cuscatlan. She walked around with her camera and recorder, gathering evidence to denounce that the army is throwing white phosphorus against the peasant uprisings. 1983. Santiago de Chile. 10 years after the reconquest of Chile. "You have the right to import a camel," says the Minister of Economy. From the television screen, the minister exhorts Chileans to make use of free trade. In Chile, anyone can decorate their home with an authentic African crocodile, and democracy consists in choosing between a Chivas Regal and a Black Label Johnny Walker. Everything is imported. From outside come the brooms, the bird swings, the corn, the water for the whiskey, the baguette bread is flown in from Paris. Economic policy, imported from the United States, forces Chileans to limit themselves to scratching the guts of their mountains, looking for copper, and nothing else, not even a pin they can make, because pins from South Korea are cheaper. Any act of creation goes against the laws of the market, which is like saying the laws of destiny. Television programs, cars, machine guns, and plastic flowers also come from the United States. In the upper neighborhoods of Santiago you cannot walk without bumping into Japanese computers, German video cassettes, Dutch televisions, Swiss chocolates, jams, English, Danish hams, Taiwanese suits, French perfumes, Spanish tuna, Italian oils. Who does not consume, does not exist. The town, which is used and thrown away, does not exist, although he pays the bill for this party on credit. Unemployed workers rummage through the garbage. Everywhere you see signs that warn, there are no vacancies. Do not insist. The external debt and the suicide rate are multiplied by 6. 1983. In a ravine, between Cabildo and Petorca. Television. The Escarits had nothing, until Armando brought that box on the back of a mule. Armando Escarit had been away from home for a whole year. She had worked at sea, cooking for the fishermen, and she had also worked in the town of La Ligua, doing whatever was offered and eating leftovers, working night and day until she had gathered the tall stack of bills and paid. When Armando got off the mule and opened the box, the family was shocked speechless. No one had ever seen anything like it in these regions of the Chilean mountain range. People came from far away, as if on a pilgrimage, to look at the 12-inch Sony television, in full color, running on truck battery power. The Escarit had nothing. Now they continue to sleep in piles and subsist on the cheese they make, the wool they spin, and the herds of goats that they graze for the patron of the hacienda. But the television stands like a totem in the middle of their house, a mud hut with a thatched roof, and from the screen Coca-Cola offers them sparks of life and Sprite bubbles of youth. Marlboro cigarettes give them virility. Cadbury chocolates, human communication. The Visa card, wealth. Dior perfumes and Cardin shirts, distinction. Centeno vermouth, social status, the martini, burning love. Nestle artificial milk gives them eternal vigor, and the Renault car a new way of life. 1983. Buenos Aires. The Detective Grandmothers. While the military dictatorship in Argentina disintegrates, the grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo search for their lost grandchildren. These children, imprisoned with their parents or born in concentration camps, have been distributed as loot of war, and more than one have the murderers of their parents for parents. The grandmothers investigate from whatever there is, photos, loose data, a birthmark, someone who saw something, and thus, making their way with shrewd blows and umbrellas, they have already recovered a few. Tamara Ars, who disappeared at the age of 1.5, did not end up in military hands. She's in a suburban town, at the house of the good people who picked her up when she got stranded. At the request of the mother, the grandmothers began the search. They had a few clues. After a long and complicated search, they have found it. Every morning, Tamara sells kerosene from a horse-drawn cart, but she doesn't complain about her luck, and at first she doesn't even want to hear about her real mother. Little by little, the grandmothers explain to her that she is the daughter of Rosa, a Bolivian worker who never abandoned her. That one night his mother was captured outside the factory, in Buenos Aires. 1983. Lime. Tamara flies twice. Rosa was tortured, under the control of a doctor who ordered a stop, and raped, and shot with blank bullets. She spent 8 years in prison, without trial or explanations, until last year she was expelled from Argentina. Now, at the Lima airport, wait. High above the Andes, her daughter Tamara comes flying towards her. Tamara travels accompanied by 2 of the grandmothers who found her. He devours everything that is served to him on the plane, without leaving a crumb of bread or a grain of sugar. In Lima, Rosa and Tamara discover each other. They look in the mirror, together, and they are identical, the same eyes, the same mouth, the same moles in the same places. When night falls, Rosa bathes her daughter. When laying her down, she feels a milky, sweet smell, and bathe her again. And again. And no matter how much soap you put in it, there's no way to get rid of that smell. It's a strange smell. And suddenly, Rosa remembers. This is the smell of babies when they have just nursed. Tamara is 10 years old and tonight she smells like a newborn. 1983. Buenos Aires. And if the desert were sea, and the earth sky? The mothers and grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo are scary. Because, what would happen if they got fed up with walking around in front of the Casa Rosada and started signing government decrees? And what if the beggars on the cathedral steps tore off the archbishop's tunic and bonnet and began to deliver homilies from the pulpit? And what if the honest clowns of the circuses began to issue orders in the barracks and professorships at universities? And if they were? And if? 1983. Plateau del Pedimento. The Mexican Theater of Dreams. As every year, the Zapotec Indians arrive at the Pedimento Plateau. On one side you can see the sea, and on the other peaks and precipices. Here dreams are unleashed. A kneeling man gets up and goes into the woods, he has an invisible girlfriend on his arm. Someone moves like a languid jellyfish, sailing in an airboat. There are those who draw in the wind and there are those who ride, majestic, in step, dragging a branch between their legs. The pebbles become grains of corn and the acorns, chicken eggs. The old become children and the children, giants. A tree leaf becomes a mirror that returns a beautiful face to whoever looks at it. The spell is broken if anyone does not take this dress rehearsal of life seriously. 1983. Tuma River. Doing. Between dignity and contempt, bullets are buzzing in Nicaragua, and for many the war snuffs out their lives. This is one of the battalions that are fighting against the invaders. From the poorest neighborhoods of Managua these volunteers have come to the distant plains of the Tuma River. Every time the noise stops, Beto, the teacher, Spreads letters. The contagion occurs when a militiaman asks him to write a letter. Beto complies, and then, "This is the last one I write to you. I offer you something better." Sebastián Fuertes, an iron welder from the El Maldito neighborhood, a man of a few years and wars and women, is one of those who joined and was sentenced to literacy. He has been tearing up graphs and tearing papers for a few days in the aftermath of the shooting, and putting up with a lot of practical jokes, when May Day arrives and his companions choose him for the speech. In a pasture full of dung and ticks, the act is celebrated. Sebastián stands on a drawer, takes a folded piece of paper out of his pocket and reads the first words born from his hand. He reads from a distance, stretching out his arm, because his eyesight doesn't help him and he doesn't have glasses. Brothers of Battalion 8221. 1983. Managua. Challenging. Plumes of smoke sprout from the mouths of the volcanoes and from the muzzles of the rifles. The peasants go to war on a donkey, with a parrot on their shoulders. God was a primitive painter when he imagined this soft-spoken land. The United States, which trains and pays the Contras, condemns her to die and kill. From Honduras the Somacistas attack it, from Costa Rica, Eden Pastora betrays her. And with that comes the Pope from Rome. The Pope curses the priests who love Nicaragua more than high heaven, and orders silence, in a bad way, to those who ask him to pray for the souls of the murdered patriots. After fighting with the Catholic crowd gathered in the square, he leaves, furious, this demonized land. 1983. Merida. The people put God on his feet. And the people know that God needs them to stand in the world. Every year the baby Jesus is born in Merida and other places in Venezuela. The singers sing, to the sound of violins, mandolins, and guitars, while the godparents pick up the child lying in the manger in a white handkerchief, a delicate task, a serious thing, and take it out for a walk. The godparents walk the child through the streets. Kings and shepherds follow him and the crowd is throwing flowers and kisses. After being so welcomed into the world, the godparents return Jesus to the manger where Mary and Joseph are waiting for him. They stop it there. On behalf of the community, the godparents hold Jesus up for the first time, and he stands between his parents. Once the paradura is over, the rosary is sung and those present are offered biscuits of the past, those with 12 yolks, and mistla wine. 1983. Managua. News. A woman has given birth to a chicken in a Managua neighborhood, according to the Nicaraguan newspaper La Prensa. Sources linked to the ecclesiastical hierarchy. They deny that this extraordinary event could be a sign of God's wrath. The attitude of the crowd gathered before the Pope may have exhausted divine patience, these sources consider. In 1981, 2 other miracles with wide repercussions had occurred in Nicaragua. The Virgin of Cuapa made a spectacular appearance in the fields of Chontales that year. Barefoot and crowned with stars, from the center of a glow that blinded the witnesses, the Virgin made statements to a sacristan named Bernardo. The Mother of God expressed her support for President Reagan's policy against atheist and communist Sandinismo. Shortly after, the Virgin of the Conception sweated and cried profusely for several days in a house in Managua. The Archbishop, Monsignor Abando, appeared before his altar and urged the parishioners to pray asking forgiveness from the Immaculate Conception. The emissions from the Virgin de la Concepción ceased when the police discovered that the owners of her plaster image submerged her in water and locked her in the refrigerator at night, so that she would later sweat and cry, exposed to the intense ambient heat, in the face of the pilgrimage of devotees. 1984. Vatican. The Holy Office of the Inquisition. It now wears the more discreet name of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. It no longer burns any heretic alive, although it does not lack desire. His main concern comes from America. In the name of the Holy Father, the inquisitors summon the Latin American theologians Leonardo Boff and Gustavo Gutierrez, and in the Vatican they are severely reprimanded for lack of respect for the Church of Fear. The Church of Fear, an opulent multinational company, devoted to pain and death, is anxious to nail to the cross any son of a carpenter, one of those who walk the coasts of America raising fishermen and defying empires. 1984. London. The Magi don't believe in children. The Prime Ministers of the United States, Japan, Federal Germany, England, France, Italy, and Canada, meeting at Lancaster House, congratulate the organization that guarantees the freedom of money. The Big Seven of the capitalist world unanimously applaud the work of the International Monetary Fund in developing countries. The congratulations do not mention the executioners, torturers, inquisitors, jailers, and informers, who are the officials of the Monetary Fund in those developing countries. Circular Symphony for Poor Countries, in 6 successive movements. In order for the workers' arms to become ever more obedient and cheap, poor countries need legions of executioners, torturers, inquisitors, jailers, and informers. To feed and arm these legions, poor countries need loans from rich countries. To pay the interest on those loans, poor countries need more loans. To pay the interest on the loans added to the loans, poor countries need to increase exports. To increase exports, cursed products, prices condemned to perpetual fall, poor countries need to lower production costs. To lower production costs, poor countries need increasingly obedient and cheap laborers. In order for the workers' arms to become ever more obedient and cheap, poor countries need legions of executioners, torturers, inquisitors. 1984. Washington. 1984. The United States Department of State decides to suppress the word murder in its reports on human rights violations in Latin America and other regions. Instead of murder, it must be said, illegal or arbitrary deprivation of life. The CIA has long avoided the word assassination in its practical terrorism manuals. When the CIA kills or has an enemy killed, it doesn't kill him, it neutralizes him. The State Department refers to the war forces that the United States usually lands south of its borders, and calls those who fight for the restoration of their businesses in Nicaragua freedom fighters. 1984. Washington. We are all hostages. Nicaragua and other insolent countries continue to be unaware of the order that orders history not to move, on pain of total blow-up of the world. We will not tolerate. Warns President Reagan. Above the clouds, lurking nuclear bombers. Beyond, the military satellites. Under the land and under the sea, the missiles. The world still turns because the great potentials give it permission. A plutonium bomb the size of an orange would be enough to blow up the entire planet, and a good discharge of nuclear radiation would turn it into a desert inhabited by cockroaches. President Reagan says that St. Luke, Gospel, 14.31, advises multiplying military spending to face the communist hordes. The economy is militarized, guns shoot money to buy guns that shoot money, weapons, hamburgers, and fear are manufactured. There is no better business than selling fear. The president jubilantly announces the militarization of the stars. 1984. St. Paul. 20 years after the reconquest of Brazil. The last president of the military dictatorship, General Figueiredo, leaves the government to the civilians. When asked what he would do if he were a worker earning the minimum wage, General Figueiredo replied, "I'd shoot myself in the head." Brazil suffers famished prosperity. Among the countries that sell food to the world, it is in 4th place. Among the countries suffering from hunger in the world, it ranks 6th. Now Brazil exports arms and cars as well as coffee, and produces more steel than France, but Brazilians are shorter and weigh less than 20 years ago. Millions of homeless children roam the streets of São Paulo and other cities, hunting for food. Buildings become fortresses, gatekeepers become armed guards. Every citizen is assaulted or assailant. 1984. Guatemala City. 30 years after the reconquest of Guatemala. The Army Bank is the most important in the country, after the Bank of America. The generals take turns in power, overthrowing each other, from dictatorship to dictatorship, but they all apply the same scorched earth policy against the Indians, guilty of inhabiting regions rich in oil, nickel, or whatever. These are no longer the times of United Fruit, but from Getty Oil, Texaco, or the International Nickel Company. Generals annihilate many communities, Indians, and expel many more. Crowds of hungry Indians, stripped of everything, roam the Sierras. They come from horror, but they do not go towards horror. They walk slowly, guided by the ancient certainty that one day greed and pride will be punished. This is confirmed by the stories that the old men of corn tell the children of corn when night falls. 1984. Rio de Janeiro. Malondanzas of the collective memory in Latin America. Public accountant João David dos Santos jumped for joy when he managed to collect his many back salaries in species, but managed to collect. Lacking money, a social science research center paid him with a complete library of 9,000 books and more than 5,000 newspapers and pamphlets. The library was dedicated to the contemporary history of Brazil. It contained very valuable material on the peasant leagues of the Northeast, the governments of Getulio Vargas, and many other topics. So the bookkeeper dos Santos put the library up for sale. He offered it to cultural organizations, to history institutes, to various ministries. None had funds. He tried official and private universities, one after another. There was no case. At a university he left the library on loan for a few months until they demanded that he start paying rent. Then he tried it with individuals. Nobody showed the slightest interest. National history is an enigma or a lie or a yawn. The hapless bookkeeper dos Santos is relieved when he finally manages to sell his library to the Tijuca paper factory, which turns all those books and newspapers and brochures into colored toilet paper. 1984. Mexico City. Against Oblivion. Which is the only death that truly kills, Carlos Quijano wrote everything he wrote. A grumpy and quarrelsome old man, he was born in Montevideo when the century was born and died in exile, while the military dictatorship collapsed in Uruguay. He dies in the middle of the task, preparing a new Mexican edition of his newspaper Marca. Quijano celebrated the contradictions. What for others was heresy, for him was a sign of life. He denounced imperialism, humiliating nations and multitudes, and announced that Latin America is called to create a socialism worthy of the hope of its prophets. 1984. Mexico City. The resurrection of the living. The Mexican people have the habit of eating death, a skeleton made of sugar or chocolate dripping with colored caramel, and in addition to eating it, they sing and dance and drink it and sleep it. To make fun of power and money, sometimes the people dress death with a monocle and frock coat, epaulets and medals, but the people prefer her naked of all clothes, tasty, drunk, and with her they march arm in a carousing party. Day of the living should be called this Day of the Dead, although thinking about it makes no difference, because everyone who comes goes and whoever goes comes, and after all, the beginning of what begins is always at the end of what which ends. My grandfather is so tiny because he was born after me, says a child who knows what he's saying. 1984. Estili. Believing. They give birth. They have the job of giving birth. With a wise hand they straighten the child, when it goes wrong, and transmit strength and peace to the mother. Today the midwives of the towns and mountains of Estili, in Nicaragua, near the border, are celebrating. They have come together to celebrate something that is well worth joy. For a year not a single newborn has died of tetanus in this region. The midwives no longer cut the navels with a machete, nor burn them with tallow, nor tie them without disinfecting, and pregnant women receive vaccines that vaccinate the child that lives inside them. No one around here now believes that vaccines are Russian witchcraft potions to turn Christians into communists, and no one, or almost no one, believes that newborns die from the strong gaze of a drunken man or menstruating woman. These regions, a war zone, suffer continuous harassment from the invaders. Here we are in the mouth of the lizard. Many mothers come to fight. The remaining mothers share the breast. 1984. Havana. Miguel at 79. Throughout the century, this man has suffered the black penalty and many times has died by bullet or potatoes. Now, from exile, he continues to accompany his people's war with verve. The light of dawn finds him always up, shaved and plodding. He could well go round and round in the revolving doors of memory, but he does not know how to turn a deaf ear when called by the voices of the times and paths that he has not traveled yet. And so, at 79 years of age, a new birth of Miguel Marmol, old master in the trade of incessant birth, occurs every day. 1984. Paris. The echoes go in search of the voice. While he was writing words that loved people, Julio Cortázar was making his trip, a trip in reverse, through the tunnel of time. He was going from the end to the beginning, from discouragement to enthusiasm, from indifference to passion, from loneliness to solidarity. At almost 70 years old, he was a child who was of all ages at the same time. Bird that flies towards the egg, Cortázar was retracing his life, year after year, day after day, toward the embrace of lovers who make the love that makes them. And now he dies, now he enters the earth, as man entering a woman returns to the place where he came from. 1984. Punta Santa Elena. He always hugs. Not long ago they were discovered, in the Secaral that was formerly Zumpa Beach, in Ecuador. And here they are, in full sun, for whoever wants to see them, a man and a woman lie embraced, sleeping love, for an eternity. Excavating the Indian cemetery, an archaeologist has found this pair of love-bound skeletons. 8,000 years ago the lovers of Zumpa committed the irreverence of dying without parting, and anyone who comes close can see that death does not cause them the slightest concern. Its splendid beauty is surprising, dealing with such ugly bones in the midst of such an ugly desert, pure aridity and grayness, and more surprising is his modesty. These lovers, asleep in the wind, seem not to have realized that they have more mystery and grandeur than the Teotihuacan pyramids or the Machu Picchu sanctuary or the Iguazu Falls. 1984. Violeta Parra population. The stolen name. The dictatorship of General Pinochet changed the names of 20 poor towns, tin and cardboard houses, on the outskirts of Santiago de Chile. In the renaming, the Violeta Parra population received the name of some heroic soldier. But its inhabitants refused to bear that unchosen name, they are called Violeta Parra, or nothing. Some time ago, in a unanimous assembly, they had decided to name themselves after that singing peasant woman, with the worn-out voice, who in her feisty songs knew how to celebrate the mysteries of Chile. Violeta was sinful and spicy, a friend of guitar playing and converse and falling in love, and from dancing and fooling around her empanadas burned. Thanks to life, which has given me so much, he sang in his last song, and a tumble of love threw her to death. 1984. Tepic. The name found. In the Mexican Sierra of Nayarit there was a community that had no name. For centuries, this community of Huical Indians had been looking for a name. Carlos Gonzalez found it, by pure chance. This Huical Indian had come to the city of Tepic to buy seeds and visit relatives. Going through a garbage dump, he picked up a book lying among the rubbish. Years ago Carlos had learned to read the Castilian language, and he could do badly. Sitting in the shade of an eaves, he began to decipher pages. The book spoke of a country with a strange name, which Carlos did not know where but which must be far from Mexico, and told a story from a few years ago. On the way back, walking up the Sierra, Carlos continued reading. He could not get rid of this story of horror and bravery. The central character of the book was a man who had known how to keep his word. Upon reaching the village, Carlos announced, euphoric, "We finally have a name." And he read the book, out loud, for everyone. The stumbled reading took him almost a week. Afterwards, the 150 families voted. All by themselves. With dancing and singing the baptism was sealed. Now they have what to call themselves. This community bears the name of a dignified man, who did not hesitate when choosing between betrayal and death. I'm going to Salvador Allende, the walkers now say. 1984. Bluefields. Flying. Deep root, tall trunk, flowery branches, stuck in the center of the world stands a tree without thorns, one of those trees that knows how to give itself to the birds. Around the tree the dancing couples revolve, navel against navel, undulating to the rhythm of music that awakens the stones and ignites the ice. While they dance, the dancers dress and undress the tree with long ribbons of all colors. On the tormented coast of Nicaragua, subjected to continuous invasion, to continuous bombardments and shootings, this Palo de Mayo festival is celebrated as always. The tree of life knows that the hot music that revolves around it will never cease, no matter what. No matter how much death comes, no matter how much blood flows, men and women will be danced by music while they are breathed by the air and plowed and loved by the earth. 1986. Montevideo. A letter. For Arnaldo or Filorenal, Siglo XXI Publishers. My dear Arnaldo. Here is the last volume of Memory of Fire. As you will see, it ends in 1984. Why not before, or after, I don't know. Perhaps because that was the last year of my exile, the end of a cycle, the end of a century, or perhaps because the book wanted it that way. Anyway, the book, and I know that the last page is also the first. Sorry if it took me too long. Writing it was a joy at hand, and now I feel more than ever proud of having been born in America, in this shit, in this wonder, during the century of the wind. I won't tell you more, because I don't want to talk about the sacred. I hug you. Eduardo. End. Memories of Fire 3 The Century of the Wind. Eduardo Galeano.